Take a moment right here, feeling like it's out gear. Driving towards the sun with a rose and a gun. Feel the wind in my hair, going nowhere I swear. Like an outlaw on the run, dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running. Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running, no. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running, no. Keep running.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the LPL. Just breaking into the second split of the year, and we've got a real treat because guess what? It's Group Nirvana's first match. My name is Yanni, and I am joined here by Cubby. So we're going to bring some coverage of LNG versus EDG to kick things off. And if you're confused on what Group Nirvana is, well, we've got a great little format explainer for you and how it works. The good news is the left part of this you can just ignore. We are on the Ascend and Nirvana side right now.
Yeah, of course, how we ended up qualifying for this. But, hey, I mean, looking back, I know that talking about the groups, definitely something we're going to hit on later on. At least looking at EDG in a group where 3 teams did make it to Group Ascend, playing in our first match today against LNG, who have a roster change coming in. And trying to find something, Yanni, as this is a team that has only won a single game across the entire year of LPL.
Yeah, it's been real tough for them. More on that later because we do have some exciting changes, perhaps. But take a look at the group standings. As we said, it is still really early, but BLG is leading the pack over in Group Ascend. Nice to see them do that, you know, starting to come back and maybe be the Titans that we thought they were going to be coming into 2025. But over in Group Nirvana, that's where we want to set our focus on. Certainly no stiffs in that group. I think LNG is a team that we can all consider to be in that bottom 2 because keep in mind, there's a lot of big things about this Nirvana group. The bottom 2 teams are out for the year, and Group Nirvana is a single round robin as opposed to a Ascend's double.
Yeah, I mean, literally every game matters in this group. The gameplay may not be the best, but the stakes, they're up there, right? Because you are playing for the chance to still be able to qualify for Worlds, still be able to get a paycheck in summer. If you're bottom 2 in this group, it is sayonara until 2026. That's a long Cancun trip, Yanni, that we're not used to seeing in League of Legends, quite frankly.
yeah, I don't know if they're going to be sent to Cancun. These teams might be sending them into the wilderness like we saw with teams earlier on in the year. So we have a look into EDG's roster. They only made one change. Awesome is out. He's all the way over on
Group Ascent.
He's on. Yeah, he's in Group Ascent. So on FBX, he made it. He made it out the. He made it out off the block here. As EDG, we have ZDZ in the top lane, Xiao Hao in the jungle, Angel in the mid lane, On and Wink reunited, and it feels so good for them because they look a little bit better with those two.
Yeah, of course, Wink was on this roster in Split 1. Only On that's going to be the change coming in. And frankly, EDG, again, a team that on paper, I thought in that group they were going to beat out Team WE to actually make it to potentially Group Ascend. Or it was going to be close in there. The fact that they took 4th was pretty surprising, frankly. And, of course, they were in a group where all 3 teams made it to Group Ascend. The strength of Weibo and BLG cannot be denied. So we still think EDG is a candidate to maybe even make playoffs out of Group Nirvana. And for sure, a candidate to try and take care of business today against LNG, who have really struggled this year. And, Yanni, looks like they've gone to whatever drawing board they have over there to try and make some changes and see if they can get anything to stick.
And one thing to keep in mind about EDG and their potential to get out of this group and get into that playoff play, and they're going to do it with the power of friendship. Guys like On and Wink, who have been together for so long, and ZDZ and Xiao Hao. And not only that, but ZDZ is bringing in the secret weapon. It's his cat. Oh my god, it's so cute. Look at him baby. Hi, baby.
Yeah, I appreciate Kelsey looking at this match and being like, let's not show gameplay. Let's show anything else that we can, you know?
Yo, true.
As we're getting into Group Nirvana. So, yeah, definitely appreciate that.
Yeah, without a doubt. And now we get to take a look at the team who has made the most swaps so far. LNG, who, they've made big changes. The jungle and the bottom lane specifically have been the big changes that have been made. Weiwei and Photic are out, so it's going to be Zika, 5T5, Haichao, LP, and Shuo. And Cubby, there's something to be said for swapping out guys like Weiwei and Photic.
Yeah, honestly, a bit of a surprise coming in because I feel like this LNG roster, looking at it, everyone's just like free Zika, right? But I look at it, and if it was going to be any swap that I would make, I probably would have swapped out Haichao, who has really struggled in the mid lane. Again, this is a team that has only won a single game all year. The champ that he was playing in that game was Vladimir. I mean, this is a champion where you literally do not exist for the first, 8 levels of the game. You're just there to farm. Of course, he did some work later on, but I feel like Haichao's really struggled and going to be at a disadvantage going up against Angel today. And we'll have to see how T5 and LP can perform coming into this team and see if it's really that stigma, that boost they need to take any games they can in Group Nirvana, where, of course, every game is so important.
Yeah, while I am a little upset to see Weiwei be on the bench for right now, I think there's a little bit of excitement for 5T5. He's a guy that really started his competitive journey in 2024, so is a really fresh face getting called up from the academy team. Hasn't really played a whole lot of games, not even in the LDL. Played a little bit in Asia Masters. The team didn't do so good, but guess what? Now he gets to strut his stuff over in the LPL for real. And the team, things may have been a little rough for them. So they went and they made a little bit of a mental break, and they did some embroidering, and we get to see the results of their care and really how well these guys work with a mouse and keyboard. It really showed over on the embroidery table.
就简单的说一下啊，像你的话呢，就比较有你的这个特色，然后这边是可以的，这里呢是有一点点荆棘了，是吧？可以的，加油！然后你这个，反正怎么说？他这个呢，就是一开始的话都还可以，就是到最后这一段跨度太大了。你这个我怎么说呢？啊？
咱们俩联合创作的，老师。
那好吧。
我从中午秀的时候，那个情侣和太阳都在，然后秀到下午了，然后太阳下山了，情侣也走了，所以我秀完了。
还是可以的，不错。
谢谢老师。
像他这个就是说做的应该是算比较成功的一个，从针法上或者是从构图上都是 OK 的。 你的话，那上面的话还是也可以，那这边都是挺不错的。然后他这两个式子的话，我觉得应该是算做的最好的了。这也是从就是针法上来讲的话，都可以的。
Wow, Weiwei's embroidery was so good that I guess he just decided to say, you know what? I found my new calling in life, right? I'm out.
Yeah, it gave him the peace of mind to be like, I'm out of here with LNG. As, of course, he was featured in that. Won't be featured in the set today. 5T5 going to make his debut, really, on the LPL stage. And we're going to have to see, again, if what LNG can bring to the table and this change gives any sort of boost that we just have yet to see from this team. Because it really feels like, we watch the games and Zika's always doing pretty well. And no one else on the team is able to consistently put up anything that has netted them wins on the Rift. So a few changes, I will say, at least top lane still pretty strong for LNG. And we will see if these changes can help out and help them survive Group Nirvana.
Yeah, and it's really disappointing because we saw a couple of teams really benefit from the death of lane swaps, right? Mostly teams with really strong top laners. And Zika, is not that far removed from being a pretty strong top laner, has been individually the bright spot of this team, and we expected, him and Weiwei. It's like, okay, maybe these guys can actually link up and make some moves, and maybe LNG can look a little bit better, but it just hasn't happened yet. There's just still a lot of fundamental issues where they draft some really nice tools, but just don't really know how to use them, right? You went out, you got this $500 power drill, but you didn't read the instruction booklet and just threw it away.
Yeah, again, it's been really tough to see if anything has been able to stick. I mean, maybe they can use that power drill to drill some strats into their heads because they could really use them hitting the Rift, It's been kind of tough here for LNG so far. And again, EDG, a team that we're a little bit surprised to find them in Group Nirvana, did play in a very strong group for Split 2 placements. And again, a pretty, it should be an expected 2-0 today with EDG coming in even with the swaps for LNG. But again, yeah, you never know with swaps. Maybe this is what the team needs, and they know something behind the scenes that we don't, obviously. So it's kind of going to be a wait and see with this team, just fielding 5T5, such a young player, and then LP, a player that has historically struggled in the LPL.
Yeah, one thing that I also find interesting is we talk about EDG having been in a very strong group. LNG also was in a mighty strong group, right? IG, JDG, and LGD. So while, yes, LNG, I should say, did not look that much better in the placements compared to Split 1, maybe, just maybe that was suppressed by this crazy tough group, right? But the problem is, a guy like Haichao has really, really struggled. You've been quite vocal about that this guy has not really been making plays you expect of your mid laner in the early game. I'd like to see him on some roaming champions and actually make an impact somewhere on the map early on.
Yeah, it's been rough. I feel like, again, he's had a couple games where he has had leads, but there just comes a point in every game where he's either not at a fight or misplays a fight as such where that lead just doesn't matter. So just need to see more consistency out of Haichao. And again, I mean, jungle being swapped up, maybe him and 5T5 have something going on that Weiwei and him did not. So obviously someone that has been able to stick around. But yeah, still a lot of question marks with LNG. Again, a team where even without the swaps, it was a team that we're looking at for, being surprised if we see them in Split 3. Frankly, they are a candidate to bottom 2 Group Nirvana. Yeah. And with the swaps, we don't feel like it's really anything that's going to change that. But again, we've yet to see them play, so they could totally prove us wrong in the Rift today, and excited to see if that could be the case, right?
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned 5T5 and Haichao maybe having something there. These guys, as far as I was able to see, have not played together at all, so you're really just going in outside of, like maybe scrims that they've played behind the scenes. You're really just going in with a brand new, fresh, hey, listen, we'll see what the synergy is, if there is anything at all, right? And compared to like Angel and Zhao Hao, who have, played a whole split together, now, been able to make a little bit of waves, especially because EDG has had some pretty solid early games against some pretty solid teams. As you mentioned earlier, it goes back to taking care of business, and it should just be business as usual. I really expect Zhao Hao and Angel to have their pop-off games, and Angel maybe to start using this to find his form from years past.
Yeah, again, this EDG team, they went 1-6 in the early placements and early split.
Fake 1-6.
It was. I mean, they were a team that had a gold lead at 15 in 5 out of 7 of those games. So in order to do that, we have seen some good things from Zhao Hao and how these guys are playing. It's just that, again, as the fights progress, I feel like there hasn't been enough firepower from this team to really carry it through. And I do think they index towards more early game champions. So we'll see if that ends up being the case again today against LNG.
Yeah, one of the big issues I've noticed is they're a team that oftentimes will set their focus on grubs, give up the first 2 dragons. Not really a big deal, provided you are able to get that 3rd dragon and use that gold lead that you have. And their objective setups on 3rd dragon have been really, really poor. And then it puts them in a scenario where they're like, well, now we're down 3 dragons to nothing. We can't give up this soul. And then the other teams are happy. Okay, cool. Well, we'll take Otacon. You can have this dragon. We will go take Otacon. We will use the flowers that we get to accelerate our leads, be 2 levels up, and then the next dragon's all theirs, and it's GG.
Yeah, again, for sure, it's been a team that has gotten off to good starts on the Rift, just hasn't been able to put the pieces together. But frankly, going into a group like Group Nirvana, where this is the bottom of the table LPL teams, I like the fact that a team in a group with, BLG, Weibo, and WE, they were able to find a lead at 15 in 5 out of 7 of those games. That's pretty good, right, coming in. So we will see if EDG can really start to, again, find those leads here against worse competition and actually be able to turn them into more wins.
Yeah, and it's so crazy how the narrative on EDG really flipped in the blink of an eye, because at the end of placements before the 3rd place teams all went up against each other, we were like, oh man, EDG not looking so good, dropping games to WE, right? Because we expected WE to also be one of these bottom teams, but then they ran the table, and then they were able to get into Group Ascent, and all of a sudden now we're like, oh, EDG is one of the better of the worst, I hate to say, one of the better teams in Group Nirvana, and we'll see what they're able to do. Again, we're really just looking for them to get their early leads and then cleanly go from there, take away that 3rd dragon if they go down in dragons, and then go from there. The problem with EDG was that against Team WE, I felt like they disrespected them a little bit. I felt like they played super, super serious and tight against these top teams, but then got a little disrespectful. And if you're going to do that to LNG, we have seen in the past, despite their poor record, LNG does have the ability to actually punish players.
Yeah, and as we get to the stage, we're going to have some player walkouts into, of course, the 1v1s, Yanni. I got to say, I got to do some scrolling in our Discord. It was posted who is going to be playing the 1v1s earlier on in the day.
Yeah, I can't remember either.
Hold on. I got it. It's going to be, later on, it's Cream versus Breathe in the big match later today. For this one, it is going to be Zika versus Angel. So Angel getting the rights. A little bit of top lane versus mid lane action. I gotta say, something that we might actually want to do, given that both these matchups are tops versus mids, we might want to start a counter for the roles that have won the most 1v1s.
Yeah.
And frankly, so far the 1v1s, there have been some mega throws that we've seen. We saw someone base in the Ring of Fire yesterday, blanket on the name. Saw the Shy play for 100 CS, and that's not a win condition anymore, and he just got soloed out by a Voldabear. So I hope everyone's really read the rules and prepped on this one, because we've seen some pretty big oopsies.
No, that was so bad. Hold on, I gotta go find out who it was. Why do I not remember?
Yeah, we must name and shame them.
Because I saw it early this morning and was like, just absolutely not there.
I mean, it was
sheer. It was sheer.
In a Rumble Mirror matchup.
Yeah.
And so, you go into that like, oh, you are going to die by fire, but not the way that you thought, Sheer was able to find a different way to pass to the Ring of Fire there.
I'm going back and I'm watching the video now, and as soon as he goes back, you can see his camera. He does that little, I'm tilted head tilt, just to the side, oh, man. It's just so over from there. And then Baishwan's reaction is just so funny.
Yeah, I mean, I will say that some of the teams have been having a lot of fun with the 1v1, but of course, blue side matters. Still really feel that way. And Group Nirvana, every game matters. So do want to see if our teams are able to step up. And again, it's a single round robin best of 3. We cannot emphasize enough. Again, on paper, you see these teams, as a fan at home, you may be like, you know what? I might skip out of the LNG EDG series. Usually I'd be like, that's okay. But given the stakes that we have behind this, you get 5 best of 3s to try and either take top 2, make playoffs, or bottom 2. You're out until 2026. I have not seen stakes like this in a long time for a Riot League. So I think it's really exciting, the fact that we do have these really, really high pressure matches being played amongst these teams. And, you know, Yanni is someone that historically we've covered some tier 3, some C-Law, some tier 2. We've seen teams, you know, sometimes things get interesting when the pressure's on and, you know, teams aren't quite as good and you end up getting some strats that you don't usually see and some play that, you know, good or bad. Everyone's doing their best with their backs up against the wall. So we'll see what the teams have to bring.
Is that a SpongeBob hand warmer?
You know, we saw Tom and Jerry mousepad.
You know, it's really
earlier.
funny because as soon as I said that, he nodded. I think he heard me, which is crazy.
Potentially.
You know, he was like, "Oh man, dude, that's so
I mean,
cool." But not to distract,
I didn't
because
know
you're
SpongeBob
right.
was that warm. Is
Yeah,
that like the
you're
new
so
seasons and
right.
episodes?
Yeah, you know.
Thought he was
global
cool, a
warming
cool
and
sponge
everything
under the
like that.
sea. Yeah.
You know, the seas are warming. But anyway, yeah, not trying to take away from the gravity of this, right? Especially because LNG is a team that we have all expected. We've said it many times at this point. They're expected to be bottom 2. If you are EDG, not only do you need to take care of business, this is your only opportunity to play LNG. If you are playing LNG as a team in Group Nirvana, you cannot drop a singular game to them because it's kind of expected that all of the other teams will 2-0 them. We're not sure if that's necessarily going to happen. Anything could happen, but if you're going into this just by, hey, we know who we're playing against, we are playing against the bottom feeder team, you know, pick your favorite sports league and a mid-tier team against a lower-tier team, they're expected to win. This is one where you really cannot afford to lose, and especially coming out of the gate, you know, LNG, they see the records are 0-0. They're going to come out swinging.
Jace Mirror matchup.
I mean, maybe the only time we'll see Jace tonight because this champion has been banned a lot.
Yeah, I mean, quite literally swinging, you know, with those hammers going out and about. Angel, I will say, this is a real mid versus top matchup here. You're going to see who's the better Jace player, the mid versus top. That's where the entertainment is.
Baby, you know, they're actually going for supremacy of not individual player being better at Jace top or Jace mid, but what the actual better role for Jace is. Now, if you're like me, you might think that Jace 80 carry is the best way to do it.
Oh, all right, throwback.
And it's not. But you know what? When he first came out, you bet your ass I was playing Jace.
That's true.
I was like, this is going to be the new tech. I was low diamond in NA, and I was like, this Jace is going to be great. Can't wait to pull this out in solo queue. Played 2 games and said, you know what? This is trash. Get me out.
Yeah, it turns out you need those levels when you're playing Jace. So
who knew? Not me at the time, and not anybody else at the time either.
Well, diving on in, you can see Angel already having some laughs, realizing that he had the mirror matchup locked in. So we're going to have to see. I will say, if you want to get really techie about mirror matchup, really whoever strikes first has advantage, right? All your abilities are the same. But also, really curious what ends up happening with the Jace. I know the Q and the E interaction might be interesting. I'm really curious. Obviously, if you flash out of Q, like the hammer Q, you miss out on the damage. I'm wondering if the hammer after the changes actually can get you out. Because before the changes, I'd be pretty positive it is. And we will see a change of different summoner spells here. As we do have a Zika with the Flash and Ignite, whereas Angel went with the Barrier Ignite.
Yeah, one thing to mention, if you've been not really paying attention to these 1v1s a lot, they removed the 100 CS requirement. It is now first turret or first 2 kills or whoever gets the first kill in the Ring of Fire. And already we're seeing Angel pick up kill number 1 and didn't even have to burn his barrier.
Invaders on top, baby. That was a little curious. Again, whoever strikes first in a mirror matchup, you have advantage. Angel managed to find the first empowered shock blast. Zika missed his and took the all-in and lost. So this might be over pretty quickly, Yanni.
Yeah, he's got 1,000 gold up right now. Oh, they have empowered recall now? Did they always have empowered recall?
I'm not sure. Maybe it's a first blood thing.
Maybe. I don't know. You know, I've watched enough of these, but like, that's one thing that I haven't really paid attention to because I'm just like, oh yeah, they're backing, you know, and you never really pay attention to how long somebody's back is because, you know, at this point you just expect them to have symbiotic souls if Baron hasn't spawned yet or Herald wasn't taken by them. So
Yanni ignores the back because he wants the honorable 1v1. You know, I
feel
like
absolutely.
that's the real reason.
I would have walked into the turret even though I could back. It's a little bit of trading being done. As Zika got to be careful at this point. You have to play for the Ring of Fire, I think, to try to win the 1v1 there.
Probably. I mean, again, this is a mirror match. If you're just down gold, that's good luck out playing that as
it's not
Angel
looking so good.
Weaves in a really nice empowered shock blast there through the wave. But does find the enemy Jace. And he's going to hit the hills. Going to have to see how much he gets back, as that's likely another plate going over to Angel.
Yeah, this is rough, man. Angel, you know what? Maybe this is a good indication that Angel is reverting to past form, right? Absolutely crushing it right now on the Jace. Maybe LNG's going to be like, you know what? Let's not give this guy Jace today. Maybe he's feeling a little dangerous. You know, some days you just have it, right? And maybe he just hasn't.
You have some pretty different builds coming out. Ruby Crystal stack for the Jace that is behind, realizing that, well, again, he is behind. Going to go defense here, whereas Pickaxe and Steel Caps for Angel. I feel like I like his build better. I see more damage and a lot of armor. Jace has some magic damage in the kit, but not enough to really warrant this, and we're not going to stand behind the creeps here. Okay. Okay, able to get around that one. That's nice. That's nice.
They take a little shift damage. I do like the double Ruby Crystal here. He's a little thicker, is Zika. I'm not sure if that's going to be enough to help him, but I mean, he won't die right away, right? Maybe he will die right away. Double Ignites are down. Trying to get to that health pack. Angel's going to pick it up. Has the barrier too.
Oh.
Zika's low, but the last tick of the heal is enough to keep him alive for right now.
Do you like how Angel played that one? Held that empowered shock blast for a little bit. Was able to find Zika in the back half. Going to take another plate. Get Zika quite low. And we're going to flip it here.
Drop the hammer on him. Drop bows on him. No flash means that Angel will not be able to take out Zika, but may as well at this point. It's looking pretty doomed.
Is that an Ovechkin reference here on the cast, Yanni? All right.
Maybe.
Way to sneak that one in there. I appreciate that.
Oh, it's just like he snuck that last one to the back of the net.
Yeah. As if anyone's not a sports fan, one of the most impressive records, honestly, in sports was broken today, which is Wayne Gretzky's full record. That thing stood for a long time. You had so many players being like, that thing's never going to be broken, and Ovechkin did it in year 20, and in a year where he might be on the best team, which is kind of crazy to think about. But congrats to him. That was a cool one to watch. Hockey's an awesome sport, filled with tradition, but back to the tradition of the LPL. And the new tradition we're starting with the 1v1, yeah.
Absolutely, man. I'm also interested in side win rate in these 1v1s too, even though it probably doesn't mean that much. There's a lot of interesting stats you can always grab, and I'm a sucker for stats, being a fan of the major four sports over in the States, you know.
At the moment, in the mirror matchup, usually it's about stat checking or outstatting, which different stats being picked up. I mean, I find this quite interesting, just going defensive on the Jace. Again, I think you kind of have to.
Yeah, I think
Trying
he's
to
just
survive.
going for hammer into the fire, right? That's the strat that you have to go for. I mean, especially when you've lost first blood, right? Although, I guess we're going to go for it all in here. The barrier has been popped, and the level difference will be the difference in the end here. Level 10 to level 8, and a 2-0 victory for Angel, which does mean his team should be headed toward the blue side.
I mean, it's the level and also the barrier coming in, and turns out the offense better than the defense, and we had the mid laner taking down the top laner. So, good start for mids. Mids up everywhere, Yanni.
Absolutely, mids up anywhere. Top laners, well, you just made a mistake by playing top lane, right? You are
I mean, I feel like they
objectively the
should
worst
have.
laner.
ARAM is like a giant mid lane, you know? So maybe they just weren't prepared for that.
You know what? You are right. You are kind of cooking there. Top laners, listen, they're still getting used to the fact that they get to lane heads up again, right? Still got to get warmed up this season. 2025 has been a weird year for them. God, man. Think about that actually for a second. If you really haven't, think about that at home, because we've all played League of Legends. We all watch a lot of League of Legends. Imagine being a player and you're like, brand new year, ready to go, everybody's 0-0, and then it's like, yeah, you are actually just going to be a non-factor for your team for the first split and a half.
Yeah, it's, you know, sometimes it's just how the cookie crumbles, Yanni. But hey, again, these games, really everyone competing to compete for another split and a half. If you think that playoffs are on the line and then the chance to actually get knocked out for the rest of the year. So half the year, I mean, again, half the year is really on the line
here.
here.
Turn up now. Yeah, they got to turn up. I'm ready to see Zika turn up. Ready to see. I want to see what LNG has. You know, we did talk about how their group was tough also. And with these changes, sometimes you strike lightning in a bottle, you know. And its reference might be lost on a lot of others, but it's not lost on Cubby and I. Cubby, as you know, sometimes somebody in the MLB gets called up and they start raking immediately, right? You start hitting a bunch of home runs, start coming through. That's what we want to see out of this jungler and this AD carry. Maybe not so much LP, but 5T5, I want this man to come in and make an immediate impact.
A lot of the times when that happens in baseball, it's because they lack a scouting report. I don't really have a scouting report on either of these players, especially 5T5. I was going through his match history. It was mostly from 2024, and he was playing like Gwen Karthus jungle. Yeah,
he was playing like 7 games.
Yeah, I believe it was like 9 total. And again, Gwen Karthus jungle. This guy, again, pretty much just came out of nowhere for this team. So we'll see what LNG's been cooking in their LDL team and what 5T5 can cook on the Rift. Again, this team in dire need of help, dire need of really any boost they can find, whether it's on the Rift or on the rosters. So we'll see if this swap ends up being justified for LNG in the end. But as we dive on in, of course, Angel one side select. But hey, pretty much just means blue side here, Yanni. So blue side going to be locked in here for EDG, and let's dive on into it.
Yeah, I already like what EDG is doing, taking away the Yone, because it's a champion that Haichao has played quite a bit. It's a very strong champion and a champion that Angel does not have many reps on. I think that in this matchup, we talk about how Haichao has not been super impressive. I think EDG should be wise to take away some of his best champions and just make it really easy on Angel, right? And just be like, hey, we're going to hand you what we essentially think will be a free lane.
And now let's see if that Nefiri tax is being paid on the third ban. Nefiri, I will say with that Vi ban coming in, we have seen a lot of Vi being picked into the Fury. It's not my favorite matchup in the world, but again, it's what we've seen a lot of. So that said, Nefiri has really dropped off in terms of win rate after the changes on 0.7, and teams I think are kind of figuring out where to put Nefiri in terms of priority at the moment. So curious to see if LNG takes that one away, as they will not take away a Varus instead. And now see how early this Nefiri potentially goes in the draft.
We'll see if it's going to be the Rumble, and it will be. So no surprise there at the very least, recognizing that Rumble is super strong. And already, we're just going to see Haichao throw down the gauntlet, right? We're going to see a Ryze get locked in. They're going to look to pair this with a Nefiri. It's been a really strong duo so far.
Yeah, I do like this one for LNG, and we'll see what 5T5 can do in his debut, getting a carry in the jungle, as expect EDG to round out those solo laners. I don't love the Ahri into the Ryze. I will say maybe they think it could be a Ryze top. Ryze top can be played into Rumble, even though we think this is going to be the pairing into the mid lane just to get that pressure with the Realm Warp being able to go both ways with the Nefiri too. Really good pairing with the Ryze and Nefiri. But Ahri being locked in as well, Yanni. Kind of a little bit of a self-counter pick in lane. I know that the build changed a little bit for Ahri. It's Aroa and Leandries, but historically, Ryze is a champ where you can punish Ahri pre-6 with the help of a jungler, and 5T5 can set up for that.
Yeah, and 5T5 will probably do so, right? Because of Nefiri's penchant to be aggressive in the early game. We have seen Nefiri's rack up a lot of early kills earlier than a lot of junglers. So getting into the second half of bans here, what are we thinking, Cubby? I think that EDG is going to need a little bit more pick potential coming out here to pull together with this Xin Zhao, with this Ahri, and given the fact that we're seeing Kalista taken away, LNG clearly focusing on this bottom half.
Yeah, for me, I think I'm kind of curious to see what they go for. I think that you do have some options. It's just tough because I see Ahri, Xin, Rumble, and I'm thinking like, hey, Kai'Sa could be, or Ezreal could be kind of nice here. Mm-hmm. These bans, that Kai'Sa ban, I'm wondering if we see Ezreal taken away from LP, just to be able to get out of the potential wombo that can be thrown down against you. Might be nice to have that mobility, and with the Ryze too, those empowered rune prisons. I will say we're lacking a little bit of crowd control for LNG. So Ezreal would really lack in that department, but again, would feel really nice in what's showing for EDG. So do you think that we have choices? Because if you pick Ashe, you're really vulnerable to Xin, Ahri, Rumble, but it might fit the comp better. So just wondering what LNG go for here.
Yeah, I do think that if you end up going with this Ashe, that would just be positive for LNG if EDG decides, hey, we're going to go after LP. Like, everybody else on LNG is like, yeah, man, please target our AD carry. First game on the team, guess what? Big target on your back, buddy. Good luck on the back line.
Let's see if it's that or the Ezreal could be a potential misfortune. This is a bit of a deny pick, as we've seen MF paired up a lot with Rumble Xin. But again, I think the lacking of damage doesn't matter as much when you're lacking a tank as EDG. They have that Rumble Xin. But yeah, I think that this Jhin for me would make a lot of sense. Just bring that utility, bring that crowd control to help really keep people in place and open up Xin Rumble to do a lot more work in these fights.
Let's see what they want to pair it with, because I'm pretty sure this will be locked in. Rel would be a good takeaway. Rel typically paired up with a Misfortune and would give LNG that hard engage they sorely need outside of what we're looking at Ambessa ultimate, and we're looking at Nefiri using her ultimate as well. So this would be a really nice takeaway. Maybe they'll end up going with something that fits their comp a little bit more. Really dependent on how you feel, right? Would you rather take it away, or would you rather go with something that's better for you?
Could be Nautilus, so yeah, likely Rel. Do you have that Misfortune power play now? If Rel burns Flash, have that set up with the empowered bullet time. So EDG still, I like the idea they have where it's what's trying to outrange what LNG has. If MF isn't casting ultimate or Ryze isn't ulting, the range that they have in those champions, pretty low. Potential to really outplay that with Xin, Ahri, Rumble, Jhin. Just control space and make sure you can utilize the range advantage that you have. Whenever that's the case, onus is going to be on LNG to have those clean engages. So the Realm Warps from Haichao, the public executions from Zika, and also the power play on the Rel when you burn that Flash, burn that ultimate with the crash down and bullet time on top. Those are going to be your real opportunities to close the gap and make sure that those engages are sound. So we'll see if they can execute that against EDG.
And I think EDG definitely have a timer here, right? They need to go hard, go fast early, right? Make sure that this Ambessa can't farm up. Make sure that this Ryze is unable to farm up, because you have these great pick tools. You've got this good early fighter in Jin Zhao, right? So, I want to see this Ahri, this Nautilus move around and make these plays and shut at least one member down on the side of LNG. And if you can do that, I think you'll be in good shape.
Definitely have the potential to do that. The one thing, though, Rumble, for me, late game can be really, really strong, especially in a game where you do have pretty immobile carries like Ryze and Misfortune, who, again, Realm Warps and, Strut's a thing, but still, that red carpet going to be slowing people down, and the curtain call is going to be slowing people down. I do like the draft that EDG has. I think that, in theory, outranging Ryze and Misfortune and just outranging this comp is a good way to beat it. So we'll see if they can absorb the engages from LNG and play this one out cleanly.
Yeah, it's good thematic fit for themselves, right?
Yeah.
This will be really worrisome for 5T5, right? Because this is a champion that we've mentioned, this Nefiri, that wants to get aggressive early, that has done well to get a lot of early kills. My God, that skybox is beautiful. That is so cool. But a champion that, again, we expect to see making early moves, and if you misstep, right? Like, I know the dogs can kind of block for you sometimes, but there's a lot of opportunities for you to just get picked off and die.
Well, diving on in, we're going to see what ends up happening. It looks like we have EDG favored a little bit early on with the drafts, whereas LNG favored later on with the LPL bot we have. I always find that one interesting, just how I don't know exactly how they calculate the percentages, but do feel like they have an okay grasp on the scaling. So, agreeing with you, Yanni, early on, potential for EDG to make a lot of plays.
LNG, what we really need to see is Haichao, right? We've seen Ryzes make some really creative Realm Warps early. A champion that everybody, I think, still has the idea that, oh, we're a late game scaling champion, right? That's all you're going to do. Is we are seeing Ignites getting burned here. All right. No further trading, but Wink taking the brunt of that damage.
A nice trade coming out here from LNG as the sustain advantage. It is a fleet on, so we'll be able to out-sustain MF through this early lane, but still, early trades going in LNG's favor, and both junglers making their way towards the bot lane, so each team kind of making things a little bit volatile. See if we get any action as the junglers make their way down.
Shuo hitting level 2 first, forcing his flash and Wink's flash as well. So I like the early aggressiveness coming out of this LNG bot lane, right? This is especially against the buddy duo of On and Wink. If you want to really get your game kick-started and get your group Nirvana kick-started, this is what you have to do. Play with reckless abandon sometimes.
Yeah, nice react flash from Wink on the back half of that one. It can sometimes be hard to react to, but just knowing that it was a 2-to-1 advantage and that play was definitely available for Zhuo, gets himself out of there and likely saves his life as looking at the top side, looks like we got the brand new jungler for LNG on this brand new Nefiri jungle pick, making their way into the jungle and actually just going to straight up take away the Raptors from Xin Zhao. Zhao Hao did not scout this one. That's going to be a freebie for the Nefiri.
They disrespected this man, and he's going to make them know. He's going to put the league on notice. He's already stealing camps 3 minutes into his debut. That's always a nice thing to hang your hat on, and we'll see if he's able to use whatever small leads he can get. So Zhuo is going to have to hop out of there. He gets ignited too.
And force him out. Xiaohao gets the bad news. We'll be in time, though, for this crab, which 5-5 probably has to drop. So, yeah.
Sag. You lose out on the crab, but it's okay.
Might be a double crab, frankly.
Yeah.
As Rumble top can be tough.
LP getting taken low. Xiaohao here, ready to make this dive happen. 5T5 does has a very full health bar. He'll get engaged on first. Hops under the turret here. Just going to try and, force him to stay here, keep the dog on the leash, and go steal away camps. Turnabout is fair play. Oh, no.
He's got some help, too. It's not been spotted yet. Just going to be a spied away. So no double crab scenario, but we Xiaohao able to get a camp for himself on the back half as he evens up the jungle trade. And EDG going to take their resets. We'll say bot lane's going towards bot, so no one making a fast play for the Grubs early on. And curious, I know that you were talking a lot early, Yanni, about how EDG likely favored the Grubs a little bit more in their group stage games, would give up a couple of those early dragons. Curious with the bot lane going bot for this one, if they are planning on switching things up at all, maybe prioritizing that first dragon. They do have a little bit of edge in the bot lane after the early lane phase here.
It'll be dangerous for them to do that, right? Because they could do that, and if they want to go and rush it right away, obviously could sacrifice a lot of their tempo to try and go up to those Grubs afterward. But do you really want to give over Grubs to Ryze and to Mbessa? Ryze, as we know, very strong side laner. Mbessa, a complete menace with them. That's a dangerous game to play, Cubby.
Yeah, I think overall Grubs used better by LNG, so if EDG were to try and take this Drake, could be nice. Xin Zhao making his way towards the bot side again. As Nefiri did have a little bit of a later base, went for the super clear. Xin going to have to base before he does make his way down here, but his top side camp's been cleared out. So, yeah, I do think we're going to get our side set on the Dragon here for both teams.
Yeah, 5T5 has already been pinging on the bottom side. Pink ward placed down in the river, so he will be spotted out. Zhuo taken to about half, but is ready to go in. Recognizes there's no flash on Wink. He will get stunned, and they're going to go for the full engage. See if they're able to chew through Zhuo. That's not going to happen.
Oh?
Or will it, actually? He does go
trade.
down before they can get Wink. It will end up being a trade, but the question is on the backside here, how much damage can On actually do? Can he allow Xiaohao to get an advantage down here to go get this dragon? The root is out.
I mean, that's well worth it. That's a kill onto On. And now we have Nefiri being found. Okay.
It's taking a lot of damage. Xiaohao does quite a bit early, just has the tunneler in the inventory, but it seems to outdamage this Nefiri, provided the Nefiri is not actually on top of you, right? But 5T5 getting this kill does mean that the snowball could be ready to go.
I'm still just curious. I mean, we're 6:30 in, and no one's posturing for the Dragon or the Grubs, so interested to see which objective ends up being looked at first by either of our teams here. Really feel like you do have to have Jhin base on this wave, so I think this is the opportunity where you can rotate him up top and then look for the prio Grubs.
Yeah, we see Zhuo hanging out in the mid lane, looking to unlock Hai Chao just a little bit, but they haven't really been able to do anything off of it, right? Wink is moving up, spotted on a ward. And Jhin with the back on coming up to the top side means that EDG are going to look to take these Grubs away. Doesn't look like LNG has too much interest in securing those. They did have some pings on the Dragon, but nothing more.
And I feel we can make their way back down after those topside camps taken, but we'll see if any of these Grubs contested. Xin did hit 6 along with the Nefiri, just dinged it off the red buff with that secured. Both teams going to posture, but yeah, 5-5 going to drop.
Yeah, and this is really curious, Gubby. I mean, I guess that LNG is a little concerned about getting their solo laners behind. You know, Rumble does have a lot of power at level 6, can always show up to a fight. Obviously, he doesn't have teleport available, so he can't show up to a dragon fight, but you know, if you die in a fight, then maybe you're just kind of cooked at that point. So I guess I can respect the amount of care they're putting into this first game.
I mean, is it care or just refusal to make plays, Yanni?
Yeah,
I think,
you know, I'm trying to be nice. I'm trying to be nice.
I know. I think that's where I'm at right
scared.
now.
They seemed a little too scared right now. A little too timid.
They're dropping Dragon, too. Like, they don't have Edge bot lane.
They're not dropping Dragon.
Okay.
Right, they're going to go on to Wink.
like
Wink going to
this.
land the hook, and Xiao Hao is right there. The unvulnerability, untargetability for 5T5, but he's going to flash over the wall, but Angel's in hot pursuit. The dogs, though, are protecting him, and here's the bullet time, but he gets blocked out. LP flashes in, looking to get more damage. They find Xiao Hao, and now it's a 4v3. On's got to run away, but can Zhuo catch up? Here comes the Realm Warp. Good use of it, and Zhuo shows up, and he splits the difference between the support and the AD carry, and that means that Wink is caught, and he falls, and the Dragon should go to LNG.
Ended up being nice in the back half thanks to a beautiful bullet time from LP, getting the majority of the targets against EDG, and also Angel threw everything to try and chase this Naafiri, but couldn't connect on the charm. One of the puppers ate it up, and that made a big difference in the end with Naafiri able to escape. So much was used to try and close the gap against that Naafiri.
Take a look at this replay. It's, you know, looking good early, right? Already you've taken 5T5 to half HP. He's forced to flash, forced to use his protection. But again, the dogs. Everybody loves dogs, but Angel loved the dog a little bit too much there.
Yeah, and that flash from Wink, too. It took him out of the rest of the fight. So, yes, it got him around bullet time. He was looking for the cancel, but a nice flash forward from LP as well to escape that danger, and they were able to pull off the fight. Yeah, I mean, again, pretty pleasantly surprised there from LNG, able to turn that one around. Curious if they did pick up the Dragon as we head out of the replay. Looks like they did not secure the objective, so they opted in for the resets, and that first Dragon still standing.
And you know what? I'm actually okay with that. You know, you get your Rise to go back, get that Rod of Ages, get your tier. This is okay. If you want to give up that early Dragon because you took such a good fight there, I think that's okay. The only problem is you didn't really get a gold lead off of it, but it's still early. You're not really too worried about that. Now you're set up for it once again, so they could take this Dragon if they want, but now it's made a weird timer with the Grubs.
Looks like in the replay, Ambessa was forced out of the top side, so a bit of a lead for ZDZ on this Prio Rumble. And as we get back into the potential Dragon Pit, LNG, they're set up. This Naafiri strong.
On's caught here. He does have all summoners, but here comes the Hound's Pursuit. He's taking a half, and he's got to flash away.
Curtain Call still available. On should be able to participate in any fight, but a good flash summoner spell burned pretty much for free by LNG, so we have seen some good stuff so far from 5-5, and I gotta say that the combo with the Rise Naafiri, it's been a big one with Naafiri really cropping up on the last patch. It's been some good attempts so far from LNG to actually use this duo to snowball. I know that you wanted to see Haichao with someone that could escape lane, make some plays early, and so far you've gotten that wish, Yanni, and it's looked pretty good for LNG.
Yeah, maybe, just maybe. I know it's early. We're only 11 minutes into Group Nirvana here. But maybe, just maybe, LNG has found the sauce to play a little bit different, right? They look a little bit different in this early game. And, you know, EDG, I'm really disappointed by Xiao Hao and really Angel, right? Outside of that Dragon play where Angel tried to make a big play, I haven't seen him move at all.
Someone stuck in this lane again. I like the Rise into the Ahri. I was a little bit surprised to see Ahri taken into Rise, just given that historically, we didn't see any plays made pre-6 on Ahri, but with Rise, you definitely have the availability. You can do so, right? And also, you get tanky enough where Ahri can't really combo you. And if you're able to get, you know, those machine gun spells off later on, can be quite deadly. So I do like the pick from Haichao. Thought it was a interesting selection from Angel going with the Ahri this game. Just into that Rise matchup again, not one that I'm a fan of particularly. We'll see if that can continue to be good for LNG here moving forward as Grubs. Fourth Grub secured, but LNG want to get in here and at least try and take one.
The top laners are ready to make their impact. ZDZ near that danger zone, and here comes Wink over the wall. Angel from behind, good hook lands. There's the equalizer. It splits the gap. Double knock there as 5T5 is burning to death and goes down. They get a quick pick, and they will secure 5 Grubs as LNG managed to snag 1, but overall good for EDG.
Yeah, of course, that untargetable from Naafiri was used to try and get out of the depth charge, but When he came out of that, depth chart still found him as it was chasing its way into the back line. I think that was the difference maker in making sure that EDG got a kill. And now looking for more, of course, big grub advantage. They're going to overload on this top side, try and melt down this turret. Love this play from EDG.
Yeah, really fantastic stuff. And for LNG, they should have known. They should have known the powerful rumble. Maybe you want to stay away. They don't get anything else, and now they're just sort of playing catch-up, right? But so many plates have gone. Zhuo is going all in here with a good engage. Angel's got to use his ultimate to try to get out. ZDZ is overheated. But it looks like he should be able to walk this one out. So nothing doing for LNG there. EDG still making good plays.
Yeah, all the tools burned into the Ahri, who had ult and flash up. So probably not the best target there for LNG. And that flash on Rel, again, talked about that potential power play with the combo coming in. That was used there by Zhuo for nothing. So a big point of power now missing for whenever the teams want to potentially look at the next fighter. Actually sniff out one of these dragons. We had all 6 grubs taken before a single dragon was.
Yeah, and maybe Zhuo was just showing them, I can do that. I can make this flash play, right? Just putting EDG on notice perhaps, but we're gonna need to see LNG make some more plays with purpose, right? It just felt like they were like, hey, they're all grouped up for grubs. Maybe we should go fight them. Well, maybe you shouldn't, right? Zika still needs a little bit more time to try to get in the game. And, this guy's essentially the LNG elder statesman at this point, the franchise player, I would think, as Alk would put it. And, with Wei gone, he's going to be the guy that they're going to look to for a lot of guidance, having, gone to Worlds and been a pretty good player. And in this game, he hasn't made a misstep, right? He's been in a tough matchup, but we've yet to see his impact.
Of course, then Best will scale nicely into the game, so we will see if Zika can continue to be a solid player on a struggling team, really, which is tough to do as a top laner as well. So, still feel like he's got some game in him. LNG trying to make sure that they find the game, though, as a team.
What's going on? What am I looking at?
I know, Dragon's actually being hit. It's shocking.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's so weird that this dragon spawned at 14:30 this game. I think we should look into that,
It's a crazy new patch,
Yeah. It's certainly not the party Drake, that's for sure.
Yeah, where's my Pengu Garen on the Rift?
Yeah.
I came here to cast eye candy.
I have not seen one party favor on this map so far.
Yeah, as someone that hides eye candy when I play League of Legends, I've been playing a little bit more ranked of late. I wonder why.
Maybe I should hide eye candy. You might be onto something. But I've got too many nice skins to hide eye candy.
That's true.
LNG looking to take down this turret. They've already lost the first turret war, but they managed to get some good gold onto their jungler and mid laner, which is very relevant.
Again, Haichao's the one that really has the lead, and eyes have to be on him. I said that it's a player that I was a little bit surprised to see with changes being made to LNG. Haichao wasn't the one that was, swapped out. We have seen games where he has picked up early leads. It's just been a couple fights later on where it's a mispositioning or not being grouped as a whole, where LNG have struggled and Haichao has struggled himself. But man, 2-0, about to get that Roa fully stacked and also a Seraph's to boot in the back. That's where Rise starts to get really strong. Level 11 to a nice break point for him. So real potential to see a Haichao actually put up a big game.
Yeah, and we talked about how EDG kind of has this timer, right, to set members of LNG behind. And, you've got a 21 CS lead up in the top lane. Neferi is down a couple of camps, but has some assist gold. But this Rise is up right now. And EDG has kind of failed at doing that. And now we're starting to hit the point in games where we see really good teams take advantage of the fact that they were not punished. We'll see if LNG is able to do the same as they secure. EDG secured the Rift Herald, but we'll see if LNG can punish the fact that they were unpunished.
I like the fact, too, one of the real positives for LNG this game, Haichao, not only a good matchup into the Ahri, but also historically an old risky counter to the Rumble pick in the top lane. And the side lane later on, with Phase Rush, you can get out of the Harpoons, out of the Equalizer. Rise, very favorable going up against that Rumble as time goes on. So again, see if Haichao can really step up this game. I think he's set up to do so.
Yeah, and you specifically have talked about that Haichao has had games where he's had a lead and hasn't really done anything with them.
It's been uninspiring, Yanni.
Yes.
We're going to leave it with that.
Yes. Well, you can have some opportunities with some realm warps. We already saw one good one. Perhaps we're going to see LNG bite back a little bit as this turret is under siege. Multiple members are in the area. Angel's just farming the mid lane while Zika farms the top side. Angel gonna look to come through. Does land the charm on the actual dog. So he can do it.
And that chunk's enough for EDG to knock down another outer. Again, 5-1 with the grubs. You do have Zika taking that turret on the top side, but of course he's going to be much slower, down numbers and down grubs. So EDG can actually continue the push and use the Rift Herald here instead of a potential, syncing it up with a Dragon Spawn or trying to crack mid. They want the inner. They want it now.
Yeah. Get your gold. Give it over to some key members. We see Mbessa taking it on the top side here. EDG corralled into the jungle. They did not end up taking that turret, so
yeah,
a little disappointing there, Cubby. Really would have preferred they held it if you're not going to commit for it.
Again, if you're using that Rift Herald just to get a chip damage,
that's
it's not
a group
converting
Nirvana
into,
Rift Herald right there.
Yeah, it's not converting into anything substantial. I thought they were going to really commit for it, but I guess 5T5 onto the Fury, having that potential angle, that was enough to scare them off. That and any potential TP that could have came in from Zika on this Mbessa.
And now you take a look at the gold lead, right? It's not even 1,000 yet. And EDG has these 5 grubs. They were able to do some good work and get the turret down on the bottom side. But at this point of the game, you really are expecting more out of them. And they have all this pick potential. And they just haven't really indexed into it. Like, Wink sees LP there. It's like, fire an ultimate on him while On's here, right? Like, try something. Yeah, I know objectives are coming up, but still, like, it's so bland out of EDG right now.
Yeah, a bit, but it's not like they're losing anything on the map quite yet. So
they're going to be soon if they keep this up. They're just not doing anything.
But potentially true. I still think that the Rumble value in the fights is going to be significant in this game. As Wink a little bit far up, decent chunk.
Yeah, he'll be ousted out of the bottom side as this next dragon is up in about 10 seconds. Not sure we have to worry too much about dragon stacking, but realistically, if it gets late enough to the game where that becomes relevant, I think we're pretty happy with where LNG is at, and really looking for ZDZ to be the savior of EDG. So haven't quite gotten there yet. We'll see what EDG wants to do, as Otacon is also on the map right now, as they have control of this river for right now, but losing the mid wave.
Connecting through mid here, as we'll see if LNG is actually going to play through bot. Of course, Zika did just clear out that wave. And importantly, Otacon also spawned on the bot side of the map, so both monster objectives up on the map on this bot side river. As ZDC going to throw out a harpoon, and they're going to start it. No response to this bot lane. Angel is the one really holding the potential Mbessa flank off. As this formation from EDG... Right, yeah, look out for Zhuo. He has that flash power play, so potential for him to do some.
All right, let's see what... wait, immediate pick onto Zhuo. Here comes the bullet time, but it's not going to do a whole lot. Wink is down to half HP, but the engage is onto LP, as LNG are just so disconnected right now, and the Rumble burns Misfortune alive, and EDG makes it look easy, and now they're going to look to open up the curtain call. Zika going to be in a little bit of trouble, but is able to sidestep, and Haichao gets his teammates out of there.
That was a bit disappointing from LNG.
Oh my god, dude. Like, come on.
Yeah, good engage from Wink. Again, LNG, they don't pull the trigger. Wink is the first one to make the play, and that power play we're talking about by Zhuo, right? You have the flash up, have that magnet storm. There's real potential to find a big engage, and EDG's kind of grouped here. Haichao wouldn't have been in a position. LP is not in a position. Of course, Zika's still rotating around on this Mbessa, so Zhuo getting caught out like that, unwarranted, and leads to a really poor fight where, again, as you highlighted, Yanni, everyone just so disconnected. Like, Haichao is in mid. Zika was the one looking for the angle. Zhuo getting caught like that before those two were set up really spelled the doom before the fight could even have any potential of getting off to the races there for LNG.
Yeah, and LP cannot be there as a Misfortune, right? Your bullet time did nothing. Then you stepped up and got picked off. Like, you have enough movement speed to be able to rotate around, to be next to Zhuo, to be next to 5T5. It was very disappointing.
I can kind of see a world where he's there if the solo laners were actually trying to pinch and collapse.
Yes,
but again,
I can agree with that.
Like just the timing of that was poor across the board.
All right, now LNG is saying we are going to make a move.
Okay.
Zhuo is here. Multiple members knocked away. Angel's joining the fight. Teleport coming in. ZDZ on the backline getting engaged on. Zhuo is going to die. Flashes over the wall to survive. Does High Chow. ZDZ down to half
Equalizer.
HP, but the equalizer's going to go down. And LP is caught, and he is free LP for EDG, plus 25.
Yeah, now Otacon really on the table for EDG. I got to say, High Chow, his TP instantly had the flash over the wall, and it was a complete non-factor in that fight. Whereas that engaged, the attempt from LNG, in the end, feels like it's kind of unwarranted, Yanni, as Zhao Hao, his ult, split the fight, enabled him to actually E backwards towards his team, and LNG, that fight looked like they had no business taking it, as now pushing them off mid. Angel.
Yeah, are they going to lose something for this, potentially? Doesn't look like it, so you will get the turret at the very least. Obviously, you're losing the Otacon, but wondering if they were going to drop any more deaths, as we are going to get the Otacon revives in this game. You know what? It's a nice little treat.
It's been quieter. It's been quieter. It's a little bit harder to guess now, as damage dealt in the game is a bit of a factor. But yeah, taking a look. Look at this ult from Zhao Hao. It actually pushes back Zhuo, and then he gets stuck. And then this TP in from High Chow. He has to flash over the wall immediately and just gets nothing done in the fight. I mean, he's heading for the hills the entire time. So just, again, he's the one that really has to be in the front lines. He's the fed one, has the evolved Seraphs, the empowered Roa, right, at 10 stacks. That's pretty strong breakpoint for High Chow in the Rise, with him not able to do anything in the fight. It also helped really make sure that EDG were able to wipe the floor with LNG in that one.
And Cubby, what you have said may be coming to pass. High Chow will not have too many more opportunities to actually make something happen in these fights. Zika's scoreline is blank right now outside of CS, as we're seeing some fighting in the mid lane. On, essentially caught out here. It's just going to be the withdrawals, but they still give good gold.
At 200 gold now, and I'm not exactly sure how On was there, but that looked like some pretty unwarranted positioning, Yanni. So good freebie picked up here by LNG, and nice win for them too, with Zika getting this wave all the way in the bot lane, and Bessa going to continue to get those levels, get those items and scale.
Yep. You buy yourself a little bit of time, and LNG knows that that's all they have to do at this point, right? Just get those solo laners. Your dog, your Neferi is going to be a threat no matter what. And then if LP is able to put in some damage as the game goes on, you'll be happy with what he can do.
Lower right replay, you had On retreating to his team that was rotating up from River, but he got cut off from the Raptor pit. I feel like that walk from him, unwarranted, has to go the safe way.
Second time.
No matter what. Yeah.
Second time that's happened to him this game.
Yeah. So bit of an oopsie there from EDG. Going to slow the game down a bit as those withdrawals coming to an end. Only 30 more seconds available, and then that Otacon pretty much null and void.
Yeah, and we've really seen a lot of teams use this Otacon to, sure, they'll throw away a couple of their lives, but to get some sort of objective, right? You know, if you get a turret for 2, it's actually pretty worth it because of the map control, right? And you don't get that opportunity with that mid lane turret. That's still standing. That bottom tier 2 that you invested the Rift Herald into is still standing gold that your team is not able to claim right now. And it just feels like that EDG has not used the gifts that they've been given in this game very well at all.
Again, frankly, this is a group Nirvana game, and I do have to emphasize yet again that the stakes are high for these players. I mean, this is a really scary group to be in, right? A single round-robin best-of-3 where you have the chance to go to playoffs, or the chance for you to not play until 2026 as a team. So maybe that's why we see a couple things being slower, a couple missed opportunities that are just the group itself. Of course, lower quality play, but the stakes could not be higher. And we'll see if anyone can really step up with the pressure on.
Yeah, that is certainly something to think about, right? It's a little bit more than, you know, being one ranked loss away from demoting, right? This is a little bit more severe.
Bring back series, you know?
Yeah, exactly. A little bit more severe. So the Dragon has been started and will easily be claimed by EDG. Again, don't think it's going to be that much of a factor, although 5v5 is immediately ripping the Baron on Vision right now. LNG has control of the topside river.
Wink.
See if EDG can wrestle their way in. Wink going to get caught here. Trying to get out, down to half HP. They're going to turn it around and get good damage on 5v5. Curtain call coming out. First shot doesn't land. The bullet time just to try to dissuade something, but Angel will chase the dog down, and Zhao Hao cleans it up. And now High Chow's going to be the next target. He's rooted, he's charmed, and he is dead. They find him too, as this Ahri has made some plays. Now LNG in the mid lane looking to find something onto ZDZ here. Zika chasing him down, but you mentioned this in the draft. They don't have a whole lot of CC, and no CC for the Rumble here. The Baron being done by EDG. It's slow, but it looks like it's uncontested.
I mean, not a lot of CC and also not a lot of range. We saw the range tools from EDG take over that fight. 5T5 was forced on the wrong side of the rift as he gets isolated, picked off, and not one with the pack there with his team. That's going to be a pretty easy Baron going over to EDG, and the sadly uninspiring performances for LNG kind of continue here, Yanni, as Wink, nice job of buying some space, buying some time. I liked how he buffered his dredge line there. And then, again, Angel burning all 3 stacks to just close the gap on the Fury. I do love this coming in from EDG. I know we saw a couple missed skill shots there, but just the focus to take down the Smite and then the combo of the Deadly Flourish. MF and Ambessa are stuck mid. I mean, just a complete non-factor in this fight is the mid-jungle duo, the Refresh one. 5T5 and Haichao both called out, isolated, taken down, and now Baron up for EDG. A lot of turrets standing. Got to believe they're going to take a lot of gold with this one.
It was really unfortunate for 5T5. You saw he channeled the Hound's Pursuit just as Wink was able to get his Q off and connect with the wall, and that put him in that rough position. And, you know, a credit to Haichao for trying to bail him out. It's the most we've seen out of Haichao since getting those first 2 kills. I hate to say it, but, you know, at least you're trying to do something here, as the rest of LNG has struggled. The bottom tier 2 will finally fall. It looks like EDG is ready to start knocking down these mid turrets.
Ryze might Realm Warp bot here, as ZDZ still has ult and Equalizer. Might be a tough target. Him and Ambessa were setting up. As Angel pops an opportunistic ultimate. That one's going to go to the wayside, but hey, level 16, pretty low cooldown.
The second one.
Yeah, he's going to try.
Or you could land an Equalizer.
Okay.
You could say, to hell with this CC. Let's go with pure damage. And he goes golden to the turret too. Zhao going to tank it up to make sure he's able to get out. The first mid turret will fall as EDG are going to look for more after 2 members have fallen. A 5v3.
Great play there from ZDZ, using that
Flash
Zhonya's
charm.
play well as Angel.
He caught Haichao. All the shields in the world can't save you as the onslaught of EDG continues. 5T5 has been put to heal and has to go back to the kennel as the mid inhibitor will fall. The question is, does EDG want to go for more? Zhuo is up, but LP is down for 15 more seconds. 5v3, and the siege continues. They have the grubs, they have good damage, and they are scary. The first turret will fall, the charm goes to the wayside, but LNG just has to buy time. LP is up in 4 seconds, and EDG realizes this, and they will look to walk away.
Zhuo does have flash if they want to go for anything crazy, but that's just going to be it. And EDG just ruined the mid lane against LNG. And, man, just the picks, these dredge lines, these charms coming out, with Zhuo being off the table early on, it really feels like no one else can catch these without being punished. And that utility bot lane really creating a lot of space and a lot of time for ZDZ to just melt people in this front line, as this Rumble's been big.
Yeah, it is a well-crafted team comp by EDG. We talked about how these last 2 picks really put a bow on what they wanted to do. You could have went in either direction, and they indexed heavier into pick, and guess what? It was a little slow early, but then you really saw it come to fruition in these couple of fights, right? When Zhuo got picked off near the Dragon, when 5T5 got picked off to kick off the Baron play for EDG.
And I mean, the one saving grace here for LNG in the back half is that no team really took Dragon early on. So usually at this point, you know, you'd be threatening Soul. Just Soul point available for EDG, and with the Cloud Rift spawning, obviously not one you want to give over for free. Angel's got to be careful here. I'm surprised Haichao just didn't, like, flash in, I guess you are trading an ult, but yeah, again, you got to try some at this point. I think Ahri would have escaped for free, but maybe it's a no ult situation for Dragon then. You can go contest that. Said LNG just going to put 4 top and give away this Dragon, and we'll see what happens. They might not even be able to push this in because Ahri has so much wave clear. Yeah, just it's going to be a nice walk in the wilderness. That's about it.
Is that walk in the wilderness nice? Because they look lost right now. Somebody call the park rangers, because these guys have no idea where they are right now. They are being chased down by the Slender Man in their minds because they are so petrified of trying to fight Angel 4v1.
Yanni, the roster swaps don't look too inspiring.
No.
No.
Listen, actually, 5T5, he listen, his early game, you know, first game, not too bad. I'm willing to give this guy at least some credit, right?
We didn't do much.
He did not, but he did something, right? Tough situation for him to come into, but showed something at least. LP has not really shown me anything.
LNG still looks like
The same
an
old team.
an absolute empty carcass, sadly.
They look
as-
like Zika this game.
They're-
He just
they're
has a
on the
cardio
Rift.
game. This
Yeah,
is a
they're on the
cardio game.
Rift. Soul's not there, man. The
No.
the heart and soul is not there in this LNG team, which is really sad, given what this team's been able to accomplish in a few past years. But no scout, that bot side, of course, going elsewhere, and really feeling the brunt of the pain for LNG as a team fighting for their life now in Group Nirvana. Not what you would have expected if you told someone that a year ago this time, Yanni.
Not at all, Cubby. And going back to your soulless point of LNG, you know, you have esports friends, and you know that sometimes esports friends will sleep into the late afternoon. You ever knock on their door when they just woke up and they're like kind of not all there yet? That's LNG today when they've taken the Rift in this first game. The lights are
dude.
on, somebody is home, but they're like not like all there yet. Maybe they will wake up. They're making a teleport play, looking to cut somebody off.
I like this angle.
Yeah,
The
do
Jin
something.
Trap. Is the Jin Trap going to find it? Yeah.
It is.
Okay, they spotted Zika.
Well, they know the jig is up, but you have to fight anyway. Let's see if Zika is able to make an impact in this game. 34 minutes in. LNG going to take control of this mid wave here, but Angel cutting off the wave on the backside, so it's all equal, right? And EDG did mention that their damage a little bit low on this Baron, so if not all members are committed to it, it will take some time. Easy off to the side, and Zika in a 1v1, but oh my god! Zika just gets chunked out.
I really like what EDG and in that situation ZDZ were doing, just trying to mark this Ambessa. The last fight, it was the Ahri that was marking it. Now,
Oh wait, he got
Ambessa's
caught.
just dead. Okay.
They found him. Yeah, they
Well-
found him. They take him out, and yeah, this is going to be the game. I think is Angel on the backside able to slide out. Zhuo goes down, but he did bring the dog over to On, and On takes a bullet time to the face, but he's all right for now because 5v5 is like, I've got nobody to help. I know the walls are closing
And
in.
Haichao's mid.
LP is just stuck in Haichao is mid.
Haichao's given up, sadly. He kind of wants to go next here from the looks
Haichao
of
has
things.
played this game under protest.
Yep.
He went mid. He will get this turret.
Okay. That's some gold, but everyone's dead. I don't know what kind of Nexus defense we're going to be able to mount here as LNG. Is level 18 Haichao going to do his best to clear these waves and keep his team alive?
You know, Cubby, this might be a clutch or kick scenario. Who knows?
You got a death cap.
We don't actually know, Cubby. This could be a League of Legends version of clutch or kick.
Oh,
Zhuo
boy.
is
I
going
don't
to be
like
here.
his chances.
It's a 5v2.
Turret's
The
respawning.
turret is, no, it already has respawned. We just cannot see the health on it. It'll go down eventually, I'm sure. Although Haichao is starting to put out some pretty good damage here. Zika is going into the backline, but the Nexus has been exposed. There's a lot of low health bars, but Angel is getting a free hit. All of a sudden, it's a 2v2. Hang on a minute. Maybe, just
Grubs?
maybe, LNG can save the game. Oh, no.
How's that clutch or kick scenario work out if the minions end, Yanni? And not
Did they
another
clutch?
person if you're standing.
Did he
the minions
clutch?
were clutch. Yeah. No, he
No,
did not, sadly.
this is the
Nexus
equivalent of
boomed.
this is the equivalent of going to defuse the bomb and stepping in the Molotov, right? And unfortunately,
Ooh.
while you may have gone and won the round, quote unquote, you weren't paying attention to Summit 1G in his stream when he went and stepped in the Molotov, and then all of a sudden you died and you lost the game anyway. LNG, they saved the excitement for the end of the game, and I am still whelmed.
Yeah, looks like we have Wink getting Pog votes. I gotta say, it was a decent game for Wink on the Nautilus. Felt like he was on the front lines of a lot of positive engages coming in. But, I mean, again, for LNG, like this roster swap, you're looking to see if they could get any spark, anything that's been missing for a team that is 1-16, now 1-17 on the Rift this year, and we just don't see it. And for me, the same struggles of Haichao really continue where, yes, like, he actually did get a bit of a lead, but what did he do with it? It was really... Like,
He
his
took a
impact was-
mid-inhibitor turret with it.
his impact was just not felt in that game for me. And there are a couple fights where, like, TPs coming in, like, that fight where he TPs in, has to flash out immediately and does nothing, like, that was the last fight of the game where it really felt like it was close. And to have a player just not have an impact like that when they are the ones that are fed, it's really concerning. So, concerns kind of continue here for LNG, and we'll see if anything changes here. You can see EDG were pretty fired up after the minions ended the Nexus there. Definitely wanted that win, and a big one, as every win matters here in Group Nirvana.
Yeah, and they have to be pretty lucky to get that win because against a better team, they would have been punished for their lack of gumption in the early game and their lack of any ability to actually get a lead from what they were given, as we mentioned earlier. So, lucky them, right, in that game. I was going to say I can't imagine that LNG would allow that to happen again in Game 2, but honestly, I can. I honestly can. It's really sad that after looking at that game, I don't really have any good things to say. Like, I'm going to just be straight up here. Cubby, can you find anything?
LP had a nice MF ult in the one fight they won, and I like how he played that into the flash over the wall, and that.
Yeah,
and that's about it.
There was good realm warp there too by Hai Chao as well.
Yeah. That was the good
tough.
play before
It's
the
so
bad.
tough.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
so tough, and I think we talked about how Hai Chao may be the player that LNG was going to look at, and then did not end up being the player that they were going to look at to, make a change. I don't know if this game changes the perception for LNG, right? Because it's a weird thing to play like roster carousel, right? Because at this point, making any other changes afterward, you're just playing roster carousel, right? You and I have seen that in Tier 3, in Tier 2, and no, it does not work, right? We know that this typically does not work.
I mean, LNG, they don't have a backup mid on their roster, so I don't know if they're able to make any changes. Again, I was surprised that jungle and AD were changed when, for me, Hai Chao is the one where that's probably the change you would have made if I'm really looking to switch anything up on LNG. But we're not privy to the rumors of what's going on over in the LPL or China. Not too much. There's a lot more that happens over on Weibo than Twitter when it comes to that league. We got to rely on our trusted sources that we have that support the LPL English
Who knows?
too,
Maybe he's a scrim god.
It's tough.
Right? Maybe we just don't actually know. Because
my theory he makes a great sandwich, and the sandwich cannot practice can't function if Hai Chao doesn't make his sandwich for the team, because it's just too good off the Rift. He's too good for the vibes.
He might not get assists on the Rift, but he certainly gets assists off the Rift, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. The Hai Chao sandwich. What would you put in a Hai Chao sandwich?
I don't know. You gotta ask him. It's fantastic. You can't beat whatever Hai Chao's doing. The Hai Chao sandwich.
Maybe like a banana pepper in there.
I'd say.
I don't even know what kind of meat we're starting with.
I mean, the sandwich definitely doesn't include flash because that's missing.
No.
But
all right.
Yeah.
Taking a look quickly at the damage charts here. Thank God we're seeing the percentages, because the numbers were pretty bleak. 5v5 actually did not end up doing that much damage at all. Perhaps I was hypnotized by the early plays made that, maybe doing less than 10k damage. Maybe you were right, Cubby. I apologize for doubting you.
Who knows? I gotta say, in terms of MVP, curious if it goes to Wink or ZDZ. I feel like those would be my two candidates. So
yeah.
Yeah. A lot of damage for the Rumble, looking back.
Yeah, let me get ZDZ, honestly.
Yeah, I think it was nice.
Wink certainly was around in more plays, it felt like. But when ZDZ showed up, people died. Like, people got roasted.
Yep.
His equalizers were pretty good.
Played the lane well.
Single-handedly kept 3 people away in this fight, like, just by teleporting in Zonia's. So, big stuff there. And, EDG, after a quiet early game, kudos to them. They found picks, and then once they got ahead, like once they realized like this is a fight they could win, they did not let go, and they got their big advantages and then ended the game from there. So at least clean stuff there when they got very far ahead.
Yeah, I feel like, thinking back, a Wink or ZDC MVP, I think both would be pretty justified. So
yes,
this play was the one I was really impressed with by ZDC. Yeah, again, just the overheat. Positions the Flame Spitter really nicely before he goes golden. Team helps him juggle the aggro on the way out. That's good stuff coming out of EDG, as ZDZ again proves that, like, it feels like every top laner can do in the LPL. There's so many mean Rumbles in this league, and Rumble's so strong right now. Just continues to be a priority pick. Really something that hasn't changed throughout the season, that has had a lot of changes in it.
Yeah, and then taking a look at this fight, I mean, you see this pick right now, but how did he get so low? It was ZDZ on the side, recognizing I am just going to mark Zika all game long, and that's really what he did, right? Zika had a before that fight, a 0-0-0 scoreline, and this was a very late fight in the game. Really just did a good job of shutting down the ace of LNG, really. Oh my god, we have a third health bar.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see how this one panned out in the end. As the one who played it really nice was actually Zika. That public execution was really big, and then again able to get through everyone at the end. Just not able to get through the rest of the minions. As
Was it a grub? I think it was a grub. I think it was that
grub?
grub. I think it was the grub that was just under
a Twitch
the
chatter?
Nexus turret. Yes, I believe one of you went and helped out EDG win that game. Whichever one it was, you guys can decide amongst yourselves. But, you know, I've seen the chat sometimes. Let's not make it a total war out there.
Wow. I mean, I will say I'll take a war for the MVP. I think ZDZ, Wink, both justified.
Yeah.
And then we'll see what happens as we get ready to go. We're going to see MVP. We'll go into the break, go into the next game. Yanni, are there any changes that you want to see be made? I know we've been a little bit, I think, rightfully hard on LNG. Likely they're going to go to the blue side. I can't really think of, like, any promising strats or picks that I want to see from them, but they got a couple new faces. Okay. So I'm kind of curious if there's anything that you want to see for this upcoming game.
I'd like to see them play something a little bit more early game oriented, right?
I want to see Hai Chao like die, just because I feel like when you're 2-0 on Rise and you don't do anything, like at least if he dies, he's doing something. It's like, you know, the Dion Waiters / the Shy mentality. Is I'm not going to get Sentinel'd up here.
Shoot or shoot.
Yeah,
shoot or shoot. You know,
I need Hai Chao to take some shots.
He needs to start shooting. He looks very Ben Simmons out here, and I need him to look a little bit more like Steph Curry. But we are going to go kick it to a very short break. But before we do, I want to give a big shout out to our Ko-Fi and YouTube subscribers, right? Because you guys level up the show. You help us level up the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast. We saw all the new graphics that we have. Really cool stuff. Shout out Chris Sunga. But a huge bulk of this goes to paying on-air talent and our content creators. If you subscribe to our coffee, linked in the chat, you can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. They are going to be very, very cool. This is a very cool thing that you can do, so go ahead and check that out. But we're going to run to the break now. When we're back, we'll kick it to the Game 2 draft. We will see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL Split 2 2025 Group Nirvana first match. As EDG beat up on LNG, and man, LNG's game was uninspiring, man. LNG had some good tools. They had a good early fight too. Like, we were like, hey man, maybe LNG is cooking. Maybe this LNG team is different. Nope, they're the same. They are the same. False alarm. The cat did not help.
Yeah, they sadly did nothing. The setups weren't great. We had Zhuo getting caught. I mean, the attempted pincer from the solo laners is the right idea, but it's not in sync. I know that we do have a few different pieces on this lineup, but it was the consistent pieces that, for me, actually still really struggled. So, that and, yeah, the Nefiri looked a little balanced. Of course, Nefiri, much more balanced on this patch, Yanni. I believe it was about a 5% win rate drop, but keep in mind, it was sitting at like 58%, so still a strong pick. But, yeah, 5-2 T5 going to look for a better game 2 in their LPL debut here for LNG.
Yeah, and his most played champion throughout his career so far has been Viego. I would have said, hey, maybe give him a Xin Zhao for game 2, but obviously he was picked away in game 1 because we are in full Fearless, so not going to be able to see that on the board. Just give him the Viego, man. Just like try to play some sort of reset comp here. I don't know, do something different than what you did last game. Let's not farm and scale and be boring LNG. Let's go and let's play a little bit more aggressively in the early game, because you won an early game fight, right? If you play champions that are a little bit better in the early game and you just say, hey, we want to take every single fight, maybe your fortunes will change.
Yeah, I mean, that is one strategy. Of course, they do swap over to the blue side, so access to a priority pick, as blue has just been consensus side for Fearless, really. Very few teams in the world taking a red side. So interested to see, as we dive through this draft, what kind of direction LNG wants to take with this new look.
See what the moves are. EDG is still hunting around for their second ban at this point. Looks like they will once again keep Yone out of the hands of Haichao, one of his better champions. As Ari is already taken away too, so now we're digging to this guy's lesser played champions, and it's a little bit tougher, especially for what we've seen. As you mentioned, could potentially see a Jace route around here, but at this point it's kind of hard to determine what you were going to see out of LNG, just because we've seen a lot of first pick junglers or first couple of picks, and we don't really have too much tape on 5T5.
All right, so of course the Sion ban really prompting and raising the priority of a Jace ban, as Sion is one of the more common answers into it. Curious what LNG has now for first pick. It's just going to be a Haichao Azir. So no Rise to go into it, no Talia either. Curious what Angel wants. Of course, you do have options like Orianna, but when you have a pick like Skarner, opportunity to maybe look for a Silas angle later on in the draft.
Yeah, and Skarner has been a champion that has been allowed through a couple of times. We'll see if EDG ends up picking it. And actually doesn't have a positive win rate right now, which is really crazy to me. And the teams that have been picking it, we haven't seen a Zyra against it. Zyra typically a champion that is seen as really good in Skarner. We haven't seen high or low of that champion at all so far. Corgi going to be the initial lock-in for EDG, so probably going to take that into the Azir and just look for that early lane dominance.
Yeah, I fear, Yanni, I might have been baited by the Hutter talking about the Skarner.
It's valid, though. Like, it's valid.
Yeah.
You would expect them to just slam Skarner there, no? I did.
I mean, potentially, it's always an option. Skarner, so tanky and brings a lot of power to the table. Able to cheat terrain, AoE, suppress ultimate. Yeah, pretty good champion. One that 5T5 might actually be looking at himself here in the second phase of bans.
What if they mind-controlled LNG?
Also, I mean, if they don't lock this one in, they might be mind-controlling me. Okay, we're going to go with the Skarner this time around.
All right, this does still leave the door open for the for Silas, as you had mentioned, potentially like for LNG, but now EDG could have an opportunity to take it if they want. You could just send the Corki into the bottom lane. That is very valid. Something that you can do. So we'll see what the final pick for LNG is here for the first half. Okay, this would be sweet. I'm totally for this. This is a little bit more exciting than what we saw in the last game here. So we're going to see the Zika Camille.
Yeah, and now really option to drop jungle or like honestly choices here for EDG. I don't think they're going to lock in a mid laner because they still want to threaten the Corki flex. I will say that with Corki, I think his best pairing in the bot lane is Leona. Your ability to proc Leona's passive with Corki's kit, it's really easy to do. So wondering now if we get any bans to protect a potential Corki bot, whereas I expect LNG to use their bans to at least target jungle because they can guarantee then that those bans will land.
And for EDG, it looks like something that LNG could pick the tide of the room together. You just really want to take out. Obviously, the Alistar is good. The Alistar can do a great job of keeping the Gnar out of a fight, keep the Leona out of a fight. Now, so maybe some more of these disengaged supports will be picked up. And for LNG, I wonder if they'll go after any mid laners here. If they want to force this Corki mid, perhaps.
And a potential Braum or Rakan ban here, too, for EDG. Both are up, so you got to believe that Zhuo is going to get a champ that he'll still be comfortable on at support. But if you do take away the Braum, the Leona and the Rakan matchup can be positive for Leona, especially if you have somebody like Corki behind you. You're a very bursty lane. So it would deny something like a Braum Ashe, which would look pretty good here for LNG with this core.
Yeah, you'd get a little bit of extra CC that you're not really getting out of the mid lane. So with the Rakan ban, that does mean that is on the table for LNG if they want it. See what the second option is for a ban here.
Could be the Zyro.
Yeah, could be the Zyro. You know, there's a Vi still available, but Vi is a little tricky into his ear sometimes. So maybe they'll just allow EDG to pick that if they want. It does end up being the Zyra, so not going to be too worried about Skarner getting outpaced.
Yeah, and again, taking away some of those magic damage junglers to maybe push that Corki into the bot lane. Interesting here is I fully expect jungle to be locked in so you can preserve that Corki flex throughout draft, but Xiaohao kind of down a few options, might just default over to that Vi, have that point and click go buttons, so we'll see if that ends up being a good one for Xiaohao later on for EDG.
Yeah, the last time I saw a Vi into an Azir, I saw many times where the Azir carried the Vi in between tier 1 and tier 2 mid turrets, so Xiaohao going to have to be very careful about that, perhaps go after some other targets. Kalista is a champion that has fallen off in the ban priority. We did see it banned in Game 1, I believe. But is a champion that has started to slip through the cracks a little bit now. With that being locked in, we could see a double range bot lane, perhaps. We all know that Renata and Nico are the two best ones, but with the team comp that EDG has put together, this Renata makes a whole lot of sense.
I like this. I think it really pressures EDG to go for something like, go for some sort of mage here. They need some magic damage in their kit. I'm curious. I mean, they have the option to Ziggs bot, but you can't get abused by Kalista Renata if you go for something like that. So going to be the Hui, which we expect to be in the hands of Angel mid, which will push that Corki bot. And I gotta say, I do like LNG's draft a lot here, Yanni. I think that between the Skarner, just the strength that he brings to fights, and also the ability to sync up with a hostile takeover, not only do you have really nice synergy there, but that Vi and Leona want to go in, right? So having that hostile takeover could be really big for LNG in these fights. I like the fact they're bringing a lot of circles to the table. We're just going to have to see if they can execute.
Yeah, it's just so dangerous to go in if you're EDG because, not only the Renata ultimate, but think of all the tools that LNG have to dissuade something like that, right? Once you're level 6, Fate's call to pull back the Renata. If you get called out, you're able to get out. Azir is able to slide out, use the Emperor's Divide to keep people away. Obviously, going into a Skarner Impale is always a little tricky. They have a fair amount of damage over on the side of LNG. And then, of course, we all know that Camille with the hook shot is a champion that is a little bit difficult to lock down. Has the ultimate to dodge out onto some key CC pieces. So a lot of slipperiness, really, from this LNG composition. And already I'm feeling a little bit more inspired in this game compared to the first one. But we all know it comes down to the play on the Rift.
Yeah, that play from LNG in Game 1 with their new look, not exactly what they were looking for. Saw a little bit of a lack of proactivity here, but real chance for 5T5. Of course, had that carrying a Fury in Game 1 on the supportive Skarner Game 2. I like the draft that LNG has. I think it's really playable and winnable. So just want to see if they can execute this one. As every game matters here, of course, you are playing for your lives for Split 3 for the rest of the competitive year for LOL Esports. So I'll see if they can step up.
One thing to note, Cubby, is that LNG solo laners still take some time to get online, much like last game, right? Camille does tend to have a little bit more early power than Mbessa does in certain lanes, but you know, we're still waiting for Zika to get strong. We're still waiting for Zika to get strong, and then Haichao, of course, is going to play the Haichao game of doing not a whole lot early and maybe being a late threat. So LNG does still fall under some worry here that EDG's strong early game can kind of run them over.
Whatever algorithm the LPL is running, they really liked EDG's drafts. I think that's one of the more one-sided graphs I've seen, with a 54% win rate early on, 56 later on. A little bit surprised by that one. I will say,
I want to know. Where's the algorithm? I gotta tap into that.
Maybe they're just factoring in the fact that Hui has like 9 abilities. You know,
9
could be valuable this game.
More than 4, I hear.
Yeah, could be really valuable this game. I think Angel's Hui pick is actually a really nice use of R5 ability to. Of course, Hui has so much flexibility. Definitely is a champ that can sometimes be confusing, but for me, a champ where the potential is really limitless, still unexplored even with how long it's been out for now. We'll see if Angel can really find the right buttons for the right scenarios. I think that one thing that comes to mind, connecting that fear against Skarner, that's a big one if 5T5 ever does show mid. So we'll see if Angel's able to do that.
Yeah, because as many may know, Hui, given the fact he's got 9 abilities, none of them are an escape. They are all, trying to keep you away. You can shield up a little bit as Wink has gone in, and he'll get skewered a couple of times for it. But yeah, no true escape out of Angel, so 5T5 can take these creative angles to force out that flash and then maybe pay a second visit. It's going to be a little bit hard, the fact that Azir doesn't actually give you any CC setup, at least until he hits level 6.
I do like that idea, though, of getting the flash out of Hui and setting up the revisit with Azir. That's a pretty textbook Azir play, right? Able to find those matchups where flash advantage does mean a lot. So, see if that ends up being the case for 5T5 later on. Of course, making his LPL debut tonight in Game 2 on the Skarner. See if it can go a little bit better for him.
Yeah, if Game 2 goes better than Game 1, I would say it's a successful debut, even individually. Zika taking a lot of damage. He hits level 3, but so does EDZ. Just getting these hyper stacks off, keeping them very, very low. It's the range versus melee matchup. Always going to be annoying to deal with, but Zika handling it fine so far.
Does have the D shield, so I'll provide a little bit extra regen. See if he can stay topped off in that lane. Of course, a big thing for Camille, I think that in this matchup, this is one where both champs can win at different times of the game. The Triforce pop is really big for Camille, and I want to see 5T5 or Haichao make their way up top to really help support Camille and gank Gnar at that time. Usually a big one where, if Gnar's mini, you can really look to attack with the Camille. So want to see if they're able to get the right lockdown and support required to make sure this matchup's winning for LNG.
Junglers on opposite sides here. We do see Zika teleporting top. Zhao Hao going to take it back after clearing that Scuttle Crab. 5T5 going to get his as well and go and take his back. So the junglers through their first clears. Not doing a whole lot here, but as they hit level 6, it's when it gets exciting. And 5T5 is actually going to be able to walk in. This jungle is completely warded up right now. My goodness.
Yeah, curiously enough, too, Zhao Hao rotating back over just to protect against a potential dive. He will be spotted too, so a way to reset on the Vi here. As, again, just making sure this bot lane's nice and safe. Don't expect any plays to come down onto the Kalista Renata. And I think game plan here for LNG, I'm a little bit curious because we did see Skarner start on the top side very frequently with Kalista comps. Actually, really nice to start bot side and clear top, because what happens is that when you get back onto the map around this timer, Dragon spawns at the 5-minute mark, so you can clean up your 2 bot side camps and then actually play for the Dragon. But no, and have a bit of a shift up in power is the prio from the Kalista Renata. They will shift top, so the focus for LNG going to be on the Grubs, and this shift is not matched by EDG.
Yeah, and I like this for LNG. I think they're going to get good use out of Grubs for Haichao and Zika. Now, we'll see what Haichao is able to do in a solo lane. Again, really looking for him to actually, make his thumbprint on this game, right? Make his footprint on this game, whatever you want to call it, but actually make an impact on this game. And could be doing it through a side lane. Give him a lot of Grubs. As we know, Azir can be quite annoying to deal with on sides. On the bottom side, EDG is going to start up this Dragon early, so maybe an opportunity to go and make this Grub play anyway, as 5T5 is going to go find himself some chicken nuggies. Take those away.
It should be traded by Zhao Hao as well in the back half here, as we will just get a little bit of vertical jungling going on. So I think both teams well aware of what's going on at the moment, though. ZDZ could be in trouble. Skarner to burn E. He's on the Krugs, though, not going for the play, and ZDZ saving his hop. Going to be safe enough, as actually might look to push 5T5 off this.
Yeah, try to get some good damage on him. ZDZ was already going to be pretty low, and the fact that he was going to Mininar, he is okay to sacrifice a little bit of HP there. Any effort to try to stop 5T5 as a flash gets burnt by Wink, trying to stop Zika from getting to the turret, but he was able to do so.
Yeah, once that hook shot connects, you can cancel it if you find the stun in there. That's a really big mechanic in the Renekton matchup. I think that the stun for Wink came in a little bit early off the flash, but this dive still could continue.
He's flashless now. He's going to try to get away,
Nice.
but can't do so. The shield is not enough. Good tanking there, and Wink gets first blood.
Now that was really well played by Wink. Of course, burned the Zenith Blade to follow up the hook shot from Zika. Made sure that that first blood was guaranteed, as now it's free time with the bot lane turret. We'll say we did have Leona actually base and is going to walk top. My eyes on ZDZ now to see if he's going to be the one that contests this lane, or if they send Corki elsewhere. There's a lot of shifts going on here.
It looks like they do send ZDZ up to the top side, so just clean up whatever minions are left back coming out from LP English. So we'll see where they elect to redeploy as well. On the bottom side right now, it's Zika with some alone time. On is going to match him. I mean, you know, it's not the first time we've actually seen Corki versus, or Corki straight up against the top laner, I should say, you know. Remember Cube playing that thing top lane.
Yeah.
Huh?
I don't think Wink wanted to take that. I just think that he wanted to see if he would cancel, which
Okay.
I actually appreciate.
That's valid.
Yeah, nice mind game there from Wink. Hai Chao going to be disciplined, though. Slams that back button. Wink's going to make his way bot to help support on again, and we'll see if we have a round 2 dive coming in, as Zika did save the flash from the last one and will have ult available. That does make Camille quite difficult to dive.
Well, looks like they're ready to do it anyway. Zhao Hao is booking it on the way down. Has
5T5
the cease
too.
and desist as well. So we'll see if 5T5 is able to get there
The
first.
wave's not in time.
He does have the impale. You mentioned that wave timing just a little bit off here. 5T5
Yeah, it's bad.
staying outside of the brush. Now he's in the brush, so Zhao Hao doesn't really have an idea that he's
They
there.
know.
Could have an inkling. But LNG is ready to turn this play around. EDG is ready to slam it. Zika is ready. Here comes 5T5 coming in. They're going to look to turn onto him. He's going to flash away, but now everybody is on the Skarner as he desperately tries to get away.
Nice.
His impale whiffs against 3 members of EDG.
Beautiful sidestep from On to capitalize that play, as they find the member that was not under the turret, collapse on a single target. Well done here. I will say Camille able to absorb everything, still being even in XP against the Gnar, but I would not be surprised if we get a redive bot. Wink just hit 6. Opportunity to maybe go for that play again. Not going to be the case. Oh, that's actually a nice ult.
Yeah,
Gonna
this
trap
is
up
good. That's
Granada.
turret shot, too. It's going to actually
Yeah.
force out the Fate's call to avoid Zhuo taking a turret shot, but EDG has been playing really well early. This repeat dive play that happened is so smart, so calm, too.
Swaps are back on, man. We got some late game swaps now.
Exactly. The
As-
swaps are so back, baby. They were out of vogue for like 5 minutes, but they're here and they're ready to go. Objectives are going to be up quite soon, about a minute and 10 and 20 seconds on each of them. Imagine LNG is going to go and fight for these topside grubs once again. They would really like to get 6 on their soldiers.
See if Wink actually flushes this one out against 5T5. This would be big, because Vi didn't stick around to take the red buff. I think 5T5 thinks that Vi's still on the bot side jungle. As, ooh.
It's not landing the Zenith Blade, and we'll hit the
Yeah.
blast cone, but not elect to go any further.
Was the right call. There was no more potential follow-up there. So, well done by Wink, though, and EDG to make sure that red buff stays protected. And I know that we've had a quiet first 10 minutes of the game, but it is a 1K goal lead for EDG. Most of that actually going to be on the back of Zhao Hao on this Vi. So, completed Sundered Sky. We'll see what he's able to do as these monster objectives hitting the rift yet again, Yanni. And at the moment, sights from Zhao Hao set on this bot side, so maybe looking at the dragon.
You know, typically I wouldn't put too much, stock into like, hey, first item's been completed, but this Sundered Sky is actually going to go really, really hard for Zhao.
It's early.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like not only this early, but against the team that he's playing against, like He's going to heal so much. It's going to be so valuable for these early fights. Vi is really the big bully right now. So they're going to go and rip this dragon.
Denting blows does make these dragons quite healthy. Angel
All
didn't
right.
have access to the E is what I'm going to assume. Again, if you throw out the Fear or the Chompers, it can cancel Skarner out of his E. So Angel not using any of them. I'm going to assume that that was down. I didn't see in the lower left screen if he had anything up or not, but it does burn the flash. And now it might just be the cross-country trek towards the top side, as we'll see if EDG is able to contest these grubs that have been started by 5T5.
Yeah, but they said LP and Zhuo bot lane, right? So 5T5 is just going
they're
to pick up
sacking
the
these.
one, so they will secure at least at least a little bit more power there. But EDG ultimately going to scoop up these last two for themselves.
All right, well, objective so far in favor of EDG. 2 Drakes, 4-2 split. I know that you mentioned, Yanni, that EDG, a lot of the games that we saw them play in split 2 placements, a lot of grub prio. This time around, taking the first 2 Drakes of the game on time. See if EDG can continue to stay on time in this game.
Yeah, and we talked about how they have a lot of early game power coming out of this Vi. Obviously, when Gnar hits level 6, he's an incredibly powerful champion. And they should be able to bully their way for a 3rd dragon in about 4 minutes, which will put them in a really good spot despite the fact that it is Cloud Dragon. So it's not exactly the best soul, but I'm sure they'll take it.
Yeah, at the moment, just going to see Wei deleting waves and Hai Chao catching. I will say that given some of the rotations of EDG, slight experience leads a couple places for LNG. I think notably Hai Chao up about half a level on Angel. That could be important. Again, that's something we're really looking for in this game, Yanni. We mentioned the lack of, proactivity from LNG. We see that Hui now. It has been, they got the flash out of the Hui, right? So I want to see a rinse and repeat, and I do like how EDG is protecting that Hui in the side. Then you can see both Wink and Xiaohao hovering on that side of the map. I think that is warranted given that immobile champion is down that summoner spell.
And LNG, they need to make a play against it, right? They have an opportunity. It's like, hey, you guys haven't been able to do anything all game other than take some grubs. This is your chance to go in and try to make a play onto somebody. And they're not really taking advantage of it. It feels like they're just allowing this early threat of Kalista. We know that Kalista is this really strong early game champion. Try to spook EDG into not fighting and mind control them to allow time for Camille and Azir to actually get into the game. But this Vi eventually is just going to start dropping R buttons on people.
Yeah, I think EDG, it seems like both teams in a way okay with playing this game out at the pace it is. As you can see, Xiaohao yet again, that's just a hover for Angel. I think he's going to base after this wave, so just making sure that there was no Skarner. Again, I really like the intentionality of the jungler of EDG, just spending some extra time with Angel while he's down flash to make sure that this way isn't attacked as they secure one more plate before plates expire here at 14.
Yeah, he's been very intelligent, very smart with the way he's been pathing, and overall a big reason why EDG is nursing this lead that they have. They were outdone in the plate game, but honestly, if you give a team 4 grubs and they only take 4 plates, that feels like a win, Cubby. It feels like you are very happy with that, given the fact that you've gotten 2 dragons and you've got the slight gold lead.
Yeah, of course, buck 30 until we have our upcoming monster objective spawning here, Yanni. As resets from EDG to help set up for this one. Gotta say, this is where, again, I think that there's real potential for 5T5 and LNG to look for plays in the side lanes. Angel's about to have flash back up, and he's still getting hovers as Wink deploying with him, but did mention that Triforce being completed for the Camille. Wait on the Gnar. Of course, he has to take the pit stop for steel caps in this matchup, so opportunity to attack a mini Gnar in the side lane for LNG as well. Would love to see them look for a play, as at the moment it looks like 5T5 hovering bot and hovering this Azir, where the Angel is still flashless.
It could be an opportunity for this Camille to make something happen in a fight. I mentioned having that a little bit of a strength gap in terms of pure power, but obviously ZDZ, good utility on the Gnar. We'll see what teams go for what objectives here. LNG, I'm sure, is probably looking at breaking the dragon stacking, but EDG, I feel like they'd be so happy with a Rift Herald given the fact that they are just able to kind of go when they want and go at will. Obviously, their last Herald play in Game 1 wasn't exactly fantastic, but I'm sure that they have the tools to be able to right their wrongs as Easy using the Gnarl, just trying to make sure that Zika, if he teleports into a fight, comes in with a little bit less health. LNG has complete control of the bottom side river right now.
Yeah, a little dark here for EDG, but they're going to be able to catch the waves. I'm curious if Angel approaches the bot wave at all. He has actually rotated a little bit closer to mid, as EDG might be looking to contest this corridor here. Angel does have flashback up, which is important.
Yep. Dragon being started. Not really being focused here. It's just kind of beating the tar.
Oh, they're elsewhere.
Out of 5T5, and EDG has said, you know what, we are just going to go. You can have the dragon. We will take the Herald, and again, we'll try to do what they were unable to do last time and make a very positive Herald play. Now in the mid lane, LNG going to shove in. We see a lot of pings going down, so they're not actually able to do anything against Angel given the fact that his flash is back up now.
We'll just turn this into topside pressure. With that demolish and the threat of EDG taking Rift Herald going to be enough for Zika to drop that wave. Does it end up being first turret, though? A little bit of a race going on. Azir's bot, but there's no Nashor's Tooth for High Chow. It did go for the Leandries first, so a little bit slower on taking that turret despite the 4 grubs. And first tower and feats go over to EDG.
What do you think of feats now that the dust has settled? You know, we're into split 2. Everybody thought feats early on were like, oh my god,
Feats
you auto win
fine.
the game. I think it's fine too.
I like the mechanic because I like the fact that when you do stuff early, you get some strength for the rest of the game, but
You get some
it's
dopamine.
really,
You get some serotonin.
yeah, I don't think I've really seen feats like make a difference or decide a game, and most of those tier 3 boots aren't super valuable. There are a few exceptions to it. I think it's really nice for mages because you get some percent pen on the Sorks, and also for Lucidity boots, just getting a little bit of extra move speed always feels really nice.
You know, if we could give mages percent pen, why couldn't we give AD carries some flat pen with their buff?
All right, let's not get too crazy here, Yanni.
Ah, come on, man. The AD carries need to be a protected
You don't need
class.
more. You don't need more.
Herald Charge is going to come through, take the mid turret to about half HP. Again, you know, we see a lot of teams do this, but it just feels like you should be getting more off of that.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't like the timer it's dropped either. Like, you can use Herald to prompt a response from the enemy teams, so it's dropped at a point in time in the game where you aren't fighting for anything. As Wink going to use a tempo solar flare, which I really don't blame him for, because that really does speak to how slow this game is, Yanni.
Yeah, you got to keep yourself in the game. You know, Cubby, you're a baseball guy. When the ball doesn't get hit to you a lot, it's kind of hard to keep yourself locked in. You know, that's Wink going like, hey, my hands still work.
I
Just
think
a friendly
this is
check-in.
Wink.
Oh no!
Just
Wait
do
a
it
minute.
again.
Wink went a little bit too hard here, and he is going to fall. This is going to be LNG's first kill of the game.
Yeah, that's not a brush that you can walk in. That was not justified by Wink whatsoever. Ends up going down for free, as LNG not really going to be able to get anything off of it. Would love to see if they're able to set up towards that bot side. Will be a bot Otacon spawn with Dragon 2 minutes from now. Thought maybe, you know, get a few wards, take out a couple wards yourself, but didn't really clear anything there from EDG. So when they get back out of the map here, they're going to be the ones that likely have first response to bot side and should be able to get control over this.
Wink really walked in that bush just to feel something, just to feel alive. Like,
he's all of us at home, just like, oh, we need action. Walk in, please.
oh, he's going. Oh, all right. This time he drops the ward.
Smite burned.
There weren't other members there to actually ensure that he was locked down, but gotta commend him for being fearless and going, you know what? I'll do it again. I'll walk into another one, baby. So Otacon has finally spawned. We are going to get some. Let me guess. I haven't actually seen it yet, but I'm gonna guess we're gonna get Otacon revives this game. Bold, perhaps.
I'm gonna say that you're a very astute play-by-play, Yanni.
Ah, thank you.
Very astute.
Yeah, honestly,
on.
you know.
We might see some blood here. Angel. Oh.
Okay.
Little
Zhao
ships in the night
was
there.
there too. And Wink was moving up. That looked so good, and then you realize we got full vision and it didn't look so good. LP took a lot of damage from On right there.
I wonder what has, like, because again, this game looks pretty even for me. I wonder still what in the algorithm has this so EDG favored. I'm starting to wonder if it's like the power of Corki this game, because for me, Corki can sometimes be really threatened in games where he gets outranged by stuff, and there are things that can outrange Corki in this game, but you're saying that as Corki gets to interact with Callista, Skarner, and Camille, that's actually better than most games for Corki.
All right, never mind.
Defense being played. The waves are nice right now for EDG. They do have both side waves at +1. And yeah, they're going to utilize some of the poke from the Hui and the grouping, and the fact that Zika has to respond, at least get some push mid, and also set up this dragon, which again is pretty uncontested from LNG, Yanni, as this will likely just be Soul going over for free for EDG.
Well, it's only Soul Point for right now, Cubby, as LNG were able to take the
Soul
last
Point.
one.
Sorry, thank you.
Yeah, no, you're good, but
that's me wanting action. I'm
with you. I'm with you, brother.
Yeah.
I'm with you. We finally are getting a dragon. Hey, you know what? This is what Riot Games intended when they put Elder Dragon into the game. I don't know if you remember. I'm sure you do remember. You are a student of the game, my friend. All of the games before all these newfangled dragons and whatnot, all the games where you just went and you killed the dragon, you got a little bit of gold, and it didn't actually help you end the game. It's games like these that are precisely why they introduced Elder Dragon. Don't forget that.
Yeah, we just need to breathe some fire, you know? That's that solves any and all action problems in the end, Yanni.
Yeah, fire. Honestly, fire can solve a lot. Zhao looking to solve something here. Looking to solve the problem of no action as they blow up Zika. Here we go. EDG making a play.
Goodbye. Yeah, Zika just got sent to a different realm as that Corki, that upfront dash was big, and now Wink.
All right, LP should be able to pull him on the Fate's Call. Going to go link up with 5T5 here. LP is able to hop over the wall, so no other action there, but yeah, there are many members of EDG hanging around this mid lane, maybe looking to take out this mid-tier 1.
To like this from EDG, they can wait a little bit to respond to that bot wave. They're going to make sure that they knock down this outer as they have the numbers. Good pick onto Zika and Corki. There's yep, goodbye.
They flashed on him, he's dead. And all of a sudden, LNG is just getting picked off one by one. They've fallen asleep at the wheel, Cubby. And with the lack of action in this game, I don't necessarily blame them.
No flash, no Fate's Call, and no bailout. As we're gonna get a replay. It was an early smite from 5T5, which ends up being a red buff for EDG, and they've cracked open a 3K gold lead. Yanni, a couple nice kills going over to the Corki is on. That new marksman for EDG this split. Potential to really be big this game. Reunited with Wink. We have been pretty positive about this bot lane, actually, despite EDG find themselves in Group Nirvana and definitely having a nice game here.
Yeah, On has had some really, really good games throughout his career, right? He's seen as I guess you'd say a middle-of-the-pack AD carry, but, you know, he's still an LPL AD carry, right? These LPL AD carries are built different, and even guys who are considered middle of the pack are still really, really strong players. But one thing that's been really bugging me, how many times have we seen 5T5 use his ultimate this game?
I
think it was the one time that he missed in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that was a nice sidestep from On, so we'll give that one to him. But
yeah, absolutely. Credit where credit is due there, but do something. Like, he's got to do something. We're getting back to, like, I hate to go back and harp on this, but LNG is a team that is just marred by inaction, right? We have Renata ultimate. We have a Zero ultimate. We've got all these good tools.
Like, I just farmed up a Storm.
Yeah.
He just hasn't done anything with it yet.
This is a team that they have good tools.
Oh, we missed.
And they haven't been able to use them. We're trying to use the tools. Angel's able to flash away. Angel down to about half HP, but he's going to survive with the hostile takeover coming through. They're beating the tar out of each other, but now doing a whole lot of damage. Meanwhile, Haichao is full HP. 5T5 super low. 5T5 goes down from a severing bolt, and now LP's got to flash away as LNG strike, but get it reversed on.
I just don't think that engage is really warranted on Angel. I like the fact that they got the flash out, but Zika going that far in, again, Haichao wasn't there and didn't TP to the play, so he's just late. And being down numbers, EDG just went out in the back half of the fight.
Zika teleporting in, but so is ZDZ. So a 5v4 in favor of EDG right now, and Haichao getting chunked out pretty hard. As EDG have full control after getting another pick, being up about 3,500 gold, we'll call it. The Soul coming up in about 50 seconds for them. Really felt like that was LNG pressing so hard to try to take some control.
Honestly, really want to see a replay of that because,
We're getting it right now.
Look at where Haichao's at. Again, if we're going for this play, I think Haichao needs to fire off TP like now. He walks here and he ends up being so late. And again, he's sitting on like 270 CS, the 25-minute mark. He's got 2 items, has his Zanyas, gets in when the fight's pretty much over, and can't really contribute to it. So for me, he's the one that's fed. If they actually want to make that play, they should commit to it as a team because that looks not bad. I mean, like Angel was out of position on the way. If you're able to actually follow up, the hostile takeover wasn't too bad, but Haichao and LP weren't there. So I feel like LP, he had to walk no matter what. But again, if you want that play, Haichao should TP, and LNG needs to respect that their carries were not in position for a look that was actually pretty good, with Angel being out of position and being forced to flash early.
We've yet to see an Emperor's Divide this game, Cubby. Haichao,
yeah, that too.
Hopefully saving the first for the best. Dragging it to about 6,000 HP as LNG wants to find their way in. Their ultra back up. Zika's in there. 5T5 is in there too. ZDZ has split the gap between the two, but he's stuck in the pit and he's minion R right now. And the dragon is stolen away by LNG. And here comes the hostile takeover. ZDZ is hitting his teammates, but it's just to buy some space. Zika will exit the pit. LNG will lick their wounds, but take their prize.
They're happy with the yoink there if you are LNG. So good smite from 5T5. He won the war against Xiaohao. Now the real question is health bars lie in advantage at EDG. They do have the red buffs, which will help them sustain up a wee bit. Do they want to threaten the Baron at all? Looks like a no.
All right, I respect LNG for not going too hard in that fight.
Honestly,
right?
man.
Complaining about Haichao not using his ultimate and, prior. That fight, you did good there. Don't do anything too fancy.
Yeah, they did well.
You just take it away because he's still scaling. He is scaling. We talked about how Haichao later on this game will be a big factor, or should be at least, on the Azir, and he's getting there. He's on the get there plan.
I actually really think that EDG should have ripped Baron there. I liked where their health bars were at. I think you keep him out onto the map. And the Impale was down and Hostile Taker was down. Those are two of, I think, the big circles and the important ultimates. I think EDG actually had a real opportunity to rip it there and then try and find the turn, but not the case. Instead, they take the reset, get the deploys back, and they're doing a nice job of taking control over this topside jungle. Otacon still available on the bot side. In a game where, I'm no league scientist in terms of the damage that we've seen been dealt throughout the game, Yanni, but I think that you're, again, pretty astute in saying that that's likely going to be the Otacon that features the withdrawals and not the flowers.
Siege is on for this mid-tier 1 as Haichao a little too close. Wink using his actual flash, but not able to find Haichao at all. So I respect the look, but the brain was there, the hands were not.
Let's cancel their on. That actually might lead to some pressure for the mid-outer. As LP and Haichao are each here. Haichao still not working towards the Nashers, still doesn't have it yet, as we're expecting that to be what the Kodaks and the Blasting Wand leads into. And again, Haichao really fed this game, so if he's able to get the Nashor's Tooth, this Azir will be pumping in these later fights. I just want to see if he's able to really stand and deliver the damage necessary for LNG to win these fights. Again, the setup for Azir, the space you can create with the Impale, with the hostile takeover, real chance for Haichao, again, in this game to have a big one.
Copy. When you mentioned that these teams might be playing a little bit different because they're in Group Nirvana, I wasn't entirely too sure about that.
These are high-stakes games, man.
I have been convinced that these teams are playing very, very afraid. And they are playing very much like their competitive lives depend on it. And they do.
Yeah.
This is the first game of Group Nirvana, though. I wonder if we'll see all of the games like this. Because certainly you don't expect me to think that LGD is going to play like this, right? Because they haven't played like this all year. But, neither of these teams, really. EDG has been explosive in their early games, and in these games they've been quite a bit more muted. The tone shift is really palpable here, as Otacon has been started up by EDG and should be taken pretty freely. Or not.
I like the fact you're calling that out, though, Yanni, because, again, are these the lower teams in the LPL? Yes, but given the format, these single round-robin best-of-3 to play for split 3 lives, these games are important. This is pretty much a playoff game for these guys, right? It's the consolation bracket for sure. This is the NIT tournament, Yanni.
Yeah.
These games still matter quite a bit.
This is the don't finish in last in the bottom 2 tournament. And Zika, all of a sudden, has found himself on the wrong side of the tracks.
Oh, they're going Baron. They're going Baron.
I like this play. The flash was burnt by ZDZ. Zika is going to try to lead them on a wild goose chase. He's going to burn his flash too.
Angel
He's trying to
knows.
escape from Wink. So the question is, how well can you dance, Zika? As they've realized that they can no longer chase this. Wink is still in the area. Instead of going to help out the
Wink's
team. So we're going to see a 4v3 on the top side here.
They got this.
The Baron is very low.
It's gone.
And well played by LNG. They have finally made a snappy decision, Cubby, and they are rewarded, draped in purple.
A damn good one at that, too. Props to LNG. I mean, again, slow game, but managed to take a free Baron. Good stall from Zika. Doesn't even go down. That's a massive win for LNG, especially before this Dragon spawns, as it's Soul on the table again for EDG, and they might be able to use this to get good waves to maybe get an Otacon, too, as Baron plus withdrawals could lead to a serious power play in favor of LNG.
Yeah, and on the plus side, too, you know, while Zika did burn Flash, so did ZDZ. That Gnar ultimate is going to be a little bit harder to actually make happen. Now, the question is, what is LNG going to do here, right? With this Dragon coming up, we saw them rooting around, poking at Otacon. You really don't want to give this Soul up. You do have this power, though. So if you're going to spend a lot of your time trying to wrestle for control, I think EDG is probably fine with that. That's less time that you have on these side waves. Haichao going to escort that bottom wave in just a little bit. Now the Otacon has been started. ZDZ is going to catch this bottom wave. We see a lot of pings going down. We do know the objective control of a team that has a Callista. 7, 6, 5,000, 4,000, 3,000, 2,000. Who's going to get it? It is secured by LNG, and they have the revives. And Zika says, it's time for me to go in. Angel chunked to half, and Zika is going to have to withdraw soon, but he gets enough shields to survive. The Spiraling Despair does a whole lot. LP is taking very low. Haichao whiffs on his ultimate, and ZDZ on the backline forces multiple members of LNG away, and that means the Soul will go the way of EDG.
I'm kind of at a loss for words there, Yanni, because I just watched Haichao torpedo in, whiff his ult, and throw 2 auto attacks. Again, this is a 315 CS, 3-item Azir.
Standard Haichao team
that
fight.
just did 800 damage in a team fight. Like that, this cannot happen for LNG to win, and it's not like space wasn't created. I just want to focus again on Haichao for this fight.
All right.
Because the engage from Zika, I mean, it's something that gets in. I like the response from Zhao. With all the space being created, I mean, this is just not the role in a fight. Like, I think that as Azir in this game, you want to auto-attack off of the Impale's hostile takeovers. I will say they were used early by Zhuo and by 5T5, but it can't be torpedoing them like that. Like, even if it connects, I don't think it wins them the fight at all. And this Fed Azir just, again, not in position to ever really do damage. So the lead is kind of null and void, as LNG with the Baron going to try and pick up some enters here, but still, like, they're down Soul after this Baron. The goal's going to be even. Soul on the table.
Here's the Impale on singular target. It's Haichao. Haichao, a little low, but he's in the back of the fight. ZDZ making a big play. And Haichao, where is Haichao? He's not with the team. He can't get over the wall. Now he's got to hit the blast cone to get out of there, but EDG hold their ground and get a pick.
Great play from Zhao. Again, has the GA. Didn't even have to pop it, but gave him the confidence to push forward there. And on this Corki is really pumping out a lot of damage. We didn't talk about the Spear of Shojin third, but more Velks, more ease. The Gatling gun really big for the armor shred. And also just the changes to Corki. His AD ratios are quite nice to the point where we have even seen some Bloodthirst or Essence Reaver Corki being played in other scenarios in other leagues. So I do like that build from On. But yeah, again, I feel like it's just been 2 games, Yanni, where I know we were hard on Haichao coming into the series, but
it's deserved.
The series hasn't helped his case. The series hasn't helped his case.
He's like, LNG is at least fighting harder in this game, and they just need him to do something here. Zika is fighting for his life multiple times and trying to do so much for his team. He's 0-2-0. The scoreline does not reflect like the work that he has put in to try to make sure LNG can stay in this game.
Yeah, and a game that like I don't even think it's been the best game for Zika, but at least he's trying to do stuff and make plays,
Yeah.
right?
He got on top of Angel. He got him to almost dead, below 40%, expecting somebody else to be able to pick him up and win the fight from there, and it just couldn't happen.
Shuo's dead.
Shuo's
There's no
dead.
Fate's Call.
Yeah, this bro is dead. He's going to turn around, drop the ultimate down.
Buffer.
But it's not really going to help too much. This Corki does way too much damage, and that is big for EDG as, despite the fact LNG got Baron, EDG still controls the map.
And that pick should really help make sure that they're able to get control over the top side, have some time to get some wards down, reset, and then do it all over again, as you do see Wink coming out of base, still a numbers advantage for EDG. But, I mean, it's that Baron play from LNG, like, that was actually a good play and a good call.
It was great.
It was the one time in the series where we have seen them really commit to something as a team. As Haichao going to slink away, Xiaohao not going to pull the trigger. But, like after that, again, I know that this is a team, or LP and 5T5, it's their first look here in the LPL, but you got to expect the players that have been stuck around, and Zhuo, Haichao, and Zika to really step up, and we've only really felt that from the 0-2-0 Camille, who arguably has had the biggest game impact still, so it's just, like, the struggles just kind of continue for LNG, and again, it's a team where we really feel like if we don't see them in Split 3 right now, we would not be surprised, and these changes have yet to really inspire confidence in that narrative changing.
Cubby, is it safe to say that getting Otacon was the worst thing that could have happened to LNG this game?
I mean...
serious question. Not trying to meme. Very serious
It wasn't good. I mean, the Baron was not existent because of it, right?
I mean, they lost, they lost the soul,
point.
too.
Yeah.
Like, no, there's something to be said for that, as the Baron is back up. I can't imagine EDG will fall for a play like that again. In fact, EDG says, we're going to try to cut out the middleman, as they have already started up the Baron. On does a lot of damage. On is really tanky,
This is not spotted. And Angel can make it really hard to walk in. Okay, now they spot it, but can they even get there in time?
Absolutely not. Maybe they
5T5.
can. 5T5 is trying to wade his way through. He's pulled the Gnar, but the Mega Gnar slams 2 into the wall. It's time. We need to see Haichao make a big play. Couple of knockups on the backside. The fight is split. Haichao! Haichao gets to the back line, makes a huge play. Angel is low and goes down. And LNG find the lifeline. And as you said, Cubby, they may be able to end the game. Only 2 members left alive for the side of EDG. The health bars are not perfect, but Haichao is teleporting in, and he's got full HP. The inhibitor is going down, Cubby. It has fallen. It's ZDZ and it's Xiaohao, the ones that need to hold the line, but they have to hold for so long. Slammed up against the wall with the X-Stall's impact. Xiaohao is going to go down, but he's got that GA. ZDZ has to retreat to the fountain as the first Nexus turret is going to fall. The second Nexus turret is under siege. Xiaohao just going in, but he goes down. ZDZ falls too. 27 seconds before the Elder spawns. Cubby, we thought this was a game. The exact reason why Elder was created, but instead, LNG put the kibosh on that, and they say, we'll do it ourselves.
I mean, all that time spent just kind of complaining about Haichao having all that farm and not getting involved in the fights, and guess what? Haichao ends the fight. I gotta say, we gave LNG credit for their Baron call the first time around. EDG really botched that Baron. I think the call is just take the Baron, sack the Gnar, right? If Gnar only falls and you walk out with the Baron, things are fine. He would have been up before the Elders. So the fact that it was a full turn, people were down before the Baron, I don't think we're gonna get a second look at that one, but if we did, I mean, that was a really disjointed re-engage, and the hostile takeover really split up EDG, not to mention the Emperor's Divide at the end, ending EDG, and all of a sudden, I felt like that game was pretty much EDG's to lose. I still feel that way, but now we're on to a Game 3 in a series that really looked like it was going to be a convincing 2-0.
Yeah, and we talked about how every game is important when you're going to play against a team like LNG, where you think that they're going to be the bottom team, right? The team that you should beat up on, and that is a critical loss for EDG, not only because, you know, they are in danger of losing the series, but if they win the series, they could look back at this, could find themselves, you know, outside of that top 2 simply because they were not able to cleanly take care of business against LNG. Cubby, I know it's very early to actually mention, but we do have to give an MVP to LNG.
It's going to hurt me to say this, Yanni.
It's got to be Haichao, right?
It just might be Haichao in the end.
It just might be.
It just might be Haichao.
Sandwich Man Haichao coming in. I mean, listen,
He made use of the farm when it mattered.
When the world needed him most, he showed up.
He made use of the farm when it mattered. It was a big fight from him. I don't know who the other candidates would be. Again, I felt like the Camille had the biggest game impact, but that last fight was so just Haichao favor. I mean, that just decided the game, right? Haichao going in there, so.
He came up huge. I'm interested to see these damage shares, by the way.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine these damage. I don't even want to see the percentages. I want to see the actual numbers because some of these numbers cannot be great. Like
Gonna be low.
All right. We'll
It was a lot of inaction in that game.
We're gonna do some over-unders, perhaps.
Oh, I gotta say, I mean, in terms of damage total for Haichao, I'm gonna go under 20k and say that he.
Well under 20k, I think.
I think Hui does the most damage because just Hui or Corki, but I don't think anyone got over 30k damage.
I think Corki's gonna get the most damage in this game by far.
No one got over 26k damage, man.
No,
that's got to be it.
I don't think so. I'm thinking like 22, 23 out of Corki. I think Haichao is probably under 14.5k because he didn't even do a lot of damage in that fight. He just got to the back line to, chunk targets that were already a little low and make sure that they died. So, maybe I'm off base, but it didn't look like he did a lot of damage. And Zika, on the other hand, I don't know if this guy even has 5 digits.
Probably not. So we'll see if we get any post-game graphics coming up here from the.
I'm actually super excited to see them. I really want to see them.
It's still a work in progress. I feel like the LPL broadcast was also very surprised that game ended the way it did for LNG. As they're usually pretty snappy getting these out, but got word from the producer. Still waiting on seeing those. So, but hey, again, I said under 25k.
He did so much.
Haichao actually, he did some work. I'm pleasantly surprised by that. He's got to get MVP now.
Maybe Haichao is just a meme.
Look at that gold graph. That is so depressing.
It didn't feel like he did 25k.
That is a Nirvana gold graph if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, Rio, it really is.
Yeah.
It really is. And all right, Haichao for MVP. You heard it here first.
It kind of has to be
100% KP. Along with Zhuo.
What a beast.
All right. I mean, for everything that we've said, for all of the, oh man, this is, we're bagging on him constantly. He won his team the game. This was a game that if that play was not made, if he flubs that play, I think EDG easily win this game, and we're calling in Grapes and Black Boxer for the next set, right?
Spoilers. I guess it's already on the Twitter, which you should follow.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, you should follow the Twitter.
Yeah.
Right? And they deserve to know the great voices that they're going to be listening to next ahead of time, because it might help them get through the early slog that we expect to be Game 3. Let's be quite honest with each other. They have the better series. That's all of Zika's damage right there, by the way. That's like all of his damage on Angel.
I again, like, watching through this, I mean, this fight was very sad. I think every fight is just going to be very sad. I'm just waiting to see, okay, here it is again. They should turn. I don't know why, or burn. I don't know why it was a turn.
Yeah.
And then the hostile takeover from Zhuo, it is massive here. And then Corki was just chunked. Like, the conditions of this fight were just terrible for EDG. I have no idea why they actually took this. I feel like jumping into, you're playing exactly into LNG's win con, because it's not like their engage is fantastic. It really is like Skarner, Camille, and Camille wasn't there, so you could have just been patient and kited out top and dropped your Gnar. But EDG make a poor decision, punished by LNG at the helm of Haichao with the Emperor. And we're going to be in a Game 3 here, Yanni. The Game 3 that everyone wanted to and really expected to see.
Absolutely.
This, for sure, has been
Without
a dead
doubt.
even series. Neither
And
team has been favored at all.
And you know what? I forgot about that last fight at the Nexus turrets. That's where all of Haichao's damage came from. I found it.
Yes.
Now,
Yes,
thankfully,
for sure.
we have the benefit of replay. But yeah, I'm sure everybody expected LNG to pull out a really tight Game 2 after being down 5-1 and literally doing nothing for most of the game. But guess what? It doesn't matter if you do nothing for most of the game, because as long as your Nexus is still standing, you have an opportunity to win the game. You too can be LNG and come from behind in miraculous fashion and win a game and force a Game 3 and, potentially we need to start talking about what an LNG win does for them. That could get them out of the bottom two.
Hey,
Player
2-17 now as a team, and
That's
1-1
right there.
with this lineup. It's looking up for LNG.
That's my goat right there. Are you ready for your Azir lesson? Faker gulped, Chovy nodded, yes, hi, Chow. As he gets the job done, we are going to go and take a short break while we recoup from the craziness that was that Game 2. And when we return, we're going to kick it to the Game 3 draft, and we hope to see you all on the other side. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL 2025 Split
Wait.
2.
We're back?
We are back.
It's not Grapes and Black Boxer?
No.
It's not...
Cubby,
the,
Cubby, I know that, all right, listen. I know you may have thought you were dreaming. I know you had been a little sleep deprived. You only got 4 hours. You were on a cast earlier. But your eyes did not deceive you, my friend. Hai Chao made the play on Azir at the Baron fight. Got the dub for his team. I know when we went off the cast, you were like, man, there was a great cast, Yanni, ready to go hit the hay. And I was like, wait. We got a third game, brother. Like, I can't believe it happened.
The takeover from Zhuo not only, helped win them the game off EDG going in, but then it was also a hostile takeover of the Hai Chao MVP and LNG.
Yeah, honestly, I saw that hostile takeover come through, and it must have hit me, because when Hai Chao hit that ultimate, I went berserk. I was like, let's go! Like, we have hated on him.
Yeah, we have.
All cast all cast
rightfully so.
He has earned it. He has earned it. However,
it was not a good game until the last 2 minutes.
However, him making up for it, we have to respect him for that. He made a great play. He is the reason why LNG won that game, and he deserves all the plaudits in the world for that. But now, going into game 3, you cannot do that again, brother. You have to do something. You have to help your team be proactive if you want to win, because now you're so close to winning this series. You can shut up all the haters that think that you're not going to be here for Split 3. This is your opportunity. Do it.
I love how this is your LNG speech, but like you have to do something can very much be applied to both teams. EDG for sure was being a lot more proactive and probably should have won that game. The gold graph is a modern day tragedy. But LNG, as you pointed out, they clutched up when it mattered. They made the plays. And here we are in a game 3 where, again, every game matters. It's a single round robin of best of 3s against 6 teams, or I should say 5 other teams, right? 6 teams total. 2 teams at top the group do make LPL playoffs. 2 teams that are in the bottom of the group are gone for the rest of the year. So the stakes are high. Every game matters, and the fact that LNG got a win on the board, that's nice, but a series win going to mean so much more towards the end of the standings, potential tiebreakers, and all that. So a big game that we have on our hands here, Yanni.
Yeah, Cubby, I am a little worried about this third game, and there's a big reason why.
Why?
So the first game had a pretty slow pace to it. The second game had a slower pace to it.
Yes.
Now the fact that both of these teams are 1-1. Cubby, one Elder Dragon might not actually be the decisive dragon between both of these teams. I am afraid we may have a Moscow 5 versus CLG EU situation where we are here for 74 minutes because the teams are afraid to make a move. Now, obviously, we have to see what the teams are. We have to hit the rift. Maybe one of these teams comes out firing. And to be honest with you, Cubby, I would expect LNG to come out with a little bit of fire under their ass after winning that game because they know they can do it. Hai Chao has said, guys, I've given us a mulligan to play the first 25 to 30 minutes of a game better. Please, let's take advantage.
Yeah, again, we just want to see some more plays, too, because it's not like Hai Chao wasn't fed. It was just that he wasn't playing the fights well until he did at the end. And for LNG, again, this is a team where they just made some roster swaps. It doesn't look like they're on the same page at all times, but able to get on the same page at the end, win that game. I mean, game 3, we don't know how often these guys have been playing together. It could literally be their 10th, 15th, 20th game on the Rift together just as a 5-stack. So every game matters, might get a little bit better, and we'll see if LNG can continue to improve and make a play that could win them this series. At the moment, though, we're still pretty EDG favored, Yanni. I still very much favor them in this one.
Yes.
And we will see if they can come out on top as the expected team to win. We will see what ends up being the draft here. A lot of prio picks still on the board. I'm expecting to see a Varus ban come out from LNG here. If not, likely first pick for EDG.
I got a bone to pick with EDG after that game because it feels like, in the mid to late game, like they're able to get like one pick and they've got all these tools to like get more, but it just kind of felt like they were content with what they got and that they saw the game state. They saw that they were up kills. They saw that they had a lot of map control and they felt like they could probably sleepwalk through the game, right? And then they got hit with the reality check after LNG took that first Baron, right? That, hey, LNG can still make you pay. We talked about it earlier. LNG, despite all of their flaws as a team, we have seen them punish good teams for making brazen plays, right? Or not being as sharp and on top of their game as they could be. And against a team like EDG, I mean, that team is very punishable. And Cubby, somehow, some way, Varus has gotten through. And looks like it should go into EDG's hands.
I like how EDG, they stole LNG's homework. They're like, all right, we're going to ban Sion 3, and we're going to force a Jace ban coming in, you know? It's going to be fine. So that actually opened up the Varus. We'll see if LNG handshakes with something like Ashe, as Jhin and MF both off the table.
Seeing what the options are here. I'd love to see a Cassante out of Zika, right? This would be very nice to see. Give him something that can not only have a sturdy laning phase, be able to farm up, but also be able to make impact later on in the game, wade through these fights, absorb a lot of damage, all out somebody, and then be the carry top laner once you all out somebody. That feels like it would be very beneficial for LNG, because now Zika gets to hit a go button.
I kind of like this for LNG, I'll be honest. I think a lot of the bad matchups for Cassante are actually off the board. I mean, you're thinking Gnar, Camille, Rumble can be tough, and Bessa too. Cassante getting through, it might just relegate ZDZ to something like a Renekton or a Gragas. And this Ezreal does bring a lot of nice scaling here for LP later on. So I like the response to the Varus. At least they had a plan.
All right. Will we see the Viego come through? That is the question, right?
Yep.
It is the answer, the Viego. Now, what are we going to pair up with this Viego, right? Typically, you go into multiple champions that can reset. Obviously, the Jinx is not going to be a champion that you're going to pick here. So, maybe we'll see an early mid laner here out of EDG. This is not the mid laner that I would choose, but I think it's fine.
I mean, I don't think it synergizes that well with the Viego. With Viego, usually you want setup and stuff to find resets. And frankly, looking at both Cassante and Ezreal, I feel like that's actually kind of bold to have Viego here. So, I mean, opportunity for LNG as they play the rest of this one out in the draft. I gotta say, I wouldn't mind Akali here. Real lack of CC that could be extremely impactful for Akali. We'll have time in the draft to find some more, but okay. Ends up being the Sylas here for Haichao.
All right. I actually very much like this Sylas pick, because it's going to cause EDG to have to be careful with their last two picks here, coming out of top and out of support. Because I think they have one impactful ultimate with the Varus. Obviously, Viego's ultimate, very impactful for what he can do. You can buy some space with the Victor ultimate, but now, if EDG want to put together a very synergistic composition that can team fight a little bit more and allow Xiao Hao and Angel to have all this space and hit all these CC targets, well, EDG, I don't know what champions they're going to be able to actually pick to not give Haichao this power.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious to see. I like the Renekton ban right off the bat. Obviously, you talked about that being a potential matchup into the Cassante, and with that Victor picked up, not only do you get the counter pick now that went over to LNG, but also did give up two top laners that you could have played into Cassante. So ZDZ really narrowing up his pool for this game. Kind of curious to see what he goes with. I think Gragas would actually be an okay option later on. But again, I'm curious to see what he goes with. He does have options.
Let's get the ZDZ Gangplank. I don't know how good it's actually going to be.
Yeah.
But let's get the ZDZ Gangplank. This guy plays some Gangplank.
That's a maybe.
Let's do it. Let's get in there and do it. Oh, Wukong? Is Wukong making a comeback? Haven't seen him a whole lot lately. He's been hiding.
Unironically, also a matchup that you can play into Cassante too. So if they do want to take that one. But I would like the Pantheon here. Again, this is a really melee-heavy composition with Ezreal behind it. But I think that I want to see 5T5 really make plays onto this Victor early, forcing Flash out and enabling Haichao to play that lane aggressively could be big.
Wonder if EDG will look to pick up a Braum here, perhaps, seeing these three melees. You can't pick that.
Can't do that, yep.
It won't be that. Poppy would also work pretty well. There are a lot of really good options. But yeah, I'm interested in seeing a potential Braum, but we will see the Poppy get locked in.
I think that's top. Yeah. I want to say that could be top. If not, okay.
Never mind.
Maybe I lied. Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see what they settle up with. But
I like Poppy a lot this game.
A solid top pick. Yeah.
Poppy's a really good pick. The issue with Poppy is that, especially now that there's no more lane swaps, in the lane swap scenario, she was so good at diving and you kind of cheat the first few levels of the laning phase where she is pretty weak. So I want to see if we can have a pick actually punish the Poppy. You keep on teasing the Braum. I would actually really like the Karma here. You have a really lane dominant bot lane now for LNG, and if you are able to use that to maybe push things mid, or enable the Pantheon to ignore bot, lean on everything that they have down there in terms of just the range, the poke, the scaling, and frankly, is Wink gonna rock the Gragas here?
Swapped
and we're gonna have
yet.
a Poppy top.
They haven't swapped yet, Cubby. I am keeping an eye on that.
Oh, I'm wondering if the Karma prompted this, right? Because again,
maybe
Poppy cannot do anything in this lane. It is awful for Poppy. So I'm wondering if this is like utilizing a double flex, or this was the plan since when it was locked in.
Yeah, it looks like that's what they'll go with. They'll go with the Gragas into the support. I mean, you get some sustain out of your passive too. So it's hard. Karma while be dealing. Oh yeah, it's not going to be easy.
It's not.
You
good.
At least have something, right? And we'll see if the Gragas is able to move around a little bit to be able to link up with his jungler here. I really like the pick inherently because I think this ultimate is going to carry a lot of value into this LNG team. You mentioned them being very heavy melee, so if Pantheon goes in, if Silas goes in, uses Abscond Abduct, right, and you Gragas ult them out of a fight, you're going to have a much harder time actually trying to get back into the fight.
Well, I will say I like a lot of the tools that EDG has when they end up grouping, but getting there might be a challenge against this LNG draft. So onus on LNG to make some early plays. We'll see if 5T5, again, in his debut series, can really play this map quickly. Get that. I think the focus should be on taking flashes away from the Victor. Could be really big to help out the Silas, and then just lean on that bot lane that's going to be winning early on. So we'll see if LNG can do it.
All right, everybody. Game 3 of this best of 3 series. We did not think that we would be here, but Cubby, I am so happy that we are, because that means that Group Nirvana might just be a little bit more interesting.
Of course, we were expecting to see this group maybe get a little
LNG
weird.
was favored, by the way, on that little chart.
And in the late game, yeah. I mean, I think Cassante later on in this game. Cassante can be big later on in this game, so
Don't know if that chart's actually just fake.
I mean, it did prove to be fake last game, right? Because they had
it was
EDG,
very
like,
fake.
Very heavily
It was
favored.
Incredibly fake. But we'll see. We'll see. It's nothing too crazy in the early game going on right now, obviously. Just teams just feeling things out. We're really looking for 5T5 to go and make some early plays. I want to see him link up with Haichao, right? Haichao is a player that we have not seen make a play pre-20 minutes outside of that. The 2 kills he got on the Rise, right? Hasn't really been that active, but he has to be active this game. Like, I hope that something has awoken inside of him. There are 2 wolves inside of you. One of them is Haichao before the end of Game 2, and one of them is hopefully Haichao after the end of Game 2.
Again, really want to see 5T5 make his way to the mid lane. Just like even a 3 camp, just trade flashes with Victor. It would be so worth in this matchup. So want to see if that ends up being the focus, and also what kind of defense Xiaohao can play against it, because his start was spotted, as he did end up going for the Raptors red into Krugs, potentially looking to impact this bot lane, which of course will be very lane dominant for the Ezreal Karma. Also curiously enough, actually going for the on-hit Varus this game. Definitely going to hurt a lot in the lane phase. The fact that he doesn't have, stuff like the Comet and the Scorch and the Poke. But we'll be looking to deal with that front line later on. A bit curious with this selection. Again, I think their team can make a lot of space for him, but we have mostly just seen Poke Varus, so a little bit surprised to see this.
Yeah, it's going to be so hard, right? Because, like, if 5T5 or Haichao get on top of him, he should just be dead, right? And if Zika gets on top of him, I don't know if on-hit Varus actually will have the damage to kill him later on, but, we'll see. Maybe On is just expecting that he'll be bought so much space, as you mentioned, and that LNG won't be able to go on him, right? And he'll be able to walk up freely after hitting a Chains of Corruption.
And as kind of expected, you can see this EDG bot lane being behind. As I got to say, they're doing better than what I thought early on, and it's still not looking good despite that. So I'll see if On's able to snipe out this cannon minion, but nope, not going to be the case. Goes to the wayside, and the poke harass continues from LP and Zhuo with this Ezreal Karma lane. And
On is level 2 right now. He didn't even ding level 3, so he got zoned off of EXP at some point in time. very, very detrimental when that happens to you in the early game, as these junglers have just traded crabs right now. 5T5 is in a position to maybe hop onto Angel here after this melee minion dies. See if Angel wants to step up a little bit.
Oh, I don't love that, because now... Okay, Viego's not going to collapse, but I think, again, just... Victor's too close to the turret there, so no opportunity to go flash for flash, but now he's stuck, because that was a very greedy recall.
Yeah, 5T5, he's going to get flash body slammed. The shields are there, the heal is there, but now Haichao had to go in. It looks like they'll be able to peel off, but losing a heal, it will cost Wink both of his summoners, though.
Actually surprised if 5T5 is able to walk out there without burning a flash, so well done on the back half, as he kind of gets away from a pretty greedy base. Of course, the strength of Silas compared to Victor early on going to be very much Silas favored, so that does help. No elongated fight for EDG, but going neutral for them is nice, especially this mid lane matchup, as Victor will struggle early on against the Silas, but with time, once you get that E-evolve, can start pumping out the waves. Everyone has seen how hard Victor can scale. Definitely the mark that Angel's looking to hit in this game, as Botwin's still looking pretty bad here, Yanni. I think that Joe's going to be able to pull this. He's fresh out of base.
Yeah, LP single-handedly just dealing damage to On and Wink, making sure that this wave did not get shoved into the turret. It's going to be stopped by the minions, so On and Wink, they're going to come back off this recall, and it's going to suck unless they swap out of it, right? And it looks like ZDZ is unfortunately going to be on the losing end. They're going to send him to the bot lane into the sunken place. As EDG, they want these grubs. Maybe. I mean, you know, it would be a good enough takeaway for LNG, you know, to just make sure that they're not able to get it. They're going to utilize them fine, I guess, but I'm not too crazy about it.
Yeah, I actually really like that play from Zika, just to make sure that that recall was stopped, killed some of the tempo, and might just force a TP out of Poppy bot. But LP, he's pulled a wave bot, so that's a lot of golden experience just being drained, going towards nothing, and Poppy walking back. Not going to TP proactively to try and catch that. So I got to say, with Kasante being 6, Grub's likely to be taken on time, but Zika can't really be moved here.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough because you just don't really have a lot of damage out of Wink. And in the mid lane, we've got trading ultimates here from Victor, and Haichao. Yep. Change to Haichao, use that ultimate there. Angel still left his in his back pocket. Xiaohao going to go up to these grubs. He takes the first one. Zhuo shows up, looking to maybe disrupt just a little bit.
Okay.
Be 2 for EDG, and we'll leave the last one for LNG.
And this is not bad at all. I think that LNG has still gotten a lot of experience across the map. You got Ezreal and Zika pretty happy right now in their lanes, as really nothing to complain about if you're LNG here.
Okay.
Nice.
Nice dodge there, because if you got hit by that, I think you're in trouble if you're LP. You're going to have to burn a summoner spell to get out of there, because it's incredibly difficult to kill Poppy early.
Not bad. ZDZ, of course, going for the Tier 2 Fimbulwinter. A really nice item, and it's going to be the straight tank Poppy. Sometimes we do see Thunder Sky snuck in there, or item that Poppy can really abuse, but not this game. So ZDZ knows his role is to be the tank and create space for this on-hit Varus to pump out the damage, which Varus can do well enough, where I mean, he can supply enough damage for a team. Inventory check, though. You see double Ruby Crystals for both Victor and Silas. Looks like a double Roa game. Of course, that item was changed this patch. The combined, it still is the same combined cost for Catalyst, but instead of it costing $650 now, they made it $250, and it builds out of an extra Ruby Crystal, which is really nice for mid laner, especially a Victor trying to survive a matchup like this into the Silas.
Yeah, it's so crazy how small changes like that can actually just have such a large impact on, you know, what champions build, what items is on. May have found himself caught out here. The Q's just to cut him off. Flash is burnt to take him down, and the barrier will not help you. It'll be first blood going over to 5T5.
Use the ult there from 5T5 is, again, we talked about LNG. They need to speed the game up with this comp, and 5T5 doing just that, taking down that on-hit Varus, getting him off the map is going to be a nice win.
Yeah, we wanted to see that first play happen mid lane, but you know what? As long as it's happening somewhere, it's totally fine, right? You're going to let LP have a lot of breathing room. He's got Sheen, he's got Tier. As long as you can give him time to scale and hit his 2-item spike, if you're LNG, you'll be in good shape. And now EDG, they're the ones who look like they haven't been able to be as proactive. We saw Wink try to make that one play onto 5T5 earlier, but since then, nothing. And, you know, it's this time, Xiaohao is not the one dictating who is going in to try to start the play.
I'm curious kind of how that's going to change as this one goes on, because again, I feel like Viego just doesn't really fit this composition. Because like as you're calling out, I mean, you have this Victor Varus core. Throwing a Viego in there doesn't really make sense, especially this on-hit Varus. It's not like you can get anyone low early on to really set up for the Viego. With Varus going on-hit and not poke. It's going to take a while for Victor to get online, especially with the Roa, to really get the poke down or chunks where Viego might be able to find an early angle in fights. So Xiao going to have to be a little bit more careful with where and when he enters, especially the when part. As it won't be like 3 resets early on for him in these fights unless LNG really misplays.
Yeah, if it was poke Varus, maybe you're talking about, hey, they're softened up. You can go in, especially with the Poppy and the Gragas. Gragas will deal a little bit of damage, but again, we'll have to see if that holds true. Well, Haichao, he's just going to get in Angel's Grill a little bit, get some free damage on him, as 5T5 is also hanging around the area, but not really going to be able to make a play. They've sent the bot lanes into mid lane here. So LNG are looking to take some control and cut out some vision, gouge the eyes out of EDG on this bottom side. Wink finds himself in a little bit of trouble. He will be forced to flash away from that play.
Really respectful flash.
Okay. Hold on. We're going to shove 5T5 in with the Gragas barrel as well, and Xiaohao will get his first.
I really like that flash from Wink. I think it's a good understanding of that play. He preserved his entire health bar and opened up the angle to go onto the flashless Pantheon as 5T5 falls. Good combo coming out from EDG as they even the kill score.
Yeah, it was really well played there. And
yeah.
Now this feels like both of these teams are kind of in it, right? They're kind of feeling themselves at least a little bit. Is not perhaps going to be as slow as our previous games, as the second set of grubs are up. Next dragon up in about 25 seconds. We'll see if LNG wants to go for that. 2 incredibly powerful dragons. I just hope our soul is at least a little bit more exciting in this game, Cubby, because it still could come into play like it did last time.
The moment Grub is going to be the play, as those are still on the Rift. Of course, we have a Hextech Dragon. So with Infernal and Hextech being the first 2 Drakes, I think odds for an impactful Soul Yanni might go down a little bit in this game.
Yeah, yeah.
It's all right. We got Grubs being taken here by 5T5, and I don't think this is going to be contested by EDG. I think they're okay with the potential 4-2 split. And 5T5 okay with leaving that Grub up, so he's got 3 for himself, and that's going to be just about it.
EDG going to head over to the Dragon. I think this is really good for EDG, because imagine if LNG got the first 2, and then it's like an Ocean Soul, right? Against the Varus and the Victor. It would be a little difficult for EDG to do something, so at least going to try to be proactive, make sure they break the stacking here. Overall,
TP.
Pretty good. Yeah, teleport coming in. They're looking to try to make a pincer play with Zhuo and LP. Let's see if they're actually able to do so. They are starting to walk out for right now. The tether does not fully land. Here comes the Pantheon over the top, but slammed up against the wall, and they've turned the play completely around. 5T5 falls. EDG are looking for more, but look like they won't be able to get it.
That is so much burn to just go minus Drake and -1 kills. I did not see the angle there for LNG at all. I'm going to be honest. And I will give Wink credit. Really nice ult to separate that fight. I think that it's really big, the fact that you have this displacement coming in from Wink, from ZDZ. The ability for EDG to really control numbers in fights moving forward with the Keeper's Verdict and the cask from Gragas will be significant. And definitely saw it there as the engage from LNG definitely felt forced, and Wink made it look even more forced with that barrel. Really well placed on the ult.
Yeah, just a couple of times where it's round peg square hole, right, for LNG, that they've just pressed a little bit too hard.
I just didn't see that at all. Like the play was over.
I didn't see the angle at all either. I mean, you saw that once the tether came off from the Karma, I mean, especially because they were retreating into their jungle, you had to think they were going to link up with ZDZ there. I mean, this feels like a lot of, hey, we burnt a teleport. Well, we have to try to do something. We can't just burn a summoner for free. Like, you can't. It's okay. Not every play has to be successful. You just can't lose more whenever you mess up. I'd make
See if
great
LNG
coach.
can stabilize. You don't lose more when you already mess up, Coach Yanni. I mean, honestly, not the worst advice in the world. you can maybe phrase it better. You know, as a coach, you gotta have those like banger one-liners, some graphics. You gotta
Listen, they never said I was good at talking.
You gotta. Well, I think you're pretty good at talking, Yanni. I think you're gonna be fine.
Thanks.
You just gotta take some more time to prep. You know, make sure those players know what the hell's up.
Yeah.
That that message of if you already mess up, just don't lose harder.
Yeah, exactly.
Gotta make sure you find the most effective way to drive
minimize losses, maximize gains.
Yes. Do not look at the stock market.
Yes,
today,
do
right?
not. No. The,
that may
the
not
U.S.
be
stock
the
market has
case.
not been paying attention to
Does
my
not matter
words
what
of
country
wisdom.
you're in. It's not good. Anyway, we'll see if the market can maybe look like that LNG gold graph.
Stonks go down for LNG right now because
it magically recovered
after that play. After that play, stonks go down. I'm shorting LNG right now. Not feeling too good about the game. And Zhao Hao, we talked about, oh man, this Viego is going to be really, really hard to play. Well, I mean, it should have been, but there are now 2 kills on Zhao Hao, right? He is going to be exceptionally powerful this game. He's got this Trinity Force, and maybe, just maybe, they've got this play onto Haichao. Karma coming through, trying to link up. Looks like EDG will temper their expectations just a little bit here and take it easy.
I like the fact that Angel is up a level pretty much against Haichao, or half a level. Really big for the Victor, just getting ahead in this. If Silas can't take you out, seen what this Victor can do. If anyone watched that T1 Gen G series last night, ended with quite a banger. Chovy with this Roa Victor did things that really only Chovy can do on the Rift. It was absolutely filthy. So see if Angel can channel some of that and take advantage of a champ that's already pretty strong. And also this item helps. This Victor being played on.
Oh wait, he's still alive for right now. Wait a minute, maybe there's almost no way. Right? What just happened there?
5-5 went for the Q flash and missed.
He's him.
The Q flash missed. He sidestepped it.
But yeah, I just that was wait.
He's TPing back. It's fine.
But didn't he throw the Q afterward?
Yes, that was the short Q. You get a short cooldown.
Yes. Okay.
And
yes.
I mean, speaking of shorts, Yanni, I want to return to shorting LNG because
yes,
your investment just went up with LNG going down there. Congrats.
Dude, so glad, man. I finally see some green. It's been a rough couple of days. As EDG are looking to maybe make this repeat play on the bottom side, once again in position. So they're just trying to work down this turret, but if they get a little bit more, that's fine by them. 3 grubs to 3 does mean that while no team has a discernible advantage there, if you manage to get a couple of hits on the turret, oh boy, that turret will crumble shortly. So AD carries are just hanging out in the mid lane. It's me and my buddy hanging out, ready for On to try to at least burn the cleanse of LP, maybe drop an ultimate, but LP starting to fight back with a vengeance here. And quite a few Mystic shots as EDG do manage to take that bottom turret. The Dragon is up, but it looks like they will stay away from it.
Yeah, the range of the Ezreal, quite nice. Looks like True Shot Barrage is thrown at the wave, and On actually going to cancel the recall and try and stick around. As he's not poked Varus, a lot harder to clear out the waves here. He's going to be vulnerable to Ezreal Karma, but has help in his back pocket.
Okay, here's Zhao Hao. Looking for multiple stuns here. LP will be forced out of the fight, but he's got to burn both of his summoners. They trade for Winks. Teleport
and that's
coming
before
in.
Dragon. So
Yep.
that's just Dragon.
Yep, it's pretty free. We're going to see Zika teleport to the top lane here.
Yanni, I'm
What's up?
not mad. I'm just a bit disappointed with that one. LP, again, you have Varus so low. You don't need to play that next wave as hard. If you see him recall, that's the angle for your team as LNG. Just go get a free Dragon. With Varus being in base instead, playing too far up, loses both sums and loses any pressure, any chance to get the Dragon there. As LP, the one who really has the lead, that wave didn't have the right to be aggressive on it. EDG able to punish. They take the neutral objective and get to keep on scaling on this map.
Let's see if they move it up too, because they do know that LNG is on this Rift Herald right now, and they have to pull off. So LNG are unable to take the Rift Herald, which means should be all EDGs. And going back to your point, Cubby, they always say that sometimes you don't need to get the kill, just get your opponent low enough so they cannot contest. It is almost as good as a kill, even though you don't get the 300 gold or, if you get a shutdown, whatever. And, LP just not living by that axiom right now. We'll say, at least on the bottom side, Haichao got a turret, so it feels okay. 5T5, 5T5, what are we doing here, brother? Looks like he's okay for right now, but he gets
Nope.
explosive cast.
No
And
flash.
Xiao Hao is sprinting after this man, and they will take him down. Another pick of the jungler of LNG. Right?
Yeah. I mean, LNG, again, they started the Herald. They were the ones that started it. But forced off, and 5T5 was going for the 50-50. What I saw actually on Twitter, I guess 5T5, it kind of stands
It's
for
5T,
50-50.
5T.
Yeah,
Ah.
it kind of stands for 50-50.
Yeah,
which
it's a 5T, 5T.
is pretty badass, I will say. That said, this 50-50 was not warranted. They were the ones that started the Rift Herald. He's trying to sneak in there and finish it, but I mean, Haichao's getting free stuff on the bot lane. You just have to give this. If you actually want to contest this, you got to bring numbers. LNG continue to look a little bit disjointed on the map here, Yanni. Feels like a series that did go 3, but at the end of the day, we might be saying it was an EDG 3-0. As
Hey,
EDG
listen,
continue to
Haichao
look
could
good.
still make a big play this game.
He can't. MVP Haichao could emerge from his hibernation.
Yes. I mean, hibernation. This is the first game since. Maybe he is not hibernating. Right now, obviously, he hasn't really made an early impact yet, but honestly, would we have expected him to at this point in the game? This is not where he hits his stride. But Cubby, we are getting to the 20-minute mark. This is typically where Haichao hits his stride. Otacon is on the map as well. And the gold lead is very, very tiny for EDG right now, so don't count LNG out just yet.
Yeah, still a lot of game left to go. We'll say Mountain Dragon. I think if those get stacked up by EDG, that's going to make life really hard for LNG. Varus does have percent health damage and dual damage profile. Ezreal, you want to delay your pen. Silas as well, you kind of want to delay your pen. Whereas I think Varus and especially Victor able to catch it a lot earlier in the game if they so choose. So LNG got to be careful about giving these away. We'll be spawning in 2 minutes. And of course, Otacon, it is on the Rift, but you got to have a big advantage on the map to take a 20-minute Otacon, and our teams are playing slow.
We're not there yet. We're in Group Nirvana right now.
I mean, again,
we're not quite in Group Ascent.
The stakes are high here, Yanni.
They are.
It's a single round robin, 6 teams. Top 2 go to playoffs. Bottom 2, sayonara until 2026. We cannot repeat this enough. May not be the strongest teams we have in the LPL right now, but man, they're playing for hella high stakes at the moment.
Absolutely. Arguably, I mean,
much higher than Ascend. You can say
it's it's such a dichotomy, right? As we see a play made onto Angel here, Zhuo flashing in just to get the tether,
Wink.
but he's not able to actually get it. He takes so much damage, but it's okay because he's still alive. They're trying to turn this play around. Xiao Hao flashing forward. LP trying to get out, but he cannot, and Xiao Hao gets kill number 4, and he's starting to do tricks on Ezreal right now as 5T5 will fall. A double kill for Xiao Hao. They took out Zhuo as well, and now the Otacon is next on the menu.
Just really no chance to win that fight after Wink entered it. That was a great disengage by Wink to protect Angel. That's going to be a few kills going over to EDG and the Otacon, which, yet again, probably going to be the free res here. But, man, I got to really praise Wink, this support Gragas. We weren't even sure if it was going to be Gragas top or Poppy top into the Cassante. They put the Gragas there because this matchup is awful for the Poppy, and Wink's been huge on this pick.
Take a look at this replay. Yeah, Wink just
beautiful.
Absolutely stuffing that
beautiful.
engage.
That's really well played by Wink, right as the Pantheon landed, deleted them, and of course LP being down sums the focus of Xiao Hao and EDG, as the rest of the fight made easy by that disengage from Wink.
Yep, and then of course Xiao Hao picking up the Ezreal skin suit and just being able to get a free arcane shift. That's really good. That's going to make that fight that much easier to be able to claim some kills. Now you've got the Otacon buff. Let's see if EDG can make a good Rift Herald play here. They have Rift Herald. They have the Otacon revive.
Dragon's up. I like the drop. It's nice. They're going to get mid pressure.
This
Can
is
help control
finally
Dragon.
good timing.
Yeah, I mean, if you don't get the turret, I think the timing of the waves, it is justified. ZDG grouped up and try and wrap this one up. ZDZ was fishing for a keeper's verdict. Doesn't pop it. Instead, they take the turret. Will retreat to the Dragon, which should be theirs. Yep,
this is really well played by EDG here. It finally feels like this is the team that we expected to see throughout this entire series. And in Game 1, we didn't really get it. They finally begrudgingly ended Game 1. In Game 2, they left LNG in the game long enough for a big turnaround to be made by Haichao. And this time around, it feels like EDG really have the boot on the throat. But now Angel caught out a little bit here. Teleport coming in on the side. 5T5 trying to deal with ZDZ. Angel is completely caught, though. The Ezreal comes through, but doesn't actually get the kill. Now 5T5 has to retreat to the safety of his own jungle. So nothing to be had for LNG. They don't even get one of the Otacon revives.
And another Mountain Dragon stack. Now, Soul Point for EDG. I think it's going to be so hard for this LNG squad to get through this EDG team with Mountain Dragons being stacked. I mean, the resistances this Poppy's going to have in these fights, Yanni, and even just the carries, right? You're stacking health on Victor, getting access to 2 Mountain Dragons when you have a lot of extra health in your kit, extra mileage on that as well. And they have a team where... Again, we were talking about this game, like LNG has to play fast and furious early, and we just never really saw them set behind the Victor. The plays they made were pretty unwarranted. I feel like the first play they made where they like double TP'd and panthalted in just to lose Dragon because they were late and then lost one really set them behind in the pace of this game, and we haven't seen LNG recover.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were the unnamed character in the Fast and Furious movies that crashes after trying to do something that is really out of their depth early on. And that has really been the story of this game for LNG. Their solo laners are doing cardio on Summoner's Rift right now. Their jungler is doing harder cardio because he is sprinting it. He is 1 in 4. He has put himself in bad positions constantly in this game. See if LNG are actually able to do something here. Immediately stuffed by on is 5T5. Teleport's coming in. As all of a sudden, Zika finds himself in the middle of the fight. Hai Chao and LP trying to do what they can. Zika trying to buy room for them, but there's just no damage coming out of LNG right now.
You really like the phrase doing cardio, by the way. May I introduce to you flashing air, which is my personal favorite.
Ooh, I like that.
You flash nothing, you just flash air.
Yeah, exactly. All right, flash air. I kind of like that, but
yeah,
you know, you can't tell me this isn't a cardio game. 0-0-0.
No, it really has been. It's been much more of a cardio game for me too because of the lack of action.
Yes.
I had to fill a lot more time here, Yanni. And that's usually where I don't talk during the action. That's the one time that you talk. So
exactly, you know,
they're keeping us busy.
Yeah, you know, they're really putting the screws to you, my friend. You know what? Maybe a cardio game is not the best way to put it for these two champions. You know, when you go into practice tool and you just practice your CSing, this is exactly what's happening. Essentially, Zika and Hai Chao are just doing this with more advanced bots on the other side of the team,
my
right?
God. I cannot believe we're talking co-op versus AI in this. I mean, honestly, I was just trying to talk about anything but the game, which refuses to have any action. But you know what, Yanni? Dragon's up in 2 minutes. And that's going to save us.
That's going to
you have to fight
generate some action. Yeah,
if
LNG, you can't give this away.
If they don't fight Mountain Soul, we're going to have
What
problems.
are you going to fight? What are you going to fight?
I might just crash out.
Oh my God, dude! I kind of hope it happens now. You know, maybe LNG decides, no worries, guys. We will simply take Elder, right? We will simply. EDG has played directly into our hands. They have allowed the Elder Dragon to spawn, and we will simply steal it. It's fine. Maybe that is the case. I really hope it's not. A minute and 20 seconds to figure out if Cubby is going to crash out or not. Do not adjust that dial, everybody watching on LPL English. Surely you will see some greater action later as well. But for now,
I have beef, Yanni, with like.
Okay.
I've had a conversation with a few of casters on teams. Like, hey, maybe we shouldn't reference flex games. If we're just playing for Elder, and like gonna give Soul to flip Elder, that for sure is the vibe master of the flex game. You know,
no, that's such a flex game thing for guys like us.
Oh
to do,
God.
Man. Oh man,
yeah.
I love that. Yeah, listen. When the games are like this, sometimes you occasionally get to mention flex with the boys.
FFing is for losers, you know. That's my belief.
Yeah, because you know, flex with the boys is almost like this game, except there'll probably be more kills. Here we go,
On
teleport coming in. We're ready to make a play here, but once again, Wink trying to stuff these guys out. They're on top of On. They finally find him. Hai Chao gets that kill and shoves away ZDZ. What's going to happen on the back half, though? Angel trying to get some good damage in as EDG are looking to chase down LNG, but LNG get some gumption, make a play, and put themselves in a spot to take away this dragon.
I mean, necessary that they were able to pull that one off. I really am. Again, it was a flashless On. They found a great execute. They split when the Cassante and the Pantheon landed between the TP and the Grand Starfall. So actually able to execute onto Varus, who was flashless. That was really well played by LNG. Prevent the Soul, keep themselves in the game.
And don't look now, but MVP Haichao has his first kill of the game. That's something to watch out for, because you know what? Maybe the guy will end up popping off.
I'm happy for Haichao, Yanni. I really am.
You don't sound like you're
1-0.
happy for him.
No, don't worry about it. It's fine. We played Silas and unfortunately didn't do anything early. As again, TP landing and the Pantheon landing, it was split. Varus, no flash, threat overload. To the best of the ability of Wink, could not peel away for his Varus. Thought Wink did his damnedest to protect on, but too much being thrown at the Varus, and that's enough to get the kill and get LNG that dragon, prevent the Soul from going over, and extend this game into what has been nothing but just dynamite action when objectives haven't been on the Rifts in this game and this series, quite frankly, Yanni.
Yeah, couldn't agree more, Cubby. And, you know, it's so crazy to think how a millisecond, a split second, is the difference between making that play and not being able to make that play. You know, as you astutely mentioned, they split the threat, and that meant that Zika was able to actually get to the back line. Now, Zika is up a little bit far, but he is Cassante, so there isn't really that much to be worried about.
Oh.
Ultimate from On. I was just about to say, maybe we'll see a Chains of Corruption come through. We certainly did. It did not land on anybody. It is the hardest skill shot to land in the game, clearly, as Haichao is getting sunned in the 1v1 by Angel right now.
Yeah, again, this is kind of what happens when Victor
He's
goes
over
late.
the side.
As
Okay.
LP.
Teleport's coming in.
Oh, that's a big TP.
Here comes Angel. This is going to be a 5v4, but Angel is on the wrong side right now.
Oh,
he's able
nice.
to regroup with this team. They're trying to find their way out. The Dragon Sparrow only knocks them away. And I don't necessarily think they'll find Zika, so they burn a key teleport. A little bit of damage on the way out, too. But EDG pressing a little bit all of a sudden. Maybe a little hot under the collars and all out on top of On. Okay. Here comes the Pantheon into the back line. ZDZ slams him up against the wall. On is taken low as LP is trying to do what he can, but now he goes to the front line. He does find the kill onto the Poppy, and they're going to look for more. Angel's the next target. Arcane Shift. He cleansed a little early. Can he get close? What a Q by LP! Just able to slip it right in, curve the Mystic Shot, and LNG have come alive, and they're going for the Baron.
What a re-engage from Zika. I didn't see that one, but the follow-up from LP was massive, and the big part of this fight, On got chunked out. He couldn't fight. LP did a great job of making sure Varus was low, and they couldn't follow up.
Cubby, I have no idea what's going on tonight, my friend, but LNG have managed to do nothing and make a couple of miracle plays to keep themselves in the game and now have a big lead off of it.
A lot was
EDG
thrown out
just go
here.
too hard.
I mean, again, a lot was thrown out here, and I'm okay with it. Like, it's not like they didn't get anything, but we see, like, Zika just brute force this one. Again, beautiful play from him, as he just bought enough time to really get the team in here, and On was so chunked out from what was going on before that re-engage was warranted. LP able to free fire. On can't do anything in the fight. There's a lot of EDGs, their initial peel tools were down, and LP pretty much just ran away with that one.
Yeah, we talked about how we really liked the Cassante pick for Zika this game because it gave him agency to start fights for his team. It allows him to be tanky enough to go in and survive and then say, hey guys, we are forcing the fight. When you go and you add someone like 5T5 and no longer have Weiwei on your team, you need somebody to lead the charge. And Zika in Game 3 has decided, I can make a play here. I can be the one starting the fight for my team. I can be the veteran that tries to lead us to victory.
Not just that, but also LP stepping in to the roster and stepping up in that fight. Game 3 again.
Yeah.
These series are so important. The single round robin, best of 3 in Group Nirvana. You're playing for your split 3 lives. Still has a chance to go to playoffs. Not a lot of games to prove that you can make it into either. So everything matters. And I know that the one common factor of LNG fans, it has been like free Zika, right? It has been a joke that's been thrown around, but it has felt that way at times to have him be the one that steps up late. As you mentioned earlier, Yanni, the captain really of this team now that Weiwei is gone, hands down the most experienced member playing at the highest level. He really stepped up big in that fight, and the Cassante made a huge difference.
Yeah, we expected this to be kind of like, you know, straighten up your suit and tie for EDG, show up, get business done, and get out. And guess what? They've been pulled into the mud here by LNG. And all of a sudden, this team that, you know, you thought could have been a Group Ascend team that I thought would have been, you know, maybe outside of the bottom two in Ascend, it definitely looks like they could find their way down there, Cubby, as the mid-inner turret will fall. Solid enough use of the Baron out of LNG. They got that bottom
They
tier
have Dragon
2.
set up.
They do have good Dragon set up, and they do have a TP getting used by Haichao on the bot side, so they are ready to go and snipe this Dragon away and send us to Drake 7.
Yeah, EDG don't want this at all. No flash on Angel, no flash on On. I think that dropping this Dragon is justified. You got to wait for flash to be up on those two big carries. I think we saw in the last fight what can happen if that those tools aren't available, and time is still good for EDG. I do like the scaling they have on this team.
This has been this has been wild. It's been tame, but it's been wild.
It's like nothing happens, and then when something happens, the game just like completely shifts, and then nothing happens again. It's great, Yanni. It's peak League of Legends.
It is honestly peak League of Legends, Cubby. And now,
see, I said that sarcastically. I'm not sure if you did, but that's okay. You know, different strokes for different folks.
Listen,
the stakes are high. I like that.
I like a lot of League of Legends. You know, League of Legends is a beautiful game just because you can find enjoyment out of any game, right? You know, most of the time, a lot of viewers will be like, oh man, I didn't really like watching this Absolute Clown Fiesta, or I didn't like watching this Absolute Snooze Fest, right? But sometimes people can enjoy both. Like, some people who may enjoy a Snooze Fest, they don't see it as that. They see that as a work of art. And in the museum, the art museum of LPL, you gotta put this game up on the wall.
Oh, okay. That's. I was down for it until that one, Yanni. As
Well,
looks like we're gonna have.
not all art. Art is subjective, Cubby. Not
It
all
is.
art looks good.
It is. I'm lost in the sauce on this one, which also might sum up this series.
I'm gonna keep it a stack. I
In a
am
way.
too, brother. I am too.
Yep. The series has done things to us. I may have balded a bit. I may have gotten younger. I'm not sure.
I have certainly
really here to
balded
find
over
out.
this one, man. It is tough every time I get to look into my OBS camera. But
Little
hopefully,
balding.
maybe
you know?
maybe the EDG fans are balding a little bit here. They might be malding very soon
It's
as
a
well.
stressor.
As LNG has really taken control of this game, 36 minutes into it, you're starting to see some big items come through. I think Zika might just be damn near unkillable this game. 5T5, after a rough early start, has gotten tanky enough that he may never die again. Rabadon's death cap coming out for Haichao. MVP Haichao, 4 items right now. LP has 4 items. Like,
I mean,
these
I gotta
guys
say,
are strong.
LNG, they had 10 control wards off that deploy. EDG
Ooh.
have none. One was dropped by Zika, but that's a team effort right there.
LNG really want to win this game.
Yeah, I will say, like, looking at inventories, I think that On working on the Jock Show, really important. Again, as this Varus, we have seen him get poked out by the Ezreal Karma and have a tough time navigating the fights as the On hit Varus, a challenge that we knew he was going to have in this game. There has been good peel around him, but just him being tankier and maybe able to eat a Mystic Shot or two could be really important for him to just be able to stand in the fight and stand in fire. And, missing out on other damage items as Varus, I mean, his kit, when you go late, those blight stacks do so much work, it's okay. You just want to be able to stack those up and fire them off. So, see if On can step up.
Yeah, On, who has had some, had that pretty good Corgi game, even though it was not a victory. It's all I
boy.
thought. We're seeing an engage come through. Look at the damage coming out from the stolen ultimate by Haichao. Gonna burn the redemption to try to keep everybody upright, but 5T5 taken to about half HP. Over on the other side, Zika trying to contend with ZDZ, but the rest of the squad is coming through for EDG. And they're trying to stop Zika from actually getting away. He's trying to wade through all the crap, but the CC is strong. The damage is there. He's got a flash, but he goes down. Zhao Hao looking to call game in this one. Is Zhuo is being stunned, and he falls. A double kill for the Viego. 7-0-0, doing it all on his own. Maybe.
I really want to see a replay of that, because on one hand, I'm like, why was Zika there? But on the other hand, where was the help? I know he was getting tossed around a bit, but there was no help from LNG. They kind of left him to his own devices. That leads to Baron going over right before Mountain Soul spawns for each team. EDG is going to have an immense advantage now in trying to get Soul Point, which could be the backbreakers for LNG.
Yeah, this is a great game. It just goes back and forth.
Oh,
it doesn't actually
I hate
have
you
to
for
be.
saying it.
Nah,
I hate
bro.
you for saying that,
Nah,
Yanni.
dude, this is awesome. This
Well,
is the
okay,
equivalent.
Where's the team?
Not here.
Haichao and LP are both on waves right now. And Karma is like, I want to help, but I don't want to help. And they're like, okay, we just can't take this, and it's fine. I mean, Panth did have no R. So that's a big tool in terms of, you know, finding angles and finding plays that was missing, but really left Zika off to, out to dry and see left to his own devices. And now, again, Baroned up EDG. This is going to be full control over the Dragon, Yanni, and really tough for LNG to break.
And Mountain Soul for EDG could just put them over the top. Let's see if LNG is going to fight for it. Cubby, is it still on the table? If they don't fight for this, will you go absolutely ballistic on them?
Yes. I mean, yes and no. This is going to be really tough. I do want to shout out Angel. He should be the target. He's the one that's missing Flash, but he actually opted for the Seekers. So we'll be able to go golden in this fight. Could be significant.
All right. LNG taking control of this bottom river right now. Remember, EDG is baroned up, so if they want to, they could just elect to send somebody mid. Haichao over on the side, just hanging out. It's the Dragon. He's not particularly low, but a little bit of shade is throwing on it right now. Now it's starting to go down 7,000. Maybe down to 6,000 as the teams have stopped their damage for right now.
There it is.
Keep an eye out. Keeper's Verdict going to get charged up. It's going to force away LNG. It's not going to land on anybody. And the smite is secured for EDG. And they have the shields. And they're looking to take down Zika. Down again. Zhao Hao is 8-0. And they're looking for more as the rest of the team is gone. A double kill for Zhao Hao. He's 9-0 and 0 on this Viego.
T5 going to cut the wave. Like the play from him. He's probably going to go down, but again, warranted. And that Mountain Soul going over to EDG. Likely to spell the doom here for LNG in this series. A series that, frankly, with the new look roster, they may look a lot more competitive than I thought they would, Yanni. But end of the day, you could also argue it was a 3-0 for EDG. So do with that one as you will, if anyone's been tuned into this.
LNG has made EDG sweat. They made him sweat in game 3.
They've made them sweat, not us mauled, you know?
Yeah. But I have to say, Zhao Hao came into this game and said, I am not losing this game. We are not losing. I refuse. Wink as well has said, no, this is not allowed. EDG will not go down to LNG today. We'll see if that holds true as the teleport is in 41 minutes and the turrets are being sieged. As LNG may have just run out of time. Ultimate stolen and used on the wave, but the turret will fall, and it's not really doing a whole lot of damage right now because of those Mountain Drakes and that Mountain Soul. The mid inhibitor will fall, and EDG will look to siege elsewhere.
I just don't know what else LNG can do. They've been outscaled at this point. Mountain Soul not helping their case whatsoever. Going to have to be a hero play coming out from someone. As Zika was the one that stepped up earlier on. Haichao is the one that stepped up in game 2. We'll see who steps up in game 3 to try and really save this game and save the series for them. As, oh boy.
Okay, all the way in is 5T5. He will
McHale's.
survive and be able to walk out. Stolen Poppy ultimate knocks 2 people out. But LNG aren't actually able to start a fight off of that.
A really nice McHale's from Zhuo did save the Pantheon. Might actually be able to go in the base, and we'll have the Grand Skyfall available. Or Grand Starfall, I should say. If he wants to connect with that. So we'll see if he casts it. Did just come back up off cooldown. Haichao has access to another ultimate here in a sec, too.
LP is a little bit low, so he's going to walk off here. And I think that means that this turret is not long for this world, Cubby. But we'll see if they're able to defend LP sprinting out of the base. Haichao has a stolen Varus ultimate now. Is going to burn it on the Varus, but the Poppy ultimate keeps them at bay. The first turret will fall. Zika is getting mobbed by multiple members. He's got to get out of there. LP is burning away from the ultimate. The Chaos Storm of Angel Victor online, just like Arcane. Haichao is golden in the middle of 4. It's a double kill for Angel and EDG. It wasn't easy. It was never going to come easy. But in 42 minutes and 53 seconds, they will win this game over LNG and win the series.
It feels like a deserved win for EDG, but yeah, LNG did make them sweat for that one, Yanni. I gotta say, this new look LNG, am I sold by it? No. Can I argue that they got 3-0'd? Maybe. But at least they were able to make some plays later on. Like, they had some direction, right, with the Pantheon Silas. I actually thought that was okay. I thought Wink played really, really well in that game to help really peel his team. And For me, that Gragas pick, the flex, it's a really unique one that CS support. Really tough to play into Ezreal plus Karma. But what he brought to the fights later on made that pick look warranted and actually ended up paying off in the end.
Yeah, who cares about lane as long as you're able to escape. Wink doing a heck of a lot. You know, you mentioned that Pantheon, and, you know, it's made some impact after a little bit of early game oopsies. But 5T5 and Haichao were still unable to link up in that early game, right? They did not disrupt Angel in any way this game, and he was just able to do so much damage in these fights. It really, in his lane, moisturized, thriving, you know, it just was able to play the game. It was a long game, but Victor is more than happy to do so. And, you know, Cubby,
yeah,
LNG still has some work to do.
See, that's the other thing. Like, there was some direction at times, but also a couple flub plays. I know this is a team that's still coming together. But man, this still is the team that really is the candidate to be knocked out of Group Nirvana early and to say sayonara to until 2026. Like, they didn't sell me enough on that one. It was nice to see like Haichao stepped up in that game too. Still good to see Zika step up, but it still feels like at the end of the day, it is a team where it's kind of like, hey, free Zika, like this guy, he could play in split 3 on a different team if LNG drop out. I feel like he might be an appealing target for a couple of LPL teams, but man, again, LNG, you got to be really worried if you're them because they netted the game, but couldn't net the series win. And I'm curious if we have any more roster shuffles or carousels as things continue here.
Yeah, I'm really concerned because, you know, when I look at Group Nirvana, I see EDG as a team that could finish 4th or even finish in the bottom 2. I think this might be the weaker team of the rest of them, right? Maybe they're stronger than OMG, but I think LGD, based on the work that they've done against other teams, is a little bit better. I think RNG has that pop-off potential, and Ultra Prime is actually looking quite good. So, you know, if you're LNG, perhaps you just beat the other team that's getting cut with you, right? And if you're EDG, perhaps you may have just realized that you may be the other team getting cut, right? If you're not able to take care of business against LNG. But it is still early. It is literally the first series of Group Nirvana. So
it is. I will also defend both teams a little bit. And again, reasserting how high the stakes for this match are. And the fact that you want to play things slow, you know, guarantee your setups, and maybe I really feel like the stakes might have slowed down this game a little bit. So we'll see if that ends up happening for the rest of Group Nirvana, which I would not be surprised by, because again, you are playing for your split 3 lives, your 2025 lives in this group. I'm looking at a tweet right now from Toad Armorillo. Shout out to him on the co-stream.
Shout out to
LNG's last game is scheduled for April 28th. There's a chance that could be their last game of 2025 on April 28th. That is crazy to think about with this new format.
That is literally 3 weeks away. That is...
I know.
Dude.
It's going to be a sprint here for LPL, Yanni.
It's so hard, man, because, like, these players obviously do not want their season to end like that, right? Because there's a lot of uncertain futures at that point. You know, you have a team that, you know, Zika, obviously, you mentioned, is a candidate that if they were to drop out, you know, we could see him on a team in split 3. I'm not quite sure if the other players have done enough to warrant that sort of attention as well. Obviously, a guy like 5T5, you know, which literally his first games in the LPL, some good, some bad, but, you know, somebody that you could actually be like, you know what, this is a guy that, you know, a future piece perhaps, right? And will probably get opportunities again in the future if, you know, LNG's season ends up going the way that we think it might. But again, can't quite be sure if we can say the same for some of these other players, Cubby. Did LNG do anything to convince you that they can take games off of any of these other teams down here?
No.
My goodness, do you see this damage?
Yeah, that's Victor and Silas if you don't do anything early, man.
Listen, this is exactly why 5T5 and Haichao had to link up early. We talked about it for a reason, man. You just let Angel do whatever he wanted with the game. LP had a higher damage share of his team, sure, but Angel just dispensing damage. Poor LP
I feel
and
like,
man.
I feel like this is going to be an Angel MVP just because of like stats and numbers, but I actually really feel like it's a Wink MVP. I
think
feel
Wink
like
earned
Wink.
it.
Again, like this support Gragas, it was such a unique pick, but I think that it was actually really strong in the game. Again, I would love to see, like, in a post-game interview, I'm really curious to see what they meant to do with the Poppy and Gragas initially. Because, like, for me, it made a little bit more sense just to have Gragas top, Poppy support.
Belly bump, baby!
Yeah, like, once the Karmas walked in, I mean, that lane would have been hell for the Poppies. So the fact that they were able to double flex that or potentially double flex that, really big. And Wink, for me, was the player of the series. I felt like Wink was really big in all 3 games.
Yeah, without a doubt. Big Wink guy here. I'm with you on that.
Not even on the Alistar, too. His Wink's Alistar is just,
yeah.
it is GOAT tier.
Yeah, his Alistar is insane. And again, you know, this is the one fight where things didn't go so great, but he still did everything he could to actually try and ensure that his team was well protected. But, you know, see a lot of these plays. Wink is around pretty much all of them.
I mean, that and, like, making a difference, too. The body bops are pretty powerful.
Got 3
not to
people
mention
there.
the ult displacement, yeah. As Wink doing what he could in this game. And, again, I was pleasantly surprised and impressed by him in terms of everything else in the series. I'm still just... There are times where LNG, like, all I can do is just kind of put my head in my hands and just be like, what is the goal here? What is going on here? They do feel like the team that is most likely to not be around for 2026 or 2025, the rest of it. And I don't know what's going to happen with the roster. Like, that's the other thing. When you make a change like this before a match like this, yes, they were able to pick up a game, but it still felt like a 3-0 from EDG, frankly.
Yeah.
And
Like, are you going to run this back?
Yeah, like, what happens now? Is you make other I guess Fodic back in, potentially, right? Like, if you don't feel like LP played well enough. So, I think just a lot of question marks with this team. Didn't really change.
And their next game is in 9 days. It's on the 16th of April. So they have some time to stew on this, but, like, I don't know if this is a team that... I don't know if this is the 5 that you can just run back, right? But at the same time, you know, you looked competitive, but EDG isn't a good litmus test. By looking competitive, I mean they had opportunities to win the games. Like, they really did.
They did.
In every single one. They had a shot.
Kind of.
I mean,
they did win one.
Yeah?
The series was a bit sloppy. We're hoping for better League of Legends for the next series, which should deliver.
A bit.
Yeah,
Let's be
just
real.
a bit.
Yeah. Next series should almost assuredly deliver. It'll be Top Esports and Weibo Gaming. The LNG EDG sideshow is finally over. You guys can relax and breathe and know that you'll be watching some high-quality League of Legends, hopefully. But it is always a banger in the LPL. And just a note, Grapes and Bloxer will be delivering that game to you once we get the series MVP. Or not the series MVP, but the game MVP. I think it should be Wink. I think there's a world
gonna be
where
Angel.
I think there's a world where they give it to Xiao Hao because he's just got all these kills.
That's true.
All right, let's see. It's Wink. There
That's
is
super
justice.
based.
Justice.
Super based.
Yes.
He was really good
there
in this
are
game.
knowers.
Yeah,
he
he was.
He didn't die.
I mean, I will say, LPL, they've been pretty good about their MVPs. I feel like that was really, really, really well deserved for Wink.
Nice.
That Grog is like the value that he was getting in a lot of those fights and skirmishes on a non-traditional support pick. Usually, you only see Gragas going into like Alistar. I think is the one matchup where I can argue that Gragas is actually decent because your body slam actually takes prio over the pulverizer.
Priority
or
one
the
dash,
headbutt, I should
baby.
say.
We love him.
Yeah, so that was really, really impressive from Wink. I was not expecting to see support Gragas in this series, and then piloted that well. So shout out to Wink for that one. That was really nice.
Big ups, a large reason why EDG was able to take the series victory over LNG, but we're going to cut it to a break, and when we return, it'll be Grapes and Bloxer giving you the great matchup on tap between TES and Weibo. Do not go anywhere.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to LPL English, where we have our second and final series of the day and the first in-group Ascend. Shout out to Yanni and Covey for holding down the fort for what was a pretty interesting best of three overall between LNG and EDG. Congratulations, EDG, for pulling that one out. But now we are here for Top Esports versus Weibo Gaming. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Bloxer. Bloxer, good to be back together, and excited for this series as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, it felt like a great warm-up watching that previous series, enjoying watching those two unfortunately lose their minds a little bit watching the series, but we were having a great time in the back room.
It was great.
Oh yeah. And I mean, these teams way more interesting, unfortunately, and these two matchups, the fact we haven't seen it before, that's crazy.
I know. Two teams that made it to the World Championships last year and just seemingly avoided each other so far over the first half of the season. Of course, that's going to change here today, as let's start things off with Top Esports' lineup. These are your defending LPL Split 1 champions. They did just take down Anyone's Legends in the first game of their regular season, leaving them at a 1-0 record. And overall, Bloxer, after a seemingly uninteresting, unsatisfying international performance, this team has looked relatively good to start off the year.
Yeah, exactly. They came in with some real question marks into this Split 2 placements, where everybody was like, yeah, they look great in Split 1, but internationally, they kind of got pushed around in a way that nobody was particularly expecting. What are they going to do? We really need to see them have an incredibly convincing Split 2 placements, get themselves into a really good spot, you know, coming out, and then they were good. They were good during the placements, but, you know, it wasn't exactly as convincing as maybe you would have expected. Now they're up against all of these other top teams. I mean, the series versus AL, they look pretty good.
Yeah, definitely, you know, rebounded and bounced back well after AL took the first game in that series, which is similar to other situations that have happened to them in the past. Facing up against that adversity, I think being led, I should say, by Kanavi, who's had himself a fantastic start to Split 2. But let's take a look at their opponents today in Weibo Gaming. And if you're a Top Esports fan, a name on this roster that you might be very familiar with is TN, who's the jungler for this team for 3 years, from 2022 to 24, but then was just replaced by Kanavi entering this season. You know that a player like this is going to want his revenge.
Absolutely, and that's the most interesting storyline we've got coming into this game. How does the jungle matchup really look? Because Tian's been such a big part of Weibo for them in this split, but was also a massive part of Top Esports in their previous iteration. Getting replaced like that, especially after what looked like some pretty good performances. You know, at Worlds that year, they were looking absolutely fine. It wasn't the victory that they would have wanted. Of course, they would have wanted to get themselves all the way to the finals, but still, 5th to 8th is a really good performance for them coming into that, and then getting replaced. Can't feel good at all, but has been looking really good so far in the split.
Yeah, you know, this Weibo team, they're always an interesting one, especially ever since Xiao has joined the team over the last couple of years. You know, middling regular season performance, and then all of a sudden they go on a Worlds run, they make it to Worlds finals, and then last year making it to the quarterfinals, and always having that opponent commonly is BLG being the team that they are able to somehow take games off of, take series off of in order to make it super far. Now they're going to get a different test against Top Esports, who have established themselves a little bit more as that quote-unquote top dog, at least early on in 2025. Should be a very fun one to watch. And, you know, adding on to that is that jungle matchup that we were talking about. You know, TN from this team of Top Esports moving over to Weibo after being essentially replaced by Kanavi, who has looked incredible ever since he has joined the roster this year.
Really has done. Kanavi's been the beating heart of this team, the real engine that's been pushing them on forwards. Sure, you get some incredible flashy performances from all of the carries on this team, but it feels like Kanavi's been just this main part of the roster that's really able to just pull everything together, push you through the early game, very proactive early on, and just so much has been on him. The game that they ended up losing versus Anyone's Legends, Kanavi didn't look great. He had himself the Skarner, and it just didn't work out for him there. The team needs him to get himself at least ahead to really be able to function as a whole unit. Luckily for them, he's been great at doing that so far.
Yeah, having that added agency, very important for a player like this. You know, he's been a part of the LPL for, I think, 5 or 6 years at this point, spent all this time on JDG, now moving over to Top Esports, and still looking very good no matter where he has been, always playing on these top performing rosters. I think, in my opinion, early favorite for the MVP in Split 2 if it ended today, and he's going to need to continue to have performances like what he's had so far if Top Esports want to continue the success that they have had, going up against Weibo here for their second game of the group ascension here. We're getting ready for our 1v1 for side selection to begin. I think it's going to be Cream on the side of Top Esports up against Breathe, the top laner here for Weibo Gaming. So that'll be an interesting one to kind of parse through as we get ready for this series. But is there anything else about the matchup here between Top and Weibo Blockster that you have your eyes on for this best of 3?
I think as much as we've been talking about the other side of the matchup, Tian's also in a very interesting spot where when we were having a flick through all of the statistics, everything that we could find about this matchup, something that popped up to us was, hey, he does not have a big champion pool. Ended up only playing 2 champions during the entirety of those placements, and that's 6 full games. Was only playing 2 things, ended up just playing the Xin Zhao and the Vi, was really leaning towards the Vi in every situation that he could. Anytime it wasn't banned, wanted to scoop that one up. And I wonder if the limitation of this champion pool is going to come back to bite this team a little bit.
Yeah, it's hard to say because this is the first game that we're seeing of Weibo in a best of this split.
Yeah.
Hard to say if this is like purely a situation where because they only played best of 1 so far in the placement stages that like they just want to continue to play the highest priority picks like the Vi and the Xin Zhao, which have been very high prio, or if this will be a bit of a champion pool concern for somebody like Tien. On the other side, somebody, one of his teammates, Breathe, who will be playing in this 1v1 later in a couple of minutes, 4 straight games of Mbessa in that placement stage as well. So you look at the champion pools in these best of 1s, it seems like it's been very clear, at least on 15.6, that Weibo like have very specific draft priorities. Of course, this being a true fearless best of 3, it'll result in different things kind of maybe popping up for these guys, and we'll get to see if Breathe and Tien are going to be able to play other champions that have high impact as well.
And I mean, looking at the group that they were in as well, Group A, they had BLG, which was a massive battle between the two. They ended up going for 1-for-1 versus them. But the other 2 teams in their group, EDG, WE, they weren't looking so hot, we'll be honest. They were not looking so good throughout a lot of those matchups. We just saw the EDG not even infallible versus LNG. So maybe they just didn't need to show off anything else. You only needed to be top 2 spots to make yourself into this group ascension. Seeding barely mattered going through as well. It was just about getting yourself into that top group. So maybe they just didn't feel the need to really push anything further, but it will be interesting to see if there is something different. Does the Neferi come to play for Tian, or is that something that he's just not comfortable playing at the moment? Because that has been the top pickup for basically all of the junglers that we've seen so far.
And that's kind of the difference in terms of playstyle between Tien and Kanavi, right? Kanavi's able to both play the utility, gank-oriented picks like the Sejuani that we've seen him operate very well on, but, can whip out the Neferi and be a hard carry if needed here for top. And maybe that was one of the things that they were looking for in terms of finding upgrades for their roster after the end of the 2024 World Championships. And so it's worked pretty well for them so far, that added flexibility. However, I think we do still think that Kanavi is better on those like more hard carry champions, things that he has a little bit more agency on when he's the one like leading the charge here for TES. And so this jungle matchup is going to be really interesting. There's always that added motivation for a player once they get either kicked or replaced, or however the relationship ended up ending here for a player like Tien. He's going to want to make the top esports fans remember that he was pretty good at some point when he was playing with them as well.
Absolutely, and Weibo, they've got pretty high expectations for themselves going on forwards. Taking one of those games off of BLG, they look really good in that matchup as well. They are going to want to show out right here. I think that they're looking like one of the stronger teams we've got at the moment in this top tier. And the fact that you're up against top esports right now, it's a real test to see where I actually want to put them in the pecking order. Because at the moment, they're very unplayed, right? They haven't played against anybody else in this stage, but also their only real challenge was up against BLG. They haven't really got to test their mettle against anybody else. And for me, it means that I'm looking at them going, I'm just not quite sure where I think they're actually going to end up here.
Yeah, we saw them play a 5-game series against JDG back in Split 1, but that was so long ago at this point that it's like so many different things have changed, just in terms of the meta, and lane swaps were still a thing back then, right? And so going into this split is, wow, we got some green jerseys here for Weibo as they're walking out as well. Maybe some new drips going to help them out in this matchup.
I love it. We've got far too many teams rocking the same kind of colorings, and especially Weibo, they didn't have a particularly interesting jersey set beforehand. This is great. I mean, that's quite the green. I can imagine the photoshopping that's going to be happening to those ones. Looks a bit like a green screen right here.
Wait, yeah, it's perfect bait, setting up for any editor to have their free will over this. That's actually super true. Maybe that's why there's not a ton of green esports jerseys. I'm trying to think of any of them. That
No,
exist.
I don't think
really
many
know.
people put themselves in that kind of green. But hey, the photoshopping is free publicity on all of the social medias, right? I'm sure that there's
I know
gonna be...
the Weibo Twitter is gonna have fun with this one. I
Oh,
know they're
yeah.
active all the time. Yeah.
Absolutely. They're going to be able to take this one on. And hey, I think they look great. I think it's really fun to see something a little bit different. As much as Top Esports, it's very clean, it's very nice, the look. It's not particularly interesting. I'm liking the green here.
We'll see. At least it's something different, right? I feel like we've seen a lot of these like basic white or black jerseys with little accents over it. The green, very, very fun. I also love the BLG pink jerseys that they had for a little bit.
Those were nice.
So always nice to have a little bit of variety. As we are getting ready for our 1v1, as you can see on your screen, it is going to be Cream up against Breathe in this matchup. We normally see similar lane opponents going at it against each other, so a little bit of a different situation this time around, but it should be a fun one nonetheless. I know that sometimes these 1v1s can get dragged on a little bit, so hopefully these guys, you know, they're here for the content, they're here for the gameplay, and they just start fist fighting immediately. That'd be a dream for me.
Yeah, the 1v1 ending because the Ring of Fire comes in and just forces it closed is not particularly interesting. We'll see what the champion pickups are going to be, though, because I've seen some truly awful 1v1 matchups where somebody just decides to just take, I don't know, Tryndamere, and they just sort of sat there in ult, not really caring about what's going to go on. I'm hoping that we get something a little bit more explosive here.
You know, the gimmicky ones where you try to play around the different rule sets, like the Ring of Fire closing in, it's like fun to think about in draft, but then you actually watch it take place and you're like, this sucks. This is not that fun. So hopefully we'll see some fighting. And as I say that, Noriana gets locked in, which is maybe not super hopeful for me. But the Aurelia on the other side for Breathe certainly will. I feel like we've seen Breathe really thrive on these big, heavy carry, bruisery top laners like throughout his career, his early career, whether it's here on Weibo or back on RNG. So this will be a really fun champion to see him on, even in this 1v1 setting.
Yeah, and it will be interesting to see what the Orianna can really do. I'm just having a quick look through what people have been picking up for themselves, and I've not seen an Orianna previously. It doesn't strike me as the sort of champion you really want to be looking towards in the 1v1s, but you can space out relatively well with it. You know, has high enough damage once you get that first recall off. First recall going to be empowered as well, so, you know, not too bad to go back, get yourself that first little bit of an item, and then see if you can fight. I do just worry that there's not enough poke damage on an Orianna early on, where you're just going to get one-tapped by the Aurelia once that ulti lands.
Yes, the Orianna is an interesting one to me because in my head, this is a very team fight oriented oriented champion. This is a guy, a pick that you pick the Orianna, you pick her to like win later on in the game to help in a 5v5, not necessarily for lane.
Fight later,
Yeah, the added magic damage on the auto attacks is like an added twist. I wonder if maybe there's a different set of builds that you could go, something with like some on hit somehow, but it looks like that's not going to be the case as there's Oblivion Orb in inventory early, as obviously Breathe with the Vamp Scepter as well as the Conqueror, as well as just the general passive as well, heals a lot, part of the kit, so making sure that that gets cut a little bit as we start this 1v1 off.
Yeah, I do very much agree with getting that early anti-heal in right here for Cream. Otherwise, you're just going to get taken down. I mean, if it's a tankier champion, Bramble Caps as your immediate start would make a lot of sense in this situation. I think it makes sense, but also, yeah, you do just kind of get jumped right here, and I don't know how much Breathe really minds. Even with missing that stun, that's still a huge chunk of damage already taken out of Cream.
Yeah, the Grievous Wound is not going to help you too much there, and Breathe didn't even hit his stun, and still was able to do a big chunk of damage onto Cream, who has used both of his potions already. Again, we do have that empowered recall, which might help a little bit, and you know, Cream will be able to poke nicely with these command dissonances and things like that. But another stun does connect. Breathe going in early, playing very aggro in this 1v1.
Yeah, once you've got that stacked up on the passive right here for Breathe, you just deal so much damage. This is the point where it does get a little bit chiller, though, because Cream can, of course, just, you know, take the farm, sit back a little bit, allow the game to happen. You're really going to need that level 6 for Cream to be able to get the 1v1. But still, I mean, yeah, as much as the damage is being done, the anti-heal is stopping Breathe from keeping himself in as good a spot. It just doesn't feel like Cream's finding any angles early to be able to play. And, you know, you've only got 5 or so minutes until that Ring of Fire starts closing in. You know, you don't have a lot of time to get yourself actually up into those good stages for yourself.
Oh, wow. This is really well played here by Breathe so far. uses the snowball to just try to zone Cream off of the health shard as well. He ends up stealing that one away, and should be able to just collect another shard here with a big wave crashing in. As a top lane main who likes playing a lot of tanks, Aurelia, kind of the bane of my existence for at least a few years when it was super meta back in like season 10, 11. So part of me is getting PTSD, but part of me is also just impressed by watching Breathe play this one out so far.
Yeah, and I mean, it's the sort of champion that we really don't get to see top laners pull out at the moment. That's one of the best things about the 1v1s, right, is that we actually get to see something a little bit different, a little bit more fun in terms of the champion pools. But yeah, right now, Breathe just going to keep the pressure up. Misses the snowball right here, so it's missing quite a lot of the stuns and the snowballs, unfortunately. I'm not sure how much that's going to impact in the end, because the pressure is still here, and you wouldn't exactly be able to go in for an all-in under the tower at this point, not without the fully stacked up passive. Now you can go, potentially? It's just a poke ulti. Yeah, this is rough for Cream.
There's an ulti to try to clear the wave out, and it looks like we're not even getting it empowered back at this point, so Cream taking a beating and just heading back to base anyway. Breeze should be able to shove another one under tower. At this point here, Cream, I think, realizes that he will not be winning this game off of CS or the tower being taken down. Breeze should probably be able to just auto this once to pick up that extra gold for the plate. Maybe even get himself 2. Wow, that's a big boon of gold.
3? I think he gets 3 here. Yeah, it's going to be 3 full tower plates.
And the crazy thing is, Breeze doesn't even have to base if he doesn't want to. I mean, I think he might, just because of all the gold that he's gotten. That's 375 in the bank on top of the 10 CS lead that he's generated. But he heals up really nicely. I mean, this is going to be very hard for Cream to win. And we talk about this matchup. We didn't set too many expectations. We talked mostly about the jungle matchup between these two teams. But I think overall, most of us are favoring top esports in this best of 3. But the way the 1v1's going, Blockster, maybe not, you know?
Yeah, maybe we should be all in on the Weibo train right now. I mean, the 1v1s, it tells you a little bit, potentially, about the way it could go when you've got actual matchups that we maybe see, actual lane matchups between a top jungler. I'm not sure how much we're going to actually see this 1v1 during the actual matchup. If Breathe had have landed that one, I think you just actually immediately kill right there, right? You've got the ball completed for Breathe. You're in the strongest spot you're probably going to be in throughout this 1v1, and you're just going to look to fully press that one. It's really unfortunate for Cream that he's just not been able to get enough gold together to actually have that first completed item. He's got little scraps right now, but nothing to really make it stick.
And that's the bad side of starting an Oblivion Orb for the extra heal cut, right? Because that means that you don't get that full first item power spike. Instead, you're just kind of playing garage sale with the Lost Chapter and the Lucidity boots on top of it. Meanwhile, Breathe has a fully completed item and a very strong first item spike on basically any bruiser top laner, but especially on Aurelia, where you can get those auto attacks off quickly. And speaking of, there it comes, that first proc of the Bork proc. Ultimate is flashed away from, and Breathe will have to follow his flash over the shockwave, but he still wins out on the health trade in the 1v1. However, now Cream is starting to do a little bit more damage in terms of poke, pops the dissonance to get a little bit extra movement speed, and actually wins out on the trade.
Yeah, this is what the Oblivion Orb is doing right here. In these longer, more extended trades where Cream's actually able to keep himself alive throughout the first bit and return some of the damage, all of that healing cut just means that Breathe, not able to keep himself in a good spot, also gets that base stopped as well. So Cream actually has turned this one around pretty effectively.
Yeah, and actually because Breathe didn't take the best back in terms of where the wave state was,
stopped again.
He's down in XP to Cream as well. And now Cream is the one just pummeling away at this turret, and Breed's going to have to make a decision very quickly. Does he go back to base and risk his tower getting chunked very, very low, or going for a 1v1? He's going to choose the former, but look at the plates on this tower. They're going down quick.
Really are, and this is a big mistake in terms of just decision-making from Breathe. If you're going to get forced back to base eventually anyway, you've just got to go.
He's got a whole other wave.
Yeah, you've just got to leave early on. I don't know if Breathe even gets back in time for this one.
Wait, the tower might be down. Look at it chunk. He's just auto-attacking it. What a turn of events. Breathe didn't even get a chance to fully revive his health bar, as the Orianna auto-attacks were enough to help Cream take down the tower after he was down so badly in that 1v1 blocks there. And now top esports, they're going to be getting side select for game 1 of this series.
It was just poor decision making. Didn't recognize that he was just going to have to walk further back to get that initial recall off. and instead was like, oh, I think I can recall just behind the tower, get stopped, tries again, get stopped, and by that point you've just wasted way too much time. You have to all in. Going back to base just wasn't enough time, and yeah, the tower falls. I mean, congratulations right there to Cream for being able to pick that one up. It did not look like it was going to be a success at the very beginning of that one.
I mean, I have not watched all of the 1v1s that we've had so far in the LPL. I mean, you know, when I do, we'll go back and watch tape. They don't normally show the 1v1s as like a big part of it, right? But I think that might be the first time I've seen a game, or I've seen one of them won by taking a tower all the way down.
Yeah.
And the fact that the tower was taken not by like a Scion with Demolish or something where that was their true win condition, which is done by like an Orianna who had
auto-attacked it
a Lost Chapter and an Oblivion Orb. Like,
yeah.
Very interesting situation of how that ended up playing out. Top Esports choosing blue side, which has been the preferred side for basically every single team in the league, and that means that they're going to have their first crack at a lot of these powerful picks, things like the Rumble, the Ambessa, the Neferi, all on the table.
Yeah. I mean, that's why blue side has been so strong at the moment. There are a ton of great pickups that you can get. There's a ton of things that a lot of teams feel like they're a little bit forced into banning at the moment. The Gwen specifically has been on the ban table a lot recently. It's such a strong pickup. Like I said, the Rumble 2 can do a lot. Varus, all of these champions. The thing I'm really watching for, though, is the Neferi. Do we end up seeing it here? I'd be surprised if we don't get it at some point throughout this series, but does somebody want to slam it immediately?
Most notably, you know, in that jungle matchup that we were highlighting at the start of the series, or at the start of our portion of the broadcast, Tian has not played that Neferi yet because he's played two different champions, and Neferi's only been really viable as a jungler here in Split 2. Meanwhile, Kanavi has had himself a great go of it on that champion throughout the early portions of the split. I think had one game specifically in the placement stages where he went ballistic on that Neferi, and so interesting to see with this being blue side. You know, you likely see a Neferi ban if you are Weibo on this red side early on, but if not, do you like how? I wonder how that little mind game is going to play as we start things off in the draft.
And we're already going to get a couple of these really big priority pickups banned away. The Ambessa, like we said, one of those priority pickups that we've been seeing out of Weibo. The Jace as well, just so much flexibility from that one. Rumble and the Kalista actually is going to go off the board. Now, Kalista's been interesting where it's been pretty high priority, also winning a decent amount, but it's nowhere near as strong as it was at the beginning of Split 1. Split 1, it was such a strong champion. Now it feels like it's in a little bit more of a balanced state, but with a very strong ADC over on Top Esports, it makes sense that they don't want to deal with that one.
Yeah, and the Varus taken off on the other side here. Light not going to get his hands on that. See what the final ban is for Weibo. A lot of powerful picks still available. The Gwen and the Neferi, notably, both up. And so Weibo actually throwing out the gauntlet to Top Esports, offering them the trade. And it looks like that's going to happen. And now we'll see if Weibo do prioritize this Neferi pick, because it's Top to end up picking the Gwen, meaning that that dog still up on the table.
It is, and do you want to give over both the Gwen and the Neferi? That's a little bit of a risky proposition to go for, and giving 369 this Gwen anyway is already a massive risk. The reason that you're able to just blind it at the moment is because it is just so much stronger than almost anything else that we've been seeing in the top lane. Weibo, they did decide that the trade was worthwhile. They are going to pick themselves up the Neferi, and now things are a little bit more open. There's still plenty of strong pickups available, but nothing so much where it's like, right, you have to take this at this point, otherwise things are just going to collapse in. Are we going to see top laners again? We are indeed, and it's going to be the Gnar into Gwen matchup. Now, the Gnar can space this matchup out relatively effectively, but the Gwen just starts dealing so much damage around that 2-item spike that you almost can't step to it by any champion.
I was curious if we get the Kennen counter. That was something that worked out well for... actually, 4-3-6-9 against Flandre in game number 3 of the series that happened between TS and AL a couple of days ago. Looks like instead it will be the Gnar here for Breathe, another champion that he is very comfortable on throughout his entirety of his career. Responsibility for TS is going to be playing the Vi, so the roles swapped a little bit in terms of what the playstyles for these junglers were expected to be entering this series, and now this is Tian's opportunity to say, hey, I can play some of these carries too. I'm not just a Vi or Xin Zhaobot.
Interesting. Top, they're going to go towards the Ahri right here. Now, Cream's very effective on the Ahri, but this is an incredibly single-target kind of composition right now. All of these champions much more interested in focusing down one champion, pick them off, then turn it into a full team fight. Weibo, they're a little bit more split. The Rise as well can give you a little bit more in terms of the overall damage. At the same time, I feel like Weibo are also pretty single target. This is going to be a little bit more on picks and map positioning right now than the straight up 5v5 team fights. If these teams get to play out the matchups as they want to, obviously we might see them just forced into these straight up 5v5s anyway.
Yeah, that could change a little bit depending on which bot lanes are selected, but the pools have already been pinched a bit, and they will continue to be potentially in that support position as Crisp is getting targeted early on with the Braum as we enter our second phase of this first game draft. Jackie Love and Crisp have been hit or miss, I should say, throughout the start of the LPL season, but when they are hitting, when they are firing on all cylinders, this is one of the best bot lanes that we have in the league.
Absolutely, and they've found some great success on things like the MF Alistair has been a really good combo for them. You know, something where they can really get quite aggressive. Same thing with the Ezreal Karma. That's been really nice for them too. Obviously, the Ezreal is going to be banned away by Top Esports right now. And Light and Hang, they've also been looking pretty good. I don't think they've been the main focus from Weibo. I've been far more looking towards their mid-jungle duo as the real place that they're trying to play through. But Light and Hang, they've not been slouches. They've not been dragging the rest of the team down. But we are beginning to see quite a lot of ADCs onto the ban table. A lot of the top priority ones especially are now gone. So you're kind of looking more towards this second tier of champions. And I mean, in terms of those second tier of ADCs, the most interesting one has definitely been the Kai'Sa. It's a bit risky to go, but in a very single target focused composition like TES have, it can make sense.
And we know that both these bot laners can definitely play that if they are given the angle by their coaching staff. We'll see what Light decides to select here on that R4. Another pick could be something like the Jhin, offers more utility, which might not be the best in terms of Top Esports specific composition right now, as they already have a lot of that single target damage. So maybe it will be the Kai'Sa. Jackie Love is hovering that right now. Could be paired up alongside something like the Nautilus, which is actually not on the ban table throughout the portion of this draft.
Yeah, and it's been one of the strongest supports, but the support pool is a little bit more open at the moment. I think any kind of engaged support could work quite well right here. Everybody else is going to be diving in. You don't want to be leaving your support behind. Something else that can go forwards. The Poppy, we saw it in that previous series that we were watching, just how strong it can be, and you did need something a little bit tankier still to be able to face check into brushes, be able to step up and buy a little bit of space early on, and it will be the Jhin, the other ADC that you highlighted on that second tier of ADCs we're seeing. It's much more able to just sit back and try to play the map from further away. I do worry for it a little bit when there's so much dive potential, especially with something like a Vi. The Jhin can be pretty vulnerable to that.
Yeah, and then you just have the Kai'Sa who can immediately follow up on it. You have Cream who can throw a charm out onto the Jhin as well. I imagine he's taking cleanse here in this game as we have loaded up on our compositions for game number 1. I think overall, nothing super 5v5 teamfight oriented for Top Esports specifically. I think it's going to be about those picks that you talked about. Kanavi and Cream roaming around the map together in the mid jungle 2v2 should have a big impact over how the first portion of this game goes.
Absolutely. Watching where you can actually find gank potentials is going to be so important right here. The Neferi is a little bit happier to sit and allow you to just do what you need to do on your lanes and then get involved a little bit later on, try to deal that damage once you get that first item spike. Whereas Kanavi, I think you've got a lot more priority on you right now. The Vi is so good on the early ganks, especially once you first hit that level 6, almost guaranteeing at least a flash out of your opponents. So I'm going to be watching Kanavi. What can he do? Because when he falls behind, this Top Esports team just doesn't look the same.
Yeah, and we saw that happen against Anyone's Legends in Top's first game of the regular season of split number 2. Was able to do much better in the last 2 games, and that is what led Top Esports to being 1-0 on the season so far. Meanwhile, Weibo playing their first games here in Group Ascend. They're going to have to play 2 best-of-3s against every one of the top 10 teams in the LPL at the moment before playoffs begin. And things get very cutthroat here in this group here, Bloxer. The top 4 are the only teams that are guaranteed spots to the knockout after this double round robin concludes. And so getting a win over a team like Top Esports would be a huge boon for Weibo.
It really would be. It would show everybody that, hey, the matchup that they were able to take off of BLG wasn't a fluke. They are here to play, and they are going to be one of our top teams. They really need to show up in this one. Top Esports, they just want to continue the run.
Well, so let's get into it. We got game number 1 between Top Esports and Weibo coming right up.
Alrighty, and where are we going to see these junglers start? Because the Neferi, like we were saying, prefers to just sit back a little bit, farm up, see if you can get into a good spot. Okay.
Not a great start for
immediately
Breathe.
jumping in. I thought 369 was going to chase that one a little bit further. Instead, just gives Breathe a little bit of a tickle and then walks off. All right, fair enough, fair enough.
That's the top lane of respect right there. You know, you don't have any crowd control, so you decide. That's a little warning shot before the game really begins. Maybe help up those damage numbers on the post-game screenshot.
Exactly. You get it.
Taking a look at the runes around, we see Light going for a more defensive option with the Fleet Footwork. Meanwhile, Jackie Love with that Lethal Tempo, meaning a more on-hit build, is likely here for the Kai'Sa. As you see right now, the power of this Gwen, even in this range versus melee matchup, level 1 is one of the strongest points actually for this champion because you can just do so much extra magic damage with those auto attacks on the E.
Absolutely, and just being able to constantly press forwards. Hang on, 369 going in. Again, another good chunk out of Breathe, although...
Oh, he's dashing forward.
Hang on.
Wait, 369 is just dead.
Gone.
Oh, no, you can't fight in the wave like that, man. Breathe, spacing nicely, picking up first blood for Weibo Gaming.
Oh, you could see the moment where 369 realized that he'd messed up, knew that he had to go in and get the kill, otherwise on the return was just going to get taken down by Breathe, but Breathe plays that one exceptionally well. Like you said, the spacing was just perfect, and 369 fighting in just a way too aggressive position, gets punished for that one, and the Gwen, that B1 Gwen, it's such a strong pickup, you really don't want to be falling behind on it already.
And look what that also led to. TN was able to walk straight from Raptors into the enemy blue buff and steal away 2 of Kanavi's camps. Now, Kanavi will be able to at least get something back potentially, but he was spotted on a ward walking in, and now the rest of Weibo could be on the hunt. Hung coming in first, and the rest of the bot lane will show up, so it does mean that Kanavi can secure the blue buff, but still net positive overall in terms of camps for TN at the moment once he's able to finish off all of his clears. Let's take another look at this 1v1.
And you can understand why 369 is going forwards, wants to get a good chunk out of Breathe, but here, it's this point where he keeps stepping back forwards, he knows he's messed up at this point, and actually Breathe didn't even need to flash in the end. The minions were going to pick up that kill onto 369 anyway, so that's at least something back for 369, but that's both summoners just blown immediately, and he doesn't even get a kill for it.
Definitely questionable, because the Gwen is certainly a pick that you can abuse the damage of early on, but not when you're playing like completely unreasonably aggressive in that, like he did against Breathe right there, who, you know, I understand being Mininar, like not having the hyper as well, like that could be an opportunity for you to try to exploit that matchup, but obviously did not work out, especially when fighting into the wave like 369 did.
Exactly, just jumping way too aggressive right there. And we'll see what that ends up meaning for the rest of this matchup, because you've now opened up the cull right here for Breathe. Is in a good spot. Cream getting collapsed on.
Yeah, Yahoo snuck his way into the bottom side bush. And Tien's going to be able to pick up a kill as well. So 2-0 for Weibo Gaming early on. Again, we thought that this could be a top esports favored matchup because, of course, they're the defending champions. But Weibo wanting to make sure that they come out with a roar to start off their group stage.
Absolutely. Kanavi in the area around this bottom side. It'd be very risky to try for any kind of dive at the moment, and in fact going to get spotted out onto this Gromp. Not potentially pushed back. I mean, you don't have any more support in the area. Tian is up on his top side of the jungle, but it just means that, again, Kanavi being tracked around this jungle right now, not being able to be proactive, not in the same way that Tian has been able to be so far. And that's exactly what you want to do as Weibo. Shut down the early game for top esports, because look at their composition. This is the sort of composition that spikes incredibly hard at that 1 to 2 item point. That's when they're really going to be wanting to be fighting, and now if they're behind the curve, going to make it that much harder for top esports to get their feet under them with this very aggressive composition.
Yeah, I mean, this is, again, we talked about the win cons here for top. It was when Kanavi and Cream hit level 6, they're able to roam around the side lanes together. That can't happen if Kanavi's super far behind, and if Tien on the Nefiri is having a pretty good start to this game, which he definitely is at this point. The matchup between these junglers is what we were highlighting going into this game here, Bloxer, and right now Weibo's jungler having the better go of things.
Very much so. On this champion, we weren't even sure he was going to be able to play. Going into today, he'd only been playing the Vi and the Xin Zhao. All of a sudden, pulls out this Nefiri, the top dog that we've been seeing at the moment. And so far, having some great success on this one. Of course, it's still very early on into the game. We're only just going to be getting that first Drake spawning. The first set of grubs as well are in the area. You can see a few pings right now over on Weibo towards this Drake. Potentially, that's what they want to play towards. That being said, I feel like the grubs are going to be a little bit more impactful for both of these teams, and you can see, indeed, bot lanes being roamed around in order to get involved.
Yeah, not a ton of inherent siege potential for either team comps, so getting that extra damage to the towers with those grubs would be rather important for both sides. Recently, Cream hitting level 6, Kanavi and Tien both do not have their ultimates, but that is going to be okay for now, as it is the Vi starting up these grubs for top.
And it looks like Tian, despite the fact that he has his bot lane in the area, are a lot more interested in just picking up these waves, a couple more camps. It was well played right here out of Top Esports to be able to push through that top wave, make sure that there wasn't going to be any real response onto this one. And I think that picking yourself up all of these grubs is going to be so impactful right here for Top Esports. You've got a Gwen, and Gwen just loves being able to shred through these towers. So much easier once you can get on top of them.
So we'll be just that first set of grubs picked up. Now the trade normally on the other side is a dragon for the team that does not get the grubs, but now Weibo still on this top side.
There they go.
They could potentially get punished here as Tien gets hit by the ball breaker. But look, all of a sudden Kanavi is suddenly sent right back into the enemy team, but Top Esports collapsed onto Xiaohu, and that's the first kill of the fight. A 3v3 has opened up. Light still pretty untouched. Hung looking for another headbutt pulse combo potentially, as Jackie Love has that lethal tempo fully stacked up. Cream dashes forward, lands into the charm.
Nice.
Chris dashes in here with the ball breaker as well. That should be Jackie Love once again picking up another kill. And so Top Esports, they go 2 for 1 on that trade, as well as getting the grub camps.
Yeah, really well played right there out of top. And it's just the aggression that they knew that they needed to go for. I think Hang did a really good job in that team fight of attempting to split things up. But unfortunately for him, you just get caught stepping a little bit too far forwards right there. We'll have a look back at this one. So this is aggression out of Top Esports, and then Hang manages to flash in, get the push back into the stun. It's really well played to try get the initial kill onto Kanavi, but this Vi able to survive for long enough to pull the fight a little bit further forwards. And then it's this re-engage that's really nice. Cream managing to find that charm that you needed. Immediate follow-up right there from Crisp as well to make sure that it works. It was the flash into the E to be able to pick up that kill. Top Esports doing well for themselves, managed to get themselves at least back into this game after what was a little bit shaky in the very early stages.
And a little bit of potentially like miscommunication almost, because Xiaohu kind of just walked straight into all of Top Esports and died, and that came right as Hung headbutted Kanavi the opposite direction, so pushing the fight away from Xiaohu and forcing Top Esports to instead collapse onto the Rise and getting a kill onto him. That was one of the big reasons why it was more of an even trade for Top Esports instead of it being Weibo really taking control after a nice engage from Hung.
And we're going to have that first item now completed. Youngtail's arrows for Jackie Love, so he's going to be in a pretty strong spot. And again, like we were saying, Top Esports, they really don't want to fall behind on this very aggressive, dive-orientated composition. It's going to be all about the picks, who you can find with either a charm or a Vi ulti from Kanavi, and then turning it into a 4v5. I think in the straight-up 5v5s, if they're well executed, a few good ultimates out of Weibo, they're definitely going to be very hard to play out for Top Esports, so they need to change the terms of the fights before they even start.
Be interesting to watch as the gold has gone right back to even. Top Esports with a slight advantage as well by having those 3 grubs, although Weibo has claimed the feat of warfare as they were able to get to 3 kills first. And we look at where the gold is focused for each of these teams. Right now the bot side for Top doing very well. Jackie Love and Crisp having a good go of things early on, whereas Breathe and Tien are the ones that are ahead right now for Weibo, but that might not matter as 369 pops the Ghost and the Needlework and chunks Breathe down to 300 HP.
Getting very low right here, but does have that Meganar stacking up, and Tian is booking his way up towards the top side right now. 369 needs to be careful to not over-aggress here, or he might find himself dying again in this matchup, which would be devastating for the chances of Top Esports. And indeed, they do end up backing up from this one, but because Tian's been pulled up towards the top side of the map, Top Esports, they're going to be able to pick themselves up this Drake, the first Drake of the game. Being able to grab yourself the first 3 grubs and the first Drake, that's huge right here.
Yeah, wisely backing away was 369. He knew with all of his teammates on the bottom side that he was the only play that Weibo could make, and with Tien up on the top side, ends up retreating, even though he did not necessarily know that the Neferi was in the area. It allows for Top to get the Dragon and also not die on the top side, as they've had a decent go of things ever since that first couple of kills went awry for them.
Yeah, they've been able to at least stem the bleeding, stop this from turning into a complete disaster early on. Getting themselves into a pretty nice spot right here. The next set of grubs are going to be spawning, though, just about now, and Tian is already on top of them. And actually, Kanavi not moving straight towards them. Going to be pausing to take this wolf camp. Not sure that's entirely worthwhile, but there are quite a few members of Weibo in the area. If you do want to step up and try take one of these away and stop it from just being a 3-for-3 grub trade, it would be very tricky to do so. And yeah, it looks like they're just going to back off from this one. Na'Vi happy to just take a little bit more of the camp, so it will be 3 apiece in terms of these grubs.
Not the worst thing in the world if you're a top esports fan, as you already got the 3. Just want to make sure you don't give away all of them. Crisp's trying to spot out Breathe. He's just able to hop over the wall. And so again, first matchup in 2025 between these two teams. The last time that we saw top esports play against Weibo was back in the summer LPL playoffs, and that actually went, I think, Weibo's way. So it's a bit of a different time, though, since then. Top esports have gotten Kanavi. They've also gotten Crisp, who was on Weibo at the time back in 2024. So different landscape, certainly, since the last time these two teams have faced off.
Very much. It's been interesting that they've just avoided each other throughout the first split. Now we get to see a real true matchup between them, and I think at a point which these teams are going to be warmed up after the placements, they're going to be feeling good about everything. So it's going to be a very representative battle between these two in this best of 3 right here. So you see small looks towards plays from both of these teams, but nobody's particularly wanting to pull the trigger on any more skirmishes right now. There's nothing to really be fighting around particularly. Pressure onto this top lane turret, a few plates perhaps, but nothing too much to worry about.
Yeah, just focusing on getting your gold into the players that you want. Right now, specifically Jackie Love, the big beneficiary of that, and on the top side, it looks like Top Esports thought about potentially taking a fight. Charm barely goes wide as Tian's able to dash away or get away from that one rather nicely. However, here comes Xiaohu with the Realm Warp, and now Cream is suddenly singled out.
He could just walk it out.
Able to, walk things out there. He still had the Spirit Rush and his Flash available, so Weibo made sure not to overchase.
And this is the issue with the Rise. You have to be proactive with this Realm Warp, but it can be incredibly tricky to do so, and it's got quite a long cooldown in the early levels right here. So Xiaohu just going to be missing out onto that one for the upcoming Drake fight in a couple of minutes' time, potentially for the Herald as well, so not ideal to miss out onto that one. Cream not even having to blow the Spirit Rush to get away in that situation.
Yeah, so actually doesn't do much here for Weibo, but they have actually been able to maintain their gold lead. A lot of actually in the hands of Breathe, who I believe just picked up a plate on the bottom side, as well as all the shenanigans were happening up top lane. That Gnar will be a big factor in terms of how the team fights for Weibo do go. We talk about how both teams generally have mostly single target abilities and focuses, right, with the Kaisa, with the Vi and the Ahri here for top, and then things even like the Jhin for Weibo. Breathe has a big ultimate button that does a lot of AoE damage, and so that is going to be a big difference maker here for this young player of Weibo.
Breathe and Hang are going to be the big differences right here, because they've actually got all of this AoE CC that they can be laying down. They can get involved into the backline. It's going to make Weibo's straight up 5v5 team fights a heck of a lot more effective than what Top Esports are going to be able to do, if of course they're not massively far ahead, which so far Weibo have done a good job of keeping top in check. Like you said, they've got themselves a small gold lead. The place where the gold lead isn't happening though is the bottom lane. Jackie Love got himself about 1,000 gold. The advantage is well ahead of his lane opponent right now and is in a very strong spot at the moment. Once you get that second item right here completed onto Jackie Love, I think this is the point where Top Esports are going to have to pull the trigger. They're going to have to go in and use this composition effectively. Otherwise, they're just not going to be in a good spot come these late game team fights.
Yeah, and while the Lethality Jhin means you have a little bit more power in the early game, this champion still doesn't really come online until you get to 3 or 4 items at the most. So be a little bit until Weibo are at full strength. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, Xiaohu going to be the target as the full third proc and the Needlework connects combined with the Season Desist. Snip, snip, go the scissors. And 369 picks up his first kill of the game. And now a teleport is coming in from Breathe, who has to immediately flash away, being in that exhausted form. So Top Esports get a big play on the bot lane. They also force Breathe down bot and allow for Jackie Love to get the first tower of the game.
Yeah, the first tower going over to Jackie Love just after we were talking about all of the gold advantage he had. Well, that's going to help as well. And a great play right there out of Top Esports, showing us why they're still considered one of the top dogs that we've got at the moment in the LPL. But the pace just going to continue right here. Weibo straight over onto this Drake for themselves. With all of the pressure Top Esports have in the top side of the map at the moment, it's going to be pretty easy for them to pick this one up. Good pressure going down onto this tower right now, but I don't know that you want to try dive onto a Gwen right here.
Yeah, especially when Xiaohu is now going to get targeted by 3 members of Top Esports, gets straight charged into Jackie Love by Crisp. He sets it up and will get rewarded with it with a kill. Again, the trade on the other side is that bottom lane turret, but Top Esports getting the better end of things overall in terms of gold.
They really are. They're not quite going to be able to push forwards onto this tier 2, but going to be more than happy with what they were able to pick up in the first place. And the gold lead we'd just been praising Weibo for being able to maintain throughout the very early stages of this game has all of a sudden flipped. It's not a massive advantage right here for Top Esports, but it is something. And straight onto the Herald they go, with top lane cracked open, bot lane very weak at the moment. You'd have to imagine that this Herald is going to be destined for the mid lane. We'll have a look back at this one. The initial Needleworks did miss out of 369, but this is why you pick up the Vi. The Vault Breaker, just to get you close enough to be able to ulti straight in onto Xiaohu, and it's very easy for them to be able to pick up that kill. More than enough damage between the Gwen and the Vi combo.
Hold on. I
nobody
think Kanavi just stole away the Rift Herald, but wasn't able to pick up the eye. So just a denial here, I think, right now for top, unless they try to go for it at this last moment. Kanavi dashing forward, looking for potentially that Vault Breaker, or sorry, the Cease and Desist onto TN, but not going to find it. Breathe is Meganar, though. And so that means the Top Esports have to back away without picking up the Eye of the Herald, meaning that it will go unclaimed here in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good denial right there to be able to just stop it from going over. Get yourself a little bit back. Weibo, though, going to be able to pick themselves up this top lane tier 1. And these teams really are scrapping incredibly back and forth so far in this game. And without a true advantage right now, I'm still favouring Weibo in terms of these actual team fights once we get to this point. The teams, though, haven't been too interested in fully 5v5 scrapping at the moment. Top Esports, they've been just trying to play their composition as they should, trying to find a couple of picks so far. They've got all of their power right now on 369 and Jackie Love, whereas it's Tian right now who's in an incredibly strong position for Weibo.
Yeah, as soon as he gets that second item, in addition to that Eclipse, is going to be even a bigger power spike for Tien, who, again, has to be a big player on this team in terms of carry threat, specifically due to the way this composition has been set up around him. Rise and Jin are his 2 backline carries, and so if Tien's able to dish out a lot of damage as well as providing some space for these more artillery-oriented backliners, that'll be really big for Weibo, even though that's not necessarily the playstyle that we were expecting from Tien entering this series.
No, we were expecting Tien to be playing a lot more of these aggressive, skirmish-heavy pickups that really rely on getting early game priority to make the game work. Neferi not quite that champion. It can still be pretty aggressive in the early game, but you're much more looking to get yourself into these mid to late game team fights where you can weave in and out and really use the absolutely ridiculous Eviscerate E to be able to stop yourself from dying. Just go untargetable randomly. Why not?
Yeah. Well, it's very, very powerful, the changes that have been
so
made for the kit, especially with that invulnerability. That could work well with against something like the Vi, who has that single target, point and click ultimate ability that she can just press, right? Rest of Weibo, looking at Xiaohu specifically right now, getting close to the full stacks of both the Seraphs and the Rod of Ages. Gonna be a big spike for him because right now, at least in the first 19 minutes of this game, he has not had a good one.
No, it's been a little bit slow so far. Hasn't quite been able to get himself into the position you would really have wanted to. Big pressure right here out of Weibo. They're going to be starting up onto this red buff. Kanavi and Crisp are in the area, but they need to be careful that they don't get fully collapsed upon. And everybody just going to have to turn tail and run right now. Weibo, they own this jungle. Also getting decent damage onto this bottom lane tier 2 tower. We've got less than a minute until the next Drake is going to spawn. With all of this pressure that Weibo have in this bottom quadrant of the map, all of the vision is going to make it very tricky for TS to be able to step up for this one.
Yeah, nice little interaction I want to call out there from Crisp as well. Pops the steadfast presence basically immediately after Hung Hex flashes over the wall to make sure that he's very disincentivized to going in with that headbutt. Crisp has been secretly very solid on this Poppy throughout the season. He's had a couple of really big ultimates and really big plays on it throughout 2025, and it's not necessarily the support pick that always screams out as being like super powerful, but when it's in the right hands, it can certainly be strong.
It could do ridiculous amounts of damage, be so unbelievably tanky as well, and it's the ulti, I think, more than anything, where you can just fully reposition people on a team fight, make it so you get yourself favorable numbers at the beginning. In a composition like this, where you're looking to assassinate one person, if you can land that ulti onto 2-3 people, push them away, and then assassinate the remaining member, then that's a great way for these team fights to go for Top Esports, something that Crisp is definitely going to be looking for. For right now, though, the teams, they are posturing around this Drake, beginning to try to get themselves that mid lane priority and set themselves up for this one. In fact, TP going to be coming in right here. We are going to get Xiaohu around here, and it is going to be Weibo starting this one up first.
Yeah, they actually have chunked it down about half HP already. However, 369 has a nice flank, should be set up. However, he's going to have to face check this brush, and Xiaohu is there to at least make it a 1v2 in favor of Weibo for now. Cream over the wall, gets spotted out by that ward. Here comes Hung, though. He pops the Unbreakable Will, goes for the knockup and the hit back on JackieLove, but JackieLove just Killer Instincts away, and now all of Weibo's engage is just gone. Dragon at 2,000 HP. It looks like Weibo will be able to secure it with the Curtain Call. His Breathe, force the flash out of Kanavi with the Mega Gnar jump over. Xiaohu just ends again with the Realm Warp as JackieLove takes him down, and now Top Esports can run away with this team fight. It's a double kill for 369. It was looking so good for Weibo. They got themselves the Drake, but end up losing 3 members.
Yeah, so many members gonna fall right here. They're also losing a ton of damage onto this mid lane tower as well. And this is just a disaster here out of Weibo. Xiaohu, I just don't know what the decision making was there. Went flying in for what felt like almost no reason, and Top Esports, they are not done. They want to pick themselves up the Atakan on the back end of this team fight.
And I mean, they should be able to, right? 5 seconds on Xiaohu respawning. He does have the teleport available. Hung gets hit up by a charm, but remember, no Unbreakable Will. Crisp on a flank. In addition, that Dragon is taken very low. Tien goes in, but the Otacon is secured here so far by Top Esports. Now Tien, the target, as Kanavi lays the ultimate on top of him, picked by 500 gold, shut down. JackieLove flashes forward, and he'll pick up the kill on the Hung. Breathe, jumping away. Here comes Kanavi, vault breaking forward as the rest of the reinforcements arrive. Weibo soul laners are here, but they are here far too late as revives in all 5 of the back pockets of Top Esports.
Or when you look at the gold graph at the end of this game, there's going to be a massive spike that happens at about 20 minutes in as Weibo just makes mistake after mistake in this fight. The initial engage onto 369 is fine, but Gwen is immune. Hang goes in too early here. He gets charmed and decides, hey, I need to go, and flashes in onto JackieLove, but you're not able to pick up that kill. Really good use of the ulti out of JackieLove to reposition himself. Like you said, Crisp was just able to play bodyguard, but then this team fight is still in a pretty dang good spot right here for Weibo. They like team fights that are a little bit more extended, that take a little bit more time. Xiaohu, why? That's my question, right? Why make that play right there by yourself in the Realm Warp? Was never going to work out, and that's the catalyst that actually starts the Atakan being a possibility for Top Esports.
I mean, just a baffling decision by Xiaohu to go in with that Realm Warp right there. I mean, we talk about the pedigree and the experience of a player like this, but that was not what we have typically been expecting from a player like Xiaohu, who's not had himself the best 2025 so far. He could make up for it, though. Remember, Revive's still here for top. They want to go for this engage, try to prevent this mid-tier 1 from going down. Crisp with a really nice steadfast Keeper's Verdict will send Light away, but he will be able to open up the curtain call. Crisp should probably get that revive pop, but actually he's able to get away here with the W, extra movement speed. Finally, the ultimate comes through from Tien, and that will secure at least that 200 gold going over, but that is a small price to pay, while on the other side, 369 gets the bot tier 2.
Yeah, with just 3 grubs, you can see how quickly 369 is able to melt through these towers. Actually, teleport right here in the back end of a flank is going to be spotted right here. Breathe goes to engage with him.
Look at Kanavi. He's jumping in 1v5. He does have the revive, but it does allow enough space for Cream to take down Light. Look at 369 underneath the tower. It's just going to 1v1 Breathe, and the rest of the team is there to follow up in a 4v5. Top Esports pick up an ace.
These fights have felt incredibly close, but only 3 kills for Weibo right now. 2 of them sat on Tian, and Top Esports are just dismantling these guys. What a mess of a team fight right there, but the overall advantage is Top Esports. They get so much from this one. On the replay, we'll be able to break down a little bit more of what ends up happening, because if you watch a different member, there's something happening for everyone. 369 is in a 1v1 in the top side under tower. It's a great ulti originally as well, with the Keeper's Verdict, like you said. But in this main mess of fighting, JackieLove, we highlighted how he had a big advantage for himself early on. Well, 3 items completed on this Kai'Sa is just wrecking people at the moment.
I mean, yeah, JackieLove did a lot there. And remember, this was a 3v5 or 4v5 in a way before Kanavi went down, and then Crisp was in the revive, so he was back in base when that fight started. And Top Esports were able to win anyway, and a big part of that goes towards 369 as well. blocking out Breathe from the entirety of the fight by just fighting him underneath the tower. He's going to try to do that again onto Tien, as now they're contesting this upper side Krugs. Hung goes in with the headbutt pulverized, but he again might be a little bit too far away from the rest of his team. There comes the cease and desist. It lands on the Xiaohu, who is going to fall again. 369 playing like 999 in this game. Another double kill for the Gwen as Baron now on the menu.
And this is the thing with giving over the Gwen early on. Yes, you get that initial solo kill as Breathe, which was really nice. But the reason this champion is so strong, the reason teams are more than happy to B1 it, is because even if you put it down a little bit during the laning phase, you just shred through tanks so incredibly effectively, and she's got so much survivability through that Hallowed Mist as well. Hang is pretty tanky at this point in the game, but not for a champion like Gwen. And once you lose those initial tanks in these team fights, there's nothing that Weibo can do. They're going to be able to pick themselves up a consolation prize of this Drake that is going to put them on Soul Point at least, but it is still very little in their favor in this game.
Oh, okay, Cream might go a little bit too far forward. Pops the Zonias. We'll see if the rest of his team is going to be able to follow up. Crisp dashes in. Heroic charge to the wall. Look at Jackie Love. Obliterates the Nefiri. And it's going to flash over the wall to try to pick up another kill. 2 already in favor of top. They're looking for Xiaohu again. Hung will pick up the shutdown onto Kanavi. And now Crisp dashes over the wall and lands a heroic charge as well. Cream somehow lived through the entirety of that, but finally will get shut down by Light. 369 almost has a Gwen moment in a 1v2, but the rest of his team will be able to follow up. Jackie Love goes off. 369 finishes it off, and that should be game.
Yeah, that should close this one out right here. It's been an incredibly fast-paced game, less than 30 minutes, which is a rarity in the current meta, but with the Baron Empowered Minion, 3 grubs on your side, and a Gwen and Kai'Sa to melt through what's in front of you, they're going to be able to push forwards a little bit. Actually, they don't want to fully go for this one. Tian would be back up, Breathe would be back up. I can understand backing off a little bit. I really thought they'd go for the end right there. Makes sense, though, to back this one back.
Well, the Nexus isn't down, but the game essentially over at this point. It's an 11,000 gold lead at 27 minutes here for Top Esports. The one win condition is that Soul Point, but Bloxer, I don't think we're going to get there as we take another look at this fight.
The fact that Cream survived so long in this one is crazy. The Golden is very nice, then is able to finally get the ultimate off, and is able to survive pretty much through the entirety of this one. But just watch the blast cone that happens here in a second. This nearly ruins things for Top Esports. Chris bounces himself forwards, and Jackie Love nowhere to be seen. It kind of buys enough time for Cream to finally be taken out. But then 369 has arrived, and the slows that you get, Crisp able to chase this one down as well. The kills just falling right here. Like you said, 5 more minutes feels like a bit of an impossibility in this game. Top Esports, they're playing with caution. You know, they didn't want to over-push for the end, but still, they're in such a strong position.
You know, even if we get there, even if Weibo get the soul, actually, like, doesn't even matter at this point. Light doesn't have enough damage in his kit at all right now. A rapid fire second item picked up for the Jhin is just not gonna cut it when you're down over 10,000 gold. Might be a little bit too late before that Infinity Edge finally comes in, as Jackie Love gets to play so aggressive now. 4 completed items, including that Guardian Angel, meaning that even if he does get targeted, the rest of his team should be able to back him up when he's in that revive form.
Yeah. Oh, hang on.
Hung. He tried to headbutt back. He actually just gets cancelled here by Crisp. Tien finally dashing in onto Jackie Love. 2-man keeper's verdict, and now Top Esports might want to play a little bit more aggressive. Cream dashes over the wall. Lands a little bit of damage onto Xiaohu, but now here comes the curtain call to try and disengage, and he will be able to do so successfully, but not before the tier 3 tower in the mid lane goes down. Top Esports won't be able to pick up the inhib, but they crack open yet another structure and will head back to base.
And it's felt like none of these curtain calls from Light have been able to be that effective right now. Just not getting these fights. Here comes the Realm Warp.
Okay, Xiaohu, maybe a last-ditch effort. He actually stays alive for a little bit with that Seraph Shield, but there just is not enough damage. There's Jackie Love with the Killer Instinct. Guardian Angel, not even necessary when you are this damn strong on the Kai'Sa. A 5-for-0 ace as Top Esports are going to close out this game in dominant fashion.
It's been such a good game right here out of Top Esports. They're going to crush Weibo in their first meeting this whole year. What a performance right here. 10-0-6 right there on Jackie Love. Didn't die the entire way through.
And man, I mean, the start of the game went well for Weibo, right? You think about the first couple of kills that Tien was able to get, the solo kill that Breathe had in the 1v1 against 369. That seemed like that could have been a big opportunity for Weibo to take advantage of this and maybe come out with an early blow to Top Esports, the defending LPL Split 1 champions. Remember, the last time these two teams faced off, it was a 3-2 win for Weibo in the summer LPL lower bracket finals. But it doesn't look like that's where these two teams are at this point in time, and you immediately have to look towards one of the more experienced players here on Weibo in Xiaohu, who had himself a very rough go of things in that game.
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing quite a lot of the rises recently, and there's a real distinction between the good rises and the bad rises, and it's those realm warps. How proactive are you really able to be with them? How much can you get done? Yeah, it really wasn't a lot that really felt like it was working out for them in that game, which is really unfortunate, because when the Rise are looking great, when you are fully able to make this one work, it's gorgeous. It's so nice to watch. Unfortunately, that just was not the case. And Weibo, they had the better teamfight orientated composition, but at the point at which the teamfights actually started happening, Top Esports had used their dive composition very effectively. They'd been able to get themselves enough of a lead that it was never really a straight up 5v5 for the rest of it. Somebody got one shot, and then the rest of the team fight was just so incredibly difficult for them to try to play out.
And by the time we started to see some iterations of Weibo playing out their composition well, using the Realm Warps effectively, they were just wallet dipped at that point. We saw a couple of those instances at the very end of the game, whether it was Cream getting targeted around the Dragon Pit, or the final last-ditch effort by Weibo in the mid lane that ended up costing them the game.
No damage.
The thought process was there, but at the end of the day, their team composition just did not stack up, especially when they fell so far behind early on.
Yeah, and it was just the fact that it looked so good in the early game. We were like, oh, maybe Weibo were doing it. The early solo kill from Breathe onto 369 was great, but it didn't slow 369 down in the least. He was still incredibly effective throughout that game. The Gwen will have dealt mass damage. It will be very interesting to see just how much once we get the damage graphs up, because it just felt like Top Esports, they were able to run this game pretty much from the start to the end, and a big part of that, I'd say, is exactly who we were highlighting at the beginning of the game, Kanavi. We needed him to be on form, we needed him to be proactive, and boy was he on this buy.
Yeah, you know, I think early on, it was TN who had the better go of things. He got that early invade off, he got an early kill, but once we got into those like mid-game team fights around the Grubs, around the Dragons, it was Kanavi who had really high impact and had one important goal, which was to use the Vi ultimate, to use that cease and desist onto a key target and have the rest of his team follow up on it. And he did that job. A+ to him in terms of how he was able to accomplish that goal specifically.
Yeah, and it was really nice to see him be able to play this Vi, something that Tian's been playing so much recently, and really be able to use it so effectively, show, hey, I can play all of the different styles right now. Only able to see the damage graphs just quickly, but we can watch back through a little bit of the highlights and everything. I mean, the way that these team fights were played out, like you said, the ideas were there in a lot of situations out of Weibo, but it was just so messy, and it really felt like the composition TES had for themselves loved a messy team fight.
Yeah, I'm starting to think about like MVP for this first game, if you are a fan of Top Esports. A lot of different options you could go, but I'm kind of inclined to pick Crisp in this game. I know he's had big ups and downs like throughout the year so far on Top Esports, but on this Poppy pick specifically, he's looked really good overall.
The Poppy was great from him, and it was just so proactive, had a couple of really nice ultis to be able to reposition people in fights, was constantly following up on the aggression. The steadfast presence was just useful in general throughout. I'm not sure that I'd give it to Crisp in this one. I think there's even higher highs that we can see from him, and I feel like the Poppy doesn't necessarily lend itself to like the full flashy plays that maybe we can get from him. Part of me wants to give it to Jackie Love just for the deathless performance that was incredibly proactive. At the same time though, after the initial 5 minutes, Kanavi looked so good. I mean, it felt like almost everybody right here on Top Esports had great performances in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, happens when you win the game by 20 kills in under 30 minutes, right? It's just, everybody looks good at the end as we see a couple of these fights that maybe Weibo had an opportunity in. Again, I think Cream misplaying this pretty badly by just getting caught out, but when you're this far ahead, it doesn't matter.
Exactly. It's almost a bait in this situation to be able to pull everyone on in and make sure that they're able to overextend themselves basically as Weibo. And the second that they did that, the second especially the 369 arrives, well, there's very little that you can do in this game. For Weibo, obviously back to the drawing board. Now, it is hard fearless, these drafts, so they're not going to be able to run back the same kind of composition, but I would like something relatively similar. I think that a heavily teamfight orientated composition can work for Weibo. I think that's where their compositions have been looking best for them, but this one specifically, it just wasn't quite it. Especially, right, Tian. He looked really good on the Neferi, but we've been talking a lot, right, about how it isn't necessarily his kind of champion. I wonder if maybe he can find himself the Xin Zhao in the next game and really be able to run the map more effectively.
Yeah, I mean, after the first 5 minutes, did he really look good on the Neferi, though?
He
I mean, I guess it
great
goes
for the first 5.
Yeah, it has a little bit to do with how the rest of the team played as well. I need to see more out of Xiaohu. I mean, we hit on it as soon as we got out of game. This is one of the greatest players in LPL history right now, and he hasn't had the best early showing in Split 1 on Weibo, and then now going into this Split number 2 as we kick off the regular season. You're going to have to be on your A game. Think about all the really powerful, really great mid laners that we have in the LPL. You're going to have to play against all of them twice throughout this regular season. Hopefully he's able to show a little bit more. Jackie Love wins your MVP, Blockster, as you were hoping for, and it is well deserved. He played great on his Kai'Sa pick.
Absolutely. Whenever you get a deathless ADC game, it's always a question of, right, were you proactive? Well, yes, there were constant times in this game where Jackie Love went flying into the backline with the ult. He was flashing forwards a lot of the time as well. It was really effectively played out of Jackie Love, and that's the sort of performance I really want to see more from him. The rest of the team feels like they've been the top-end carries for TES right here. Jackie Love, he's not been bad so far, but I think he could be so good if he really gets to be aggressive on these nice picks.
Yeah, looked pretty good on that one as he did walk away with our player of the game. Game number 2 between Top Esports and Weibo is coming up in just a little bit. We'll see if Weibo can bounce back after we return from this short break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have Game 2 between Top Esports and Weibo Gaming coming your way. Top taking the first game in under 30 minutes. It was a very dominant game from them, not from start to finish, but from almost after the start, all the way to the finish blocks there.
Yeah, unfortunate solo kill topside. 369 does fall. But from that point on, it felt like they were really in control. The first time we actually got to see the team skirmish up around the grubs, it was from that moment on the Top Esports were just really in control of this one. They were just fighting a lot better with their very aggressive dive pick-based composition. There's lots to change, I think, for Weibo. Someone we were both having a look at and thinking, just didn't quite get to see enough from them was Xiaohu. The Rise pickup, it just did not work.
Did not. I think ending 0-8-3 at the end of that game. Again, we just talk about how this player's been so good in the LPL for so many years. It seemed like he was almost inevitably going to perform at the biggest moments, and whether it's international or things like that. Even went to top lane for a little bit. It was pretty good too down RNG. But this split on Weibo has not been great for Xiaohu. You think about what other picks maybe Weibo could try to turn to. His Aurora has been pretty strong this season. He played a game with a Lucian earlier on in Split 1. It didn't work out the best, I don't believe. But there are maybe some options here, but it even seems like now Xiaohu could be a player that could get targeted here in terms of the champion pools as we head into Game 2 of this Fearless Draft.
Absolutely. He didn't play a particularly wide range of pickups for himself either. You mentioned the Aurora. That is fair, but then otherwise, it's been a lot of the Galio, really, for him. And the idea of having a player of Xiaohu's caliber stuck on Galio duty a lot of the time, it feels wrong. It feels like the sort of thing you shouldn't really be having to do, but he has looked pretty good on that champion, could potentially be something for them. As we've been saying, Weibo love a good teamfight composition, and the Galio works very well into those, so that's always a potential option. We've been seeing a couple Galio compositions where you can maybe pair it up with something like the Pantheon in the jungle to get very aggressive with. Maybe that's a potential option for them here, but really we didn't see a lot of diversity out of Weibo throughout this first set of this split too, throughout the placements, so we're really going to need to see them pull something different out right now if they've got any hope of beating out top.
And all of a sudden you look at Weibo's resume throughout the year so far in 2025, and it's not what you might expect given the caliber of a team like this, right? They dropped the game to Ultra Prime in Split 1. They lost to JDG in 5 games in Split 1, and then they lost to BLG 3-1 in the playoffs, the team that they always are somehow able to beat, right, in the international competitions and things like that. So outside of the teams that they are expected to win against, in a best of series, Weibo really haven't done all that much.
No, they haven't been able to really show up in that next level way. The win that they got against BLG was great during the placements. That's something that they can hang on to, but
just the best of one, though.
Exactly. We're really looking for that next level from them. Maybe they'll be able to unlock it right here. I hope so. I'd love to see a game number 3 of this series. It should be a really fun one at least. But right now we are going to see a lot more of these standard bans going through. The Aurora that we highlighted as a potential pickup for Xiaohu is going to be taken off the board, and we're going to see those top 2 ADCs immediately removed.
Yeah, and with things like the Gwen and the Nefiri now no longer available, or the Vi, who has also been a very high priority pick here early on in this season, starts to open things up a little bit in the draft. I will say the Rumble still unbanned. We'll see if Top Esports want to take that one away, as that seems to be one of the final high priority picks. The Jace was also banned in game number 1, also not on the table. So right now, it seems like the top laner is going to have a little bit more flexibility, as the Rumble is the champion that is taken away by Top Esports.
Yeah, the Rumble's so strong at the moment, makes sense to get rid of, but in terms of B1s that are still up and available, there's actually not a lot of that top tier of things to really pick up. The Renekton's been coming through a little bit like that. Actually, Skarner has gone straight through this one, which has been pretty high priority for a lot of different players as well. Instead, Breathe looking to go straight on towards the Scion. Interesting.
Weird.
Now, it works well in terms of just a big overall teamfight composition, what we've been saying Weibo likely would like to do for themselves, but still blind picking it on B1. We haven't seen that a lot.
Yeah, one of the big counters that you can throw at a Scion is either the Gwen or the Ambessa. Both of those are not available via either Fearless or actually just traditionally banned away here. So not too bad for Breeze to lock in something like this Scion. There are specific lane counters that 369 could pick up and have a very high effectiveness rate on, but not going to lock it in this first phase. It's going to be Misfortune Azir to start things off for Top Esports, and it's going to be a very different approach from game number 1. Very pick oriented in game 1. Much more, 5v5 this time around.
Absolutely, the Wombo combo is already set up, and we've only got 2 champions right here for Top Esports. Very unlikely that this is going to run out of damage, as we saw Weibo do in the previous game. So they're just going to need those pieces around it to make this composition work for right now. Weibo, though, we've been talking about Xiaohu a lot, how his champion pool's a little bit limited. The Talia, one of the things he's been picking up a lot recently, and has been looking okay on it. It's been one of the better pickups that we've seen out of Xiaohu. And, I mean, honestly, almost anything could look better than the Ryze did in that game number 1. And Light is going to pick himself up the Ezreal right here. So these teams kind of swapping around a little bit in terms of the way that they're wanting to play. What will Top Esports round things out with? The Jace, as we were highlighting, one of those top priority champions, very strong at the moment, could be moved around as well if they didn't already have themselves something into the mid lane. Ooh, do you just want to take this here? I mean, it works so well with the Wombo combo composition.
This was the one champion that Kanavi was not able to do too much on in the first series that they played in the regular season. I will also say that Jace is not a great matchup into the Scion. Scion can soak up a lot of that damage and actually have some kill threat at certain points at certain item spikes as well. So that's kind of the mind games that Weibo play by B1ing this Scion. The one other powerful top lane pick, the Jace, not a great matchup as we head into the second phase of bans. That Jin Zhao taken off the board, which means that Tian's going to have to play something a little bit different once more.
Yeah, no Vi, no Jin Zhao. Let's see what he decides to go towards right here. With the composition that you've got for yourself at the moment, I think you could probably go towards something like the Sejuani, just kind of chill out a little bit, maybe in the jungle, try for those early ganks, be a good presence during the team fights. There's obviously still quite a lot of that second tier of jungle still up and available. TES, they're going to be more than happy with the initial bones that they've got of this composition. It's Wombo combo focused, you've got a jungler that can really facilitate that. Interesting to see if we're going to get another engage support going down. They've taken the Nautilus off of the board themselves, but things like the Rel work so well with this composition, so too can the Renata.
A lot of different options here. When team fighting is such the big name of the game, you already locked yourself for Top Esports. Some champions with huge AoE ultimates. You can either follow up on that, or maybe even look for something to dominate the laning phase a little bit more. Things like Karma still available, Bard also, like if you want a little bit of extra utility. If Chris wants to get a little weird, but maybe the Rel makes more sense here to fully round out the team fight composition and leave that last pick for 369, unless you go for something like the Ornn. Talking about the hovers too much. This is not what you're supposed to do as a caster.
It makes so much sense in this composition, does the Rel. It just really rounds things out right here. Again, it very much isn't a shock what Top Esports are going to want to do with this composition. They want a team fight. They want to get those big wombos off. And Crisp had such an impressive performance in the previous game on the Poppy that I would be happy to give him a lot of priority right here on this Rel. Get him as that initial bit of engage that everybody else can then follow up with. Weibo, they still need themselves their support and their jungler, most likely, unless we're getting something really weird happening right here. The Leona, very strong at the moment, a little bit more single target in terms of its full lockdown, but you can obviously get that ulti off to really disrupt the plans of Top Esports in and amongst these team fights. Works very well alongside the Scion as well. So what for the jungle? What do we get Tian play? We have no clue what he likes in this current split at the moment, and he's going to go towards the Lilia. It's very different to the playstyle we've expected from him. He likes being aggressive early on. Lilia does not. She wants to sit and farm.
That's very interesting. I was thinking that Weibo were maybe lacking some physical damage, and something like a Viego or Lee Sin could work here for TN, but instead going to be that Lilia selection. See what the final pick for 369 is. That Yorick popped up in the LTA yesterday, but instead it's going to be the Jace. So opting into not the ideal 1v1 lane matchup here for 369, but we'll be able to provide side lane threat later on, as well as adding a little bit of extra poke to what is already a strong Top Esports composition.
And like we were saying, right, as much as you can be like, it's not the greatest matchup in your lane, 369 ended up dying in his lane matchup in the previous game and was still able to be incredibly effective on it. And in this wombo combo composition that you've got for top esports, you need something with a little bit more range, a little bit more poke to be able to get you into these team fights, stop Weibo Gaming from being able to just walk up in every single situation. And 369 is also going to be more than happy to jump in hammer form once all of that combo goes down from the rest of his team to be able to clean up those kills, make it work. Even if it's not the best match for him in the lane, I'm not too worried about him. I don't think that is going to be the place where top esports can fall apart. I think if that's going to happen, then it's going to be very much on the mid lane and bot lane being dominant right here for Weibo.
Top esports overall, much more playing towards the composition than playing for the lane, I would say. We're looking for the later stages of this one for them to really take over. You know, the first game was early game oriented for them. They had things like the Kaisa to set up early plays. This time around, you're waiting for those big team fight ultimates. You're waiting for the big wombo combo moment, as you say. Whereas for Weibo, a little bit all over the place here. The Lilia really throws a wrench in things for me here.
It's such a different kind of pickup to what we've been expecting out of him, right? So much more involved in these early game skirmishing champions where you need to get things going right at the very beginning of the game and help your team out through high gank priority and high damage in the skirmishes. That's not Lilia. Lilia would much prefer sit back and allow the game to happen around her for a little while, get that level 6, and then once you have that ulti, really change things up. Now, if you can be incredibly accurate with that swell seed, you can be a good engage tool for your team, but more I think this Lilia is going to be a lot more about the follow-up damage happening a little bit later on. Like you said, they are kind of lacking in terms of just straight up AD damage, but the AP could well more than make up for it.
Well, here we are into the Rift. Game number 2 between Top Esports and Weibo Gaming. Rematch of our Summer 24 lower bracket finals, which were won by Weibo the last time around. It was a 5-game series, though, and historically these two teams have been closely contested in the standings, always towards the top of the table. As we get an early start for Weibo potentially on this engage, they force at least a little bit of damage onto Jackie Love and spot out the AD carry for TES.
Yeah, just going to get themselves a little bit. I don't think you're going to be too worried about that in the early game. Looks like it's just going to be, yeah, a little bit of skirmishing bot lane. Weibo being more annoying than anything else. Now, as much as I was talking about how I don't think it's going to be the top lane that completely changes things, it will still be an interesting matchup to watch to see how 369 actually tries to navigate his way through this one. And hang on, they didn't actually get the base off. They have now lost quite a lot of health, have the bot lane for Top Esports starting out this game.
So, it'll be the lanes that work well for Weibo. I will say, like, in terms of this top lane matchup, 369, he has angles to get kills, especially early on in the game. It's once we get to that mid-game point where Sion gets, like, to that one-item power spike where things could maybe get a little bit spicy. Speaking of spicy, already trading summoner spells in the bottom lane as Jackie Love gets chunked to below 250 HP, has to burn the cleanse, and Crisp uses his ignite as well.
And this is what you can do with any kind of composition with the Ezreal. As much as he is often used just to be able to sit by himself underneath towers and allow the support to go roam elsewhere, you can also get very aggressive early on, especially alongside something like the Leona. The fact that Jackie Love already doesn't have the cleanse, has already been ignited, not ideal, is burning through pots and cookies already in this game. And now, Tian hovering in the area. This is a very risky dive to do at level 2.
It's 2 camps in the bot lane, but it's going to work out for Weibo because Crisp and Jackie are still level 1.
Hang on, does
However, the tower's heated up, and Crisp has gotten himself a double kill. Oh my goodness, it looked so good, but turned out so poorly.
Oh no, that's exactly what you didn't want to have happen as Weibo. Like I said, very risky to go for this dive early. It's not too bad to try get a kill onto Jackie Love, of course, but Crisp has quite a lot of CC and is healthy enough once that play starts to just be able to keep himself alive. Gets that initial stun off as well right here. Yeah, onto 2 members, pops hang, and then Tian's just taking way too much damage. It's only 2 tower shots that take him out.
I will say, no reason for a level 2 Lilia to be re-engaging onto the rail after already getting that first kill. It should be immediately back clicking away from the tower after it's already been secured. Might have been able to save his life there. Unfortunately for him, now means that Kanavi actually has a big advantage in terms of tempo, even though the camps haven't been stolen away. He's already level 4, whereas Tien is level 3. And now Jackie Love and Crisp off of this reset are actually able to get a nice push in with Kanavi in the area.
Of course, Crisp does get both of those kills, so it's not going to be quite as bad as if Jackie Love was able to pick one of those up. But still, getting the rel ahead early, not going to be anything to sniff at right here for top. They're actually going to be walking up, seeing if they can potentially disrupt Tian. Tian doesn't actually have the smite quite yet. Just about going to get it up here. Yeah, it just came back within the last second. Otherwise, that could well have been a stolen away red buff. And like you said, the tempo just so much in the favor of Kanavi.
Kanavi's just bullying Tian at this point. He has Jackie Love and Chris like alongside him. But now Weibo going to try to bail out their jungler a little bit. Now Hung trying to land Zenith Blade onto Chris. Extra crowd control should mean the Rel can go down. Man. Remember, no flash from earlier. And so Xiaohu going to be able to pick up that kill.
Chris went the long way round to try to get a bit of a flank going, but once the TPs came in, unfortunate, just going to give that kill over, and that's going to make Jackie Love a little bit less comfortable in this lane. Just going to delay things a little bit. So, Weibo, they are showing that they can fight their way back. Again, their early games have not been the issue. It's been their later game team fighting and really decision-making around objectives that's been hurting Weibo. Not too bad during the early stage. We're going to have the grubs spawning in just about over a minute's time. We've got the first Drake up and available, though. It's going to be a Chemtech, not necessarily the one people think about the most, as we watch Kanavi, again, just keep up the bullying.
Again, because Tian like went for that early dive, that is still the first spawn of the blue buff that is available for the taking, and Kanavi, with a pushing top laner, is going to be able to come in and collapse upon this objective and should be able to pick it up with that smite. Ouch. So that's the trade-off of going for a dive like that early on, especially if you end up falling. That was a 4-camp lead for this Skarner in the jungle.
And Skarner, of course, clears incredibly quickly, whilst also being a massive tanky menace, but Lilia clears the fastest. That's the point of the champion, is being able to just speed through your clears, get that level 6 burst, and then start being useful on the map. To fall this far behind early, to be down as much as Tian is at the moment, just really not ideal, and it really does suck, you know, versus that former team. All of that narrative that we were talking about earlier on, Kanavi really just getting the better of this matchup at the moment, despite the fact he's not got any kills or assists right now.
Yeah, if you told me going into this series, you know, Weibo's going to find their jungler, Tian's going to be down like 4 camps at 6 minutes. I would normally think like, oh, that's fine. He's probably playing like Sejuani or, you know, Lee Sin maybe, and has like a bunch of kills.
He's been ganking a bunch on Vi. It's fine.
He's playing Lilia. Yeah. And this is a champion that you need farm on. You need gold on. You know, you have these lower income soul laners in the Sion and the Talia who don't need as much, play much more utility focused because you have this Lilia. And right now, nothing's going well here for Top Esports, as they're going to be able to get the first go of things on the grubs as well.
But there is going to be a lot of other members around. Breathe actually going to pop the ulti right there. Interesting.
That's a flash. We'll take it.
Yeah, it's something. As on the other side of the map, Weibo, they are going to be able to pick themselves up too, but Top grabs that first one. So it's going to not be an actual move towards the feats from that camp. Top Esports going to be more than happy with the way that this early game has been playing out so far. The Drake still going to be pretty much ignored, as we were saying. It's not going to be one of the highest priority Drakes to be able to pick up. But if you can start Drake stacking right here as Weibo, that could be something to try to play around. Because it has been the Chemtex this early on, it means that the remaining souls could be pretty good for this team.
We think like the mid-game power spike for Weibo is going to be pretty good when you have things like this Talia that could be able to roam around nicely. That's when Sion has the advantage over the Jace. So getting that early soul stacking before maybe Top Esports gets the full wombo combo potential off. Maybe could mean a little bit here as you see Tian hovering around that bottom side. However, Kanavi has it level 6, Tian still level 5. That's going to be a disadvantage that Weibo jungler can have to deal with for a while.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit for him to be able to get back into a good spot. 369 getting jumped right here. Goes in.
The Jace has no flash, so he knows that he has to make this a one-way trip. Can he get a kill on the Tian? The W autos are procced. Not enough. As really beautifully weaving is Tian spacing as he picks up his first kill of the game.
So close right there to 369 being able to turn that one into a 1-for-1. I respect trying to go back in. But like you said, Tian, really good spacing right there. Fancy footwork to be able to keep himself alive in that one. And now with the top laner dead for Top Esports, it is going to make things a little bit easier potentially if they want to try to contest onto this Drake. For the minute though, with everybody as low as they are off of that plate, it's going to be Top Esports picking themselves up this initial Drake. And for every good play that Weibo are able to do, it feels like Top Esports always have a response.
I thought, not gonna lie, I thought Tian was a little crazy going for this one. Breathe didn't have his ulti up just yet, and taking a lot of damage, but it looks like the peel was enough, as that's gonna be a big kill for Tian. Get back into this game.
Indeed. Oh, man. So close. So close. I really did think that it was going to be that kill getting traded back over. It would have been so hype, but unfortunately 369 seems like he's not able to have the best time for the first matchups in a lot of these situations. Hopefully he's going to be able to pull it back as he did in the previous game. As we take a stock of where these teams are at the moment, the gold very even at 9 minutes into this game. The grubs also going even as well. So really, these teams have not been able to distinguish themselves from each other early on.
Yeah, you know, slight leads for Light, and now Tian actually ahead in gold because he has that kill. Kanavi, despite the good farm that he's been able to get, hasn't done too much in terms of kills as he just has unlocked that Impale. Would like to see him and Cream become a little bit active on the map, potentially around this next spawn of grubs to happen in about 75 seconds time. Is stealing away this red buff, which is a good thing, and now bot lane could be the target for a dive as the bullet time comes out for JackeyLove and chunks Light to half HP.
Yeah, good chunk of damage right there onto Light, potentially looking for the dive because Kanavi was in the area, but it is always risky to try to do with a Leona in the lane. Makes the dower damage that much more when you're constantly stunned up trying to go for it. Instead, Kanavi going to go and continue the bullying, wants to try steal away just a little bit more from Tian. Isn't able to grab the big chicken, but is able to grab all the little drumlets right there. Going to be happy to just keep this pressure up and has continued to keep himself ahead in terms of the farm. Is now behind a little bit in terms of gold just because of those kills and assists that Tian was able to get involved in.
Little nice interaction there with the Unraveled Earth. That's something that Xiaohu is going to be able to use nicely as we get later into this game against things like the Jace, Rel, and the Azir. And taking stock of where Xiaohu's at in this game right now, down a little bit in farm, but has the kill first off. And he's going to have to be impactful in this game, especially after Tian fell behind just a little bit in that early game. Being able to use the semi-global ultimate better this time around than he did on the Rise in game 1.
Yeah, very hopefully, because it was just such a rough one throughout that first game. It's another champion, though, who's not so much about the damage with the ulti, more looking for the positioning, seeing what you can do, cut off these teamfight angles, make it so that top esports aren't able to set themselves up for the wombo combo as they will want to. He's getting a good chunk of damage here onto Cream. Cream just about able to dodge away from the Swell Siege, otherwise that could have turned into a kill.
And that could mean grubs for Weibo, as they already have picked up the first. Looking for at least that 5-to-1 stack, which can get them a little bit of advantage in terms of that turret pushing, as well as getting them an extra objective feat that they can add to their resume. You get closer to those feats of strength being fully awarded. So small wins for Weibo across the board after what was a pretty terrible early game dive that went awry for Tian. He's got himself back in this game nicely.
Exactly, and the Lilia is the sort of champion where, because you can farm so quickly, you are able to at least keep yourself within touching distance. You're not going to fall behind massively. You can get involved, and with the ulti potential up and available for him, this next big skirmish that we see both teams actually engage in could end up being massive. But right now, those teams seem more than happy to skirmish in their individual lanes. JackeyLove actually having to flash right there. Flash and cleanse. Dang. JackeyLove has had so much threat be put onto him throughout this game.
Yeah, so Hung and Light doing a good job in that 2v2, forcing summoner spells out of JackeyLove. We'll see if that becomes an issue or a topic of conversation here as the dragon is spawning in 90 seconds. Is that Infernal and Top Esports were able to pick up the first one? As if they can get some dragons, that will allow them to bridge the gap closer to that later game team fight stage of the game, which would be very nice for them.
Absolutely. They're going to be looking to get themselves that 2-3 item point, then you're going to be in a really nice spot to be able to work your way through these team fights. First items are coming through for the majority of the champions at the moment. You can see the Heartsteel just completed right here for Kanavi, so he's going to be getting very tanky very, very quickly. And the Bloodthirster also just completed right there for JackeyLove. So this wombo combo composition, whilst it's not at its peak at the moment, is already online. If you can find that initial engage, either from Crisp or from Cream, then that's a way to just wreck through a team fight immediately for Weibo, and they're going to have to be very careful of that one, our Weibo Gaming.
See how much a team like Top Esports wants to fight around this dragon, because JackeyLove just burned both of his summoner spells, just uses ultimate to clear a wave top lane. He is hovering mid right now to catch that wave, and 369 is situated top with that teleport available, but if Weibo get this dragon, it's not the end of the world for them, as they can still like push until later on in the game where maybe you are a little bit stronger. However, at these one item power specs, wouldn't be super surprised to see Top Esports want to fight.
Absolutely. I think if I would be them, going in, trying to find that initial engage, especially if you can catch Light without his abilities to get away, but Xiaohu more specifically going to be very vulnerable to be just jumped from this entire composition right here out of TES, and once he's down, it's quite a lot of the damage that they're going to be looking to play around just gone. Drake is available, the Infernal, and once again, Weibo, they seem to have the priority fast track towards the majority of these objectives so far in the early game.
And they are going to be able to get there first. And 369 has no real reason to teleport at this point. Instead, trying to focus out Xiaohu, who is also clearing with him on the top side. It will just be top giving up this dragon and living to fight another day. Zenith Blade nearly connects onto Chris, but not that engage found. We are still even in gold, now even in dragons as well.
Yeah, it's interesting actually to me that the top esports have decided to sit back so much throughout the early stages of this game. They haven't been too interested in going flying in right now. Are potentially looking for a little bit of a skirmish right here around this Scuttle Crab. Kanavi forced to flash away from that ulti. Now chooses to re-engage.
Yeah, Chris has his flash and the Magnet Storm available, but not using it just yet. Right now, TN is trapped in the Dragon Pit, but so is Kanavi with Breathe at the fight as well. Battle lines have been drawn. Jackie Love, remember, without Summoner Spells, is being collapsed upon by Hung. And Xiaohu with the Weaver's Wall will be able to take the Misfortune down. Breathe gets another kill back, though, as Weibo still looking strong in this fight. A two-man seismic shove. Finally, Xiaohu has arrived to this series, and Weibo Gaming picked themselves up an ace.
TES, they go for the re-engage, having missed out onto the Drake, onto the Scuttle Crab, and it just does not work out for them right there. They get completely split apart. Xiaohu plays that one excellently with both the ulti and then that seismic shove to really close things out. But initially, it's just an inability right here from TES to actually be able to finish off a couple of these kills. They're able to grab one or two of them at the very start, but the teleports come through so slowly. And you can see specifically onto Breathe right here, they're just not able to finish this kill, despite the fact they blow almost everything trying to kill him. Tian does fall, but Breathe gets to flash away, then just about gets the shield up as well, and that draws the members of TES way too far forwards into that waiting seismic shove from Xiaohu. Like you said, welcome to the game, buddy.
Finals made it, and the duality of Xiaohu. Game number 1, 0-8. Game number 2, 3-0-3 with a huge team fight. Both the Weaver's Wall to cut off Jackie Love and take the AD carry out of the fight before he was able to do too much. And then, of course, the big finish to the team fight as well. Xiaohu having a good game so far, and it's good to see.
Absolutely, and I think something that looks a little bit worrying right here for top esports is their inability to kill this Scion at this point in the game, because this is the point in the game where the Scion's going to be easiest to kill. The later we get, the stronger, the tankier he's going to be. Right now is only sat right with that Sunfire, not in the strongest of positions, but was able to survive so long, draw the TES members in way too far, and if they can't deal with this Scion, then these teamfights are going to be almost impossible.
I will say, like, not the best tank-killing composition that Top Esports has, right? Misfortune, with the build that she's currently going, like, is more crit-oriented, not a ton of armor pen inherently in the build. Cream as well, like, you see right now what the Azir is doing to the Scion is not too much. It's not going to get too much better as we get later on in this game, and we already have talked about how the Jace in a side lane will be able to get turrets and get push, but will not really be able to move this Scion later on in the game. We've already seen so many great Scion games in the LPL, whether it's from Bin or Flandre. We might see another one here as Weibo looking to add on to their lead as Cream gets bursted down by Hung with another beautiful engage.
Yeah, Hung just using this Leona so far to great effect, getting flashes at the very least, if not being able to pick up that kill right there. The fact that you managed to grab another little bit of damage right here onto Light is in a very strong position at the moment already with these 2 items completed. Now picks up boots on the recall as well. And Weibo, they are in a great spot to be able to win this game, to be able to send us to a game number 3. 3k gold in the advantage, just 17 minutes into the game. And we've got a little bit of respite right here before the next objective is going to be spawning. But once it does, minute and 20 seconds until the Drake is up, that one is going to feel very much in Weibo's favor. TES, they're going to have to find a miracle kind of fight to make this one work. The one-more combo's there, they certainly can do it, but they really need to be careful about where the engage goes.
Right now, Weibo feeling pretty good about where this game is at. 3,500 gold lead. Although Top Esports, we just have not seen that full Wombo combo fully executed on. And that's what it's maybe still holding out hope for them in terms of coming back in this game and taking the series 2-0 But right now, the picks and the globe and the mobility around Weibo's composition is working well. You see Cream once again going to be the target here as Hung is hunting for him once more.
Top lane, we are seeing a little bit of aggression right here onto Breathe. We just talked about how they've been having some issues in trying to kill him. Kanavi going to get stunned up. Really well played right there from Breathe. But there are 4 members of TES right now. They cannot afford to not have this play work. And it doesn't work. Oh, man.
Oh, we just choo-chooed on out of there with the Unstoppable Onslaught. Breathe.
Look what they're losing for it.
as it does mean that, yes, you are correct. If Top Esports fail on that dive and they're going to lose out on that mid-tier 2, they're now going to lose Cream as well. The one player who wasn't topside is now going to get targeted as TN shuts him down.
And that was a dive long in the making, but it works out in the end. You give the kill over to Tian, and Top Esports, this is the complete opposite of what we saw in that previous matchup. They are just getting dismantled left, right, and center.
Should be able to pick up this dragon, unless Top have anything to say about it. They're still without their mid laner, and a teleport is coming in, though, from 369. Top Esports want to fight this one out. We'll see if that bullet time finally comes through. Impale only on the Hung, and that means that the support will still be able to live for now. Crisp, with the crash down, is flashed away from, and here comes the collapse. Weaves all comes out. It splits apart everybody on top, and now it's going to be 2 of their players stuck in the pit. That is 369 and Crisp going down, and Weibo once again controlling the Drake pit.
Yikes, TES, they try way too hard to be able to pick themselves up that initial kill right there onto Hang. Kanavi going so far as to impale just the enemy support, and it doesn't work. Then the ulti from Jackie Love just doesn't hit anybody either. We'll watch back. Actually, this is going to be the dive that we're going to watch back right here. We didn't end up seeing the start of this one. We certainly did see what the outcome was in the end. Tian just arrives to be able to pick that one up nicely. This, though, this fight, the impale just onto Hang doesn't help out. And then this ulti from Jackie Love, it just doesn't do anything. Tian has to step back for half a second. Like you said, Xiaohu with the great ulti. Hang on.
Cream targeted once again as a really nice Weaver's Wall once more from Xiaohu. However, this time the Azir packs a little bit more of a punch. Nearly takes Tian down with that Sun Disc, but Xiaohu is able to finish off the kill.
Oh, the fact that the Sun Disc didn't quite pop up quickly enough to be able to actually deal the damage needed. Now we're going to watch Breathe engaging onto 369. He may be a tanky song, but he still does a surprising amount of damage right here. And we do have a couple other members from both teams on the way.
Yeah, here comes Hung, already landing the stun. However, the rest of Top Esports potentially on the way, although it is just way too late. Kanavi and Crisp not there in time as 369 goes down.
They are falling apart right now, our Top Esports. Remember, these are the Split 1 champions. They had a bit of a disappointing time in MSI, but during the placement, 6-0 crushed through their group. And Weibo, we thought they might pose a little bit of a threat, but barely managed to give a bit of a speed bump in Game 1. What a turnaround right here.
And tough game for Top Esports. And I think maybe just a bit of a cocky draft that is coming back to bite them a little bit. No prio really in any of their lanes. It started off with that bot lane play. Even though Chris was able to get himself a double kill, has not turned into much. Otacon was peeled away from, and now Breathe could potentially get targeted here. He flashes, still has that unstoppable onslaught, and will be able to use it basically whenever he wants, but can just actually bait in the rest of Top Esports. Kanavi has to flash away from the decimating smash that he was supposedly in a 1v4 for. And now Top Esports, they might feel like they're a little bit desperate at this point as they start up the Otacon.
Yeah, they're going to see if they can take Atacon. No, not even going to be able to full commit to this one. Top Esports are just going to have to walk away, tail between their legs. Weibo have just been so strong in this game. This is the Weibo that we were hoping for, the kind of team that can team fight so effectively. And off the back of what has been a much, much better game out of Xiaohu. Had just a terrible time on the Rise in Game 1, but this time on the Taliyah has looked so much better.
Game 3 seeming more and more likely here, Bloxer, as Top Esports struggling right now. And as I was saying, like, the way that their lanes were set up, nobody was really, was able to get ahead because because there were 3 losing lanes seemingly, especially after Jackie Love was pushed out of that one. So Weibo taking advantage of this right now. They're going to start up the objective too.
And it looks like there is going to be a response right here out of TES. Cream is not in the area. Kanavi is. No, they're not even going to try for it. I mean, I agree. You're likely to lose this team fight if you do. But I just don't know at what point TES are just going to have to try again.
Oh, Xiaohu. That's a very aggressive Weaver's Wall. He tries to flash away from the Emperor's Divide. Could be the throw that helped Top Esports get back in this game. Trying desperately to save that mid lane tier 1, where in all honesty, you should have just let that one go.
Okay, so we watched a couple questionable round warps in Game 1. That's a questionable Weaver's Wall in Game 2. It's fine. It's all good. Xiaohu's not going to throw his team behind too much, but still, that was a kill going over to exactly where you'd like it to be on Cream. He's now got those 2 items completed in a relatively good spot as the Azir. Still going to need a little bit longer to be able to fully hit that potential that you're looking for. The other pickup I'd like to highlight a little bit here is Kanavi right here on this Skarner, because you said it before, right? This pick is one that he didn't look so good on in their first matchup. That's the only one they lost versus AL. At least they're able to pick up this kill right here. I mean,
What
why?
are we doing?
Why?
You could at least angle it a little bit behind the tower. He went straight for the, straight
for the neck. Like, he wanted that kill.
I know. He thought the Weaver's Wall did damage and was trying to hit Cream with a skill shot or something.
Hey, to be fair, if a massive wall of stone just sort of appears out of nowhere on top of you, I think that should do damage, you know? I don't think that's too crazy of an assumption to make right here.
In the real world, yes, but also, Xiaohu has read the ability. He knows that it doesn't do any damage.
I'm certain he's played this champion at least once before, you know? Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. You make a great point. Still, it is just going to be one kill going over to TES. It's not going to be the end of the world for Weibo. They're still in such a strong position in this game, up by about 5,000 gold, as they're looking to play around this next Drake. It is going to be a Cloud Drake up and available. Jackie Love takes a huge chunk already just to start this fight off.
Has the Bloodthirster, so should be able to heal up at least a little bit, but the Dragon is going to be started up by Weibo. Getting the soul would be big for them in terms of snowballing this game, and so Kanavi and the rest of Top Esports want to try and put a stop to it. The question is, will they be able to? 369 has a nice flank, but the Dragon's already at half HP. Crisp looking over the wall with the blast gun, but it might just be too late. Bullet time opens up.
Oh,
Kanavi
that's huge!
gonna try to drag in 3. Here comes Crisp with the Magnet Store. Top Esports are gonna try to come back in this game. They've already picked up 2. Cream dashes forward. The Dragon gets picked up by Kanavi, but now Light is 6-0. Still on the backline on this Ezreal and looking to try to do some more damage. They make it overall a 2 for 2, but a nice Wombo combo is a glimpse of what we can expect to see from Top Esports later in this game.
I say it all the time with these wombo combo compositions. It only has to work once for you to just completely dismantle whatever your opposition have built, and that worked beautifully. Crisp, Jackie Love making it happen themselves. Huge damage right there off of the bullet time. We'll watch back onto that one as the engage just gorgeous out of Crisp.
It was Kanavi too. 3-man
Kanavi
Impale, and Crisp follows it up.
And then Crisp comes in secondary to pull it through. Oh, just so nicely done. And that's what we needed to see, right? Kanavi also picking up the Drake on the backside of this fight is huge. Just before he falls as well, exactly what they needed. And a 2 for 2 and the Drake, when you've been this far behind in gold throughout the entirety of the game, is massive for TES. Anything that they can get that's equal is actually a victory for them.
And man, the unsung hero of that team fight, we talked about for Weibo saving that one. It was Light, actually, who is very quietly become the strongest player in this game. 7-0-5. He was able to zone off 369 and actually kill him 1v1 on his own as an Ezreal, preventing him from even closing the gap and allowing for Top Esports to continue the collapse. And now Xiaohu looking for another Weaver's Wall, potentially finds himself in a bad situation as he's in melee range of 369, but the rest of his team is here to follow up, so 369 has to back away. Teleport comes in. It is Breathe, making it 5 members strong for Weibo up on the top side.
And that's a big ulti before a potential Baron play to just use to not even be able to pick up the kill right here onto 369. He's going to be able to head back to base. Has the teleport available if he needs to quickly rejoin his team as well. He's going to head towards the bottom lane to get that wave pushing. TES, despite the fact they're still down by a decent chunk of gold, about 4k, it is a lot less than they were down by previously, and they're now beginning to threaten a little bit onto Weibo. But these combos have to work. Individually, this TES composition really doesn't do too much. It's all about what they can do together to really be able to make this one work. Weibo, they're a lot more free in who they can try to play around.
Yeah, they still have a lot of agency. It started off like a really good fight for Top Esports, and they were able to even up that Dragon count at the very least, but Weibo, they evened up the kill count in that fight, made it a 2 for 2, and they still have themselves that 4,000 gold lead. The main carries for this one, it has to be Light at this point too. You know, he's basically the main physical damage threat here for Weibo Gaming. 3.5 full items already, and you look across the board, Xiaohu and Tian aren't doing so bad either.
No, they're having a perfectly good game for themselves right now. This game, despite the fact that there's that big gold advantage, it still kind of feels like it's a bit on a knife's edge right now. Xiaohu, look in the inventory, right? 2 Needlessly large rods. He's going to have that death cap completed very soon, already dealing just a crazy amount of damage at this point. Once that one's completed, just going to be able to wreck in these team fights, and not having enough damage if the wombo combo doesn't land is TS's biggest problem right now. They've got proactive champions, but you can't get that damage down without it all happening simultaneously. Weibo, they just have to be careful to have enough warding to make sure that they don't get caught out unawares.
Yeah, I will say, like, we saw glimpses of what that team fight could look like for Top Esports.
Yeah.
With the Skarner ulti into the MF ulti, Chris following up. Basically, everybody's pressing R onto as many players as possible. But it still wasn't enough. They were still too far down. However, now Infinity Edge picked up here for Jackie Love. He's got that Lord Doms in addition to it, so should be able to do a little bit of extra damage to Breathe in terms of somebody who can finally try to take this Scion down. But it might not be enough just yet, as the Baron is up, Dragon up in a minute again. I mean, when do TES want to fight? Do they want to wait out another Dragon? Will they fight for the eventual soul, or do they want to go now?
I think that they're in a pretty good spot at the moment with a lot of these third items completed onto the main carries that they could probably go for this one. At the same time, if they just continue to sit around in this mid lane and not make themselves choose, make Weibo pick which one of these objectives to fight around, I think that's also going to work out. They've got a composition that doesn't mind getting to these objectives a little bit later on, to then grab the wombo combo a second after you've already engaged, you've already used a couple of your tools.
They're definitely going to want to fight around this Baron, though, as 369 has arrived, throws out a Shock Blast onto Xiaohu, but already that Baron at half HP. Here comes Hung with his Zenith Blade, but it's going to be jumped away from by Crisp. Peeled off the Baron. Here comes a two-man sleep. It's on to Jackie Love, who has to cleanse. Weaver's Wall comes out, but it's cancelled, so Xiaohu not in a bad spot. Impale only finds one. The bullet time not enough as Tien goes golden. And right now, Top Esports have already used all their juice, but will it be enough? It's a 2-for-1 and 369 picks up a kill onto the Leona, and now they're trying to collapse. Weibo in drastic trouble right now. Crisp looking for the knock-up on the light. Will be able to find it. No. Crash down from 369, and it is an ace picked up for Top. A quadra kill for the Jace.
And this happens every game, it feels like. 369, he loses an early kill, but it doesn't matter once he gets back into the game. Quadra kill right here, and with enough members still alive to push these waves through, it's a massive victory here for Top Esports. They might also be able to turn this one around into the Baron. Jackie Love very low, but obviously he's got a lot of healing that he can get through that Bloodthirster. With 369 in the area, this is going to be Baron on the backside of so many kills.
It's got to be down. Everybody is dead still for Weibo. Let's take another look at this one.
Watch 369 throughout this fight, right? Because the initial engage actually looks really good from Weibo. They're able to completely split Kanavi off from the rest of the team with a really good Weaver's Wall. But 369, he's biding his time, and it's the point at which the damage has already been blown from Weibo, where he decides, now I can go in, now I can try to actually play this one out properly. There's a lot of engages happening. Crisp finds the engage, and then he's just in, cleaning up the kills, exactly what you want to do on this champion.
369 was 0-5.
Yeah.
Going into this fight. Now he's 4-5.
Look how
excited. And now Top Esports have a Baron as well. You see the coaching staff is fired up. Trade will be the sole point going over to Weibo, but if you're Top, happy. You don't care at all about that. You just even up the gold lead.
No, not even slightly. And another key point of that initial team fight was that Kanavi lived, despite the fact that the Weaver's Wall came through and he was stunned up for a huge amount of time and was only able to impale onto one member of Weibo Gaming. He still was able to just about get away. And without that initial kill, Weibo, they kind of used all of their damage for nothing and aren't able to turn it around into an actual team fight win. We've been talking so much about the gold lead. Well, it was 7k just 10 minutes ago. Now it's back to being pretty much dead even, a small advantage even for Top Esports. They have well and truly clawed their way back into this game. They are not interested in playing a game number 3.
And you look at who's the most ahead here for Top. Now it's 369. He was 0-5. He was in this matchup against a Scion that he wasn't going to be able to do much for, but he didn't play it for the lane. He played it for how it can operate in these team fights. And now 4 full items on him. A Mob Malmortius to prevent extra damage from Tien and Xiaohu from doing too much to him. 369 all of a sudden in a great position to try and help Top Esports carry this game to a win.
Really, really is. You have to be careful on the Jace. You've got plenty of poke damage available to you, but when you go jumping in, you've got to make sure it's in the right situation. That's why we saw 369 barely get involved in that team fight until the very end. But once all of that damage has been blown by Weibo, it's a great point to be able to jump in, clean up, and then turn it around and grab whatever objective everybody was fighting over initially. The Baron was for TES previously. They're also going to be able to grab that Sun Disc in the mid lane. So this pressure onto the tower going to be pretty big at the moment. It's going to be a bit tricky for Weibo to be able to step up and actually clear out these minion waves.
Baron buff just for another 48 seconds or so. Only 1 grub here for Top, so that is helpful a little bit if you're a fan of Weibo. Nicely used seismic shove to get the cannon wave in. As we get about 1.5 more waves of this buff being available here for Top Esports. They have not been able to break open an inhibitor, but not the end of the world considering that they were behind after taking this buff, and at this point just trying to get as much gold back into the pockets of their carries as they can. Solar Flare comes out, but Cream is able to get away nicely, and so will not matter.
Yeah, really well played. And it's been multiple times right here out of TES where they've found that wombo combo. Wombo combo compositions are very popular in League, but it can be tricky to actually find that moment. That previous team fight wasn't even the case. It was Weibo over-aggressing and not being able to finish off kills that won that one for Top Esports. But if they can find that wombo now that they're not behind in gold, that they're actually a little bit ahead, all of a sudden that's where the real power is there, and you can actually just fully one-tap somebody as Jackie Love if you're able to get a good ulti off for completed items. He is so strong at the moment.
Yeah, and you know, Jackie didn't even do too much in that fight that Top Esports was able to win.
No.
He had to, you know, he flashed away. He initially he got slept, and so had to cleanse early. And then the bullet time didn't do all too much. It was mostly 369 doing the heavy lifting. But Jackie Love now in a much better position than he was the last time that fight happened, and so can be big, especially, you know, around these major objectives that Top Esports should be able to control early, which in general I think should help them out, especially because they want to avoid having this Cloud Soul go over to Weibo.
Absolutely. 1 minute 40 seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn. As you said, Cloud Soul available for Weibo Gaming if they're able to pick it up. TES could send themselves to Soul Point if they're able to grab this one, so it's going to be an incredibly hotly contested objective. I'm not sure that Cloud Soul's going to be able to save Weibo from bad team fights, but it will certainly make getting themselves into good spots that much easier. As that top lane tower just going to be forced down, and ulti actually blown out of Breathe right now. That's going to have a long enough cooldown that he won't have that available for this next Drake fight.
Should be right around when it spawns,
yeah.
I believe. So some of the CDR that it's in his kit, but you know, right on rip, not going to be available to start and engage before that dragon spawns. That is going to be big, especially because now he's going to probably have to burn that TP early instead of using that semi-global to get to the fight instead. Yep. Clearing out that top side wait for now, as actually Weibo have that early control of the pit, but now resets coming in for Top Esports, and Weibo have to be a little bit more careful now.
And there's a few key things as well that are available to Top Esports. You've got that golden available for Cream if he wants to go flying in, can reposition himself, and then just sit golden, allow the rest of the team fight to happen around him. Going to be key to see if you can keep Cream alive, because he is a ton of the damage in the sustained fights. Jackie Love very much going to be about using that ulti, but once these fights goes a little bit longer, that's where 369 and Cream are going to be looking to get as much damage down in the extended. Again, going in. Want to breathe, not exactly who you want to be grabbing.
Cream's passive doing a lot to try and generate some pressure in the mid lane. Jackie Love does get hit by the Swirl Seed. Not going to have that lilting lullaby pop just yet. Kanavi over the wall. Weibo are very separated as Breathe. Not really with the rest of the team right now. Tien on the wrong side of things as well. But finally, here comes the sign. It lands a knock-up only onto Kanavi. And now Breathe has to run away. But he's going across to the enemy side of the map. Bullet time comes out. Nearly chunks the Scion out. He does have the teleport, so he can back and rejoin the team. But this might be the Cloud Soul started up here by Top Esports. Weaver's Wall will block him away from the Dragon for now. Teleport not channeled just yet as Breed still has to head back to base. It's at 6,000 HP. Gonna have to be a steal from Tien if they want to prevent the Soul from going down. Here comes Kanavi. Light gets hit up by the Impale, but he's able to cleanse away. There comes the Dragon. It's secured. That Soul here for Weibo, but Top Esports, they might be able to do something. Knock-up lands here onto Kanavi. He's doing a lot of damage here. 369 gets stunned up. There comes a big Shurima shuffle, and Jackie Love is still full HP. Zhao goes golden. He's able to pick up the shutdown, but Light is still alive, and Kanavi is the lone survivor on Top Esports. Top get the Dragon, but Weibo are going to win this fight off of their big AD carry.
And how long are the death timers right here? Because you do a lot of tower damage between Light and Breathe. They are going to be able to push forwards long death timers right now. 30 seconds until Cream's back available. Crisp is up in 15, so this shouldn't be the end of the game, but they are going to lose themselves an inhibitor at least at this point.
We'll see. They're posturing aggressively right now. Scion does have the ultimate. We could do a little bounce special to go to the Nexus turrets if they want to play aggressive. There he goes, choo-chooing right between the Nexus towers. They only get the full damage onto one, and Crisp has respawned. Here he goes, trying to crash down, at least try to get some of the minion waves. Second Nexus tower is down. Light is 11-0 on this Ezreal. He wants to end this game right now. He's on to the Nexus. Looking, one more auto. We're headed to a game number 3.
Oh, Weibo by the skin of their teeth, just about going to be able to win this matchup. Like you said, we're going to get a game number 3. What a back and forth one that was.
Oh my goodness, it looked like Weibo just completely threw away their lead, and then what only could be described as a flip of a team fight. As Top Esports, it looked like they had the advantage after they chunked out Breathe, but he was able to teleport back to the fight. And then the unsung hero of this game is Light, saving multiple team fights for Weibo in this game, including that game-clinching one, and then hitting the Nexus to close it out himself.
Yeah, Light had a very good game. Gotta make a few question marks around some of the decision making in that fight. Specifically, Jackie Love using the ulti to try to just about get a kill onto the Scion, wasn't even able to pick up that kill. But I think even if you do pick up that kill, once you've used the bullet time early in that team fight, the threat of the wombo combo is gone. That's the main thing that you're looking for to pair up with all of the other CC. And as soon as that's gone, everybody on Weibo, you can see that the demeanor changed from sitting back, not trying to get involved. All of a sudden, they were happy to go in.
And man, I need to get another look at that last team fight. We'll get it in the replays eventually, Bloxer, but it looked so close for so long. Cream looked like he might have saved it by throwing out a big ultimate, but maybe he actually ended up hurting his team instead, because actually shoving 4 members right into Jackie Love, who ended up going down. Light, though, on this Ezreal, man, again. You saw, actually, in the picture, and the cameras on the bottom, after they lost that fighter on the Baron, he looked very visibly distraught in that moment, like kind of holding his hands to his head. But he locked in at the end of that one, and he is, in my opinion, the clear MVP for Weibo.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Weibo played, everybody was able to get themselves a few nice team fights during the early stages. Everybody made a couple of mistakes, but I think Light had a really nice look. Xiaohu, too, I think had a lot better plays. Obviously, he sort of started the throw that they were doing with that odd play in the mid lane where he goes flying in underneath the tower and just dies. It opens up a lot of time right there for Top Esports, part of why they managed to get themselves back in. But it was a significantly better performance from him than it was on the Rise. And if Weibo Gaming have any hope of being able to win this next game and actually get the series off of TES, he's going to have to be another big part of it.
Yeah, you think of other champions that have those semi-globals down the line, like Galio or something. Yeah, this is when it looks like somebody's heart rate after watching a banger game. That's when you know it was a real good one, right? You know, Weibo had control for so long, then they threw it away after that Baron. You can see the team fight happened right after 30 minutes. They got the Baron after that. But then Weibo were able to bounce back, take that fight somehow, some way. And you look at the damage charts, you know, 369 did a little bit, but it was Light on the other side.
41% of your team's damage is crazy. I mean, the Ezreal always has such an insane damage split compared to the rest of the teammates when played well. But still, that is a ridiculous amount of damage to have been able to do. Like you said, the highlights are going to reveal a lot of the story of this game, because it starts out so badly for Weibo right here with this completely botched dive that gives 2 kills over to Crisp. But then actually the early to mid game looked much better from them, something that they just didn't show us in the previous game.
And it's another situation where, again, Kanavi on this Skarner, he should be able to get a big advantage after after gaining so much tempo off of that failed bot lane dive. And he did get up 5 or 6 camps at some point in the game, but it didn't really end up mattering after that. As we get a look at some of these fights, Weibo, and Light specifically, playing all these out really, really well.
Yeah, was able to just space his way through a lot of these team fights incredibly effectively. Obviously, there's some moments where he just gets squished and jumped and there's very little that you can do. But still, he's dealing massive amounts of damage, even if he does end up falling, which I don't think he does in this fight. No, this was the one where he just is able to keep himself alive. It very much does feel like an MVP performance from him on this Ezreal. But it'll be interesting to see what else he has available to play at the moment. He's played a lot of the standard pickups. The Jhin really didn't look so good from him. This Ezreal looked much, much better.
Yeah, and just the position that he was put in, you know, even though the rest of his team died in that dive, he didn't, so he's able to get an extra wave or 2 there. This is an instance where things actually looked okay here for the side of Top Esports. Off the back of 369, as we said. And this is where we thought that maybe they had some chance, but now I think we're about to get into this last team fight where Weibo were somehow able to win it.
Yeah, I mean, this last team fight was so crazy in that Light's already having to cleanse, is having to flash over the back of the wall, but still, he's able to do so much damage throughout this fight, and this was the moment where, like you said, potentially a little bit suspect.
Oh,
with
it was
pushing
Cream.
Everybody over. all 3 members get pulled over. 369 immediately ends up getting popped, as does Jackie Love. And yeah, I mean, I understand the idea, right, with the Azir ulti there. It does a lot of damage, it pushes people close together, but you don't have that wombo combo tool. Maybe if Jackie Love still had that ulti at that point in the team fight, then it works. Unfortunately for them, he just doesn't.
Cream also dashes into the Unraveled Earth that was thrown out by Xiaohu earlier on in the fight, which meant he got stunned, and it was a very telegraphed move of what he was about to press when he was stunned for a little bit before pressing that R button, and it gave Weibo a good time to respond. Light was able to recover from that incredibly well and pick up an insane teamfight win to end the game, and then nice call from them as well to just full send it down the bot lane. Know that this is their angle. Only Crisp was back alive. You got to look at the MVP. It's got to be Light. Yep, there it is on the Ezreal.
I would have been truly shocked if it was anybody else. Light had such an incredible performance right here on the Ezreal, was a part of so many of the kills, did so much of his team's damage, and really was just the engine that was able to keep them going even when things got a little bit suspect during that late mid game. It was still fine, he was still able to deal the damage that needed to happen in that last team fight, was really able to just pull it out of the bag. They end up picking up the win, so we do have to go to a game number 3 right here. Top Esports, they still feel like they're the favorites in this series, but Weibo have definitely made it very interesting.
I mean, it would have been full mental damage dealt if Top Esports were somehow able to win that game, but now we can just say that Weibo took care of business in game number 2, and we got a full slate of games here today on the LPL English broadcast. We'll be right back with our final draft of the day after this break. Welcome back, everybody, to LPL English, where we have our final game of the day. Top Esports are defending champions, and Weibo Gaming are currently locked up in a 1-1 series. And this being a best of 3 means that we've just got one left to decide the champion of this regular season matchup here in split number 2 Ascension. My name is Grapes, joined alongside Black Bloxer here once more, and it's been a fun one so far. It was a one-sided win for Top. Looked like it was going to be a one-sided win for Weibo in game 2, and then Top made things a little bit interesting towards the end.
Yeah, Weibo showing off that they are still in this matchup, that they're not just going to roll over and let the game happen to them. The Top Esports were able to show why they're still the defending champions, why they're still so scary, right? Able to claw their way back from what looked like a terrible position. 7,000 gold, the disadvantage, and they're still able to get their way back into that game. Unfortunately, one bad team fight means that it is Weibo picking up that game, but luckily for us, like you said, that does mean we get at least one more game right here. And it couldn't be more fun, right, to be able to see these two teams really battle it out. The first game was so one-sided, the second game so very close. I hope we get another really close one between these two teams. There's going to have to be a lot of changes, right? We talked about how Weibo were going to need to change things up. They did it. They looked a lot better in this game number 2. Top Esports, they went from a single target, burst out somebody composition to a wombo combo overall comp that did not work.
Yeah, and we saw some glimpses of that Wombo team fight work a little bit, but I think at the end of the day, if you pick lanes that all kind of fall apart until 369 finds a random quadra kill, it's not a super winning situation here for Top Esports. And coming into the day, you know, this is Weibo's first game of the Ascension group. They're really have only faced off against BLG over the past couple of months in terms of high-tier opponents, and so this is our first look at them in 2025 with this little slightly reworked roster with Hung and Tian coming in. Of what they would look like against another high-level opponent. And, you know, seeing the way that they executed that early game and some of those mid-game team fights in game number 2, that gives you a little bit of hope that maybe Weibo can be a threat at the end of the year.
Absolutely, because it feels like we've got those top 4 teams, the teams that ended up topping out their groups from the placements, as like, yeah, these are easily the best teams and they're kind of fighting amongst themselves. There was a pretty big drop-off in a lot of these groups in terms of the quality of that top team and then the team who came out of that group in second. The other group were not close. Weibo actually kept it very close. They were able to pick up one win versus BLG. They ended up not being the top seed off of game time was actually the thing that decided whether or not they topped out their group, which is such a random stat. You know, if you like late game team fights compositions, well then sucks to suck, I guess, in that situation. So they actually looked very close, but it's only been BLG that they've really been pushing recently. We needed to see them be able to at least go toe-to-toe with one of the other top teams to show that, yeah, no, it's not just 4 top teams. There are more teams who are actually going to be able to fight for the title at the moment.
And thankfully for Weibo, like, being in this Ascension group, you're going to get constant looks at top teams over the next couple of weeks and into months. Thunder Talk is their next opponent. Then they have, you know, teams like FPX, AL, NIP, JDG ahead of them just in the next 2 weeks, right? And so that's a lot of good teams you're going to be playing rather quickly. And so making sure you get off the bat correctly and start off your regular season with a win over the defending champion, that would certainly be a preferable situation for them, obviously, as we are getting ready for this Game 3 draft. Top Esports, having dropped that last game, head back to the blue side, and still powerful picks like the Rumble available and potentially being forced to be banned away by Weibo.
Yeah, and with these top tier picks just being banned throughout the entirety of this series, we've been getting a lot of different looks from these players, a lot of these champions that, you know, aren't necessarily that S+ tier, that are more just good champions but with slightly more specific uses, right? These champions that you have to look at in a specific kind of composition, and we are just going to see, yeah, no Varus, no Kalista. These champions are just constantly being taken off the board. Top Esports, once again, they're going to take the Aurora away, so we're kind of running out of champions, really, that Xiaohu's been showing us that he can play.
And now you can create some sort of interesting gambit here, because right now, for me, off the tier list, Xiaohu is probably locking at Galio here, whether you like it or not. It's like kind of the next on the tier list. There's other champions that he could play, obviously, but that's definitely one that screams out in terms of a similar playstyle to the Taliyah and the Ryze earlier on. Things with the semi-global can be a little bit more on the utility-focused train. And so do you just try to lock that one in early on, and does Top Esports have an answer to it, right? They lock in the Renekton early. This is a pick that 369 can certainly play, but, you know, maybe even Cream can whip it out in the right matchup against a melee magic damage focused player.
Potentially, we'll have to see if that is going to come to fruition, or if we're going to have a little bit of a different matchmaking decision right here. Weibo, they're hovering on towards the Corki. Now, the Corki hasn't really been popping up too much in this series so far. Haven't really been seeing it in the bans. Obviously, he's not had it picked before, but it is incredibly strong at the moment. Likely going to go over to Light, who's had a great series for himself. Even in that first game where they got kind of dismantled, it wasn't Light's fault that that game fell to pieces. It fell to pieces in all of the lanes that really weren't his. That's going to be a nice pickup. Could also easily go into the mid lane, of course, with Xiaohu as well. Haven't seen it from him particularly, though. And actually, because 369 has already showed up with his Renekton, could potentially get the matchup into this Jax. The Jax matchup is pretty good right here into this Renekton, and you can just run through these team fights later on.
Could also flex around a little bit. I know Tien, not normally like the full carry jungler that we've seen, but his 2 games so far have been Fury and Lilia, who are much more on the carry side of things. We'll see what the response is right now for top. Still some flexibility with the Renekton, although it's very conditional in terms of when you would send that into the mid lane. You're probably looking at like a Yasuo for Xiaohu in order for that to happen. Sejuani, great synergy here with the Crocodile, going to be able to stack up that passive nicely.
If you can also get yourself a little bit of a melee carry either into the mid lane or as the support, that could just make it so very strong for the Sejuani to be able to run through these games. Cream gonna lock in the Victor right here. Again, the sort of champion who's a little bit more specific in his best case uses, needs to get into the later stages of the game to really be able to deal that damage, but with a ton of CC already locked down for TES, it's gonna make landing all of those lasers very easy right here for Cream to be able to do. And it's a pretty safe matchup into the majority of champions. You'd have to go for something very aggressive as Xiaohu to really have to worry as Cream. And Tian actually going to get one of the 2 champions we talked about as his pickups. He played just the Vi and the Xin Zhao during the placements and was very effective on them both.
With the Vi picked by Kanavi in game number 1, the Xin Zhao gone through the bans this time, and so Tian getting his hands on some comfort after being placed on some champions that we weren't necessarily expecting to see out of him earlier on in this series. We head into the second phase of bans. We're looking specifically at bot lane for top esports. The Corki's still potentially a flex, although it looks like top think that it's going towards bot.
Yeah, that's exactly what this looks like from these bans so far. Very interesting, though, in terms of what is actually left in the ADC role. There's been very, very little left up and available through all of the picks that we've seen into this Game 3 and all of the bans that we've already got. With Jinx taken off of the board as well, you're really left to not a lot of these champions remaining. The Draven, something that's been hovering on the edges of the pro play. It's pretty dang strong. It's something that I would love to watch Jackie Love play right here. To be fair, if you do want to send this Corki into the mid lane and pick it up for Light, that could be interesting too.
Now we'll see a Rakan take away from Hung. Go down the support tier list, things like the Nautilus still available, and then you start to get a little bit more wacky in terms of what you could pick up. A couple more seconds here to figure out where exactly this Corki is going. The Orianna obviously would suggest Light is piloting that champion, and Xiaohu gets his hand on a classic.
With great tools as well. The ball delivery system of both the Jax and the Xin Zhao is going to be very strong right here, so going to be more than happy for Xiaohu to be picking that one up. TES, they're going to have to round out this composition. Like I said, I'd like another little bit of melee range so that you can really pair it up well with the Sejuani, make these engages work. I think the Nautilus would be a great pickup for themselves if they do end up locking this one in. But what do you pair it alongside with? Now, Nautilus can work with almost any of the ADCs. Xayah is the other thing still available, as we've been talking about. Ooh, this is very late game focus if you lock this one in. You are fully pulling yourself into the late game here.
Jackie Love thinking about it. Of course, just a regular season game, but obviously in a game 3, a little bit more of a do or die situation. What will top esports want to focus on? Don't do it. It's a Draven angle for Jackie Love in game 3.
What did I say? It was the available pickup. When you're looking at everything left, like, sure, you could play around a Tristana or a Zeri, but you're putting yourself so late into the game that there is a ton of time for Weibo just to run the map early on, especially when they've got something like a Xin Zhao. Now you actually have a lane to really try to play around right here with this Draven. It's very telegraphed though, and with the lock-in right here of the Braum for Hang, that does make it a little bit harder to play out this Draven. You can block quite a lot of his damage. Same time though, Jackie Love Draven. What more could you want in a game 3?
It is a great Braum pick, I shall say, for Hung. It does well into the Nautilus. It helps stifle some of that aggression in this 2v2. But you can't help but get excited about JackeyLove locking in one of his signature champions, as well as a pretty solid team composition built around it. That across the board, I think would like the team fight a little bit as well. You want to make sure that this Draven gets the cash outs, and then focus on your very beefy front line in the 5v5s.
Absolutely, and the front lines are going to be very strong in this game. TES have got the stronger front line overall, so the Sejuani, the Renekton, and the Nautilus are going to be doing more than enough work into the back line. You're going to have to be a little bit more careful as Weibo to choose good situations to go flying in. You don't want to over-aggress when you can't have any follow-up, but as we were saying, there's good ball delivery systems. You've now got a Braum to be able to keep your carry safe. There is a situation where you run out of damage a little bit if you don't get ahead, if you're falling too far behind right here as Weibo. The same, though, can be said for TES. This Draven is definitely where my eyes are going to be looking.
Take a quick look across the board for the team compositions. One last time, we've had a full slate of games here on the LPL. We got our first taste of Group Nirvana with LNG against EDG. EDG able to pull that one out. And now it is time to ascend into a game number 3 between two of the top teams that we have here in the LPL. Top Esports and Weibo coming right up.
Ooh, let's go. This could not be more hype. These are two very top tier teams that we are very much going to be looking towards as potentially challenging on TES. They do not want to lose right here to Weibo. That's going to throw up massive questions around them. Questions that we thought had been silenced after their iffy first stand performance. They had a great look in those split 2 placements. Now, though, being taken to task by Weibo. And let's see how this one unfolds.
Yeah, you know, even if they win this game, still, you know, some hesitancy towards Top Esports. Not the dominant look that you might expect from a LPL Split 1 champion off the bat, right? They dropped a game to AL, they've now dropped a game to Weibo, and those are two very strong opponents. Don't mind you at all, but definitely still throwing some questions in there a little bit.
It is showing that they are at least vulnerable. They can be taken down. They're not indomitable titans right here. And so TES, they're going to want to put this to bed a little bit with another convincing game, let's say, as they did in the first one. Junglers early on both going to be starting on the same side of the map, or on the top side. I am not surprised by that in the slightest, because the matchup you really want to be influencing the most is going to be the spot lane. Now, you can totally gank up onto the top side right here. 369 Breathe has been explosive so far. We've seen solo kills, I think, in all of the games that we've had so far between these two, and these champions are the sort that you can influence onto, but with a Draven in the game, it just draws so much of the oxygen in the room down into this bottom lane.
Take a look around the rest of the map. It's going to be Tien again on one of his signature pickups here, as Light and Hung actually get the early push against this Draven Nautilus lane. However, the axes are starting to spin here for JackeyLove, and you know, as soon as they hit level 2, could be a big power spike for them to go in.
Yeah, absolutely. As there we go, initially with the hook, going to get a good chunk of damage right here onto Hang. Light now going to be the focus.
Yeah, already has popped the barrier, has to flash away. That's the power of that Draven. JackeyLove stacking up those axes very nicely.
Exactly what you want to have done right here. Get rid of all of the flashes, the barriers, everything that you can initially off of your opponent, and then the re-engage next time around is going to be that much stronger. You called it out. Everybody knows that you're going to want to go in the second that the level 2 is hit right here for TS's bot lane, but still, there's not really anything you can do about it as Weibo. They have to step up if they want to be able to take minions. Corki, not a particularly long-range champion early on.
So instead, we'll have to seed a couple of waves or so as JackeyLove will get an early base off. Probably pick up a longsword, or actually a call to stay a little bit ahead of the game in terms of gold. Money, money, money is what this Draven wants.
Oh yeah.
And he's going to try to stack it up here in this decisive game number 3.
It could have gone for a little bit more damage, but I don't really think you need it. Hang on, we're watching these top laners once again jump each other. 369 is pretty close to being within kill range for Breathe, but he's still happy enough to be stepping up.
Yeah, I think you need another cooldown to come off here for the counter-strike in order for Breathe to have kill threat. And so 369 knew he could stay around for at least a little bit.
Yeah, he's close, right? It's making me a little bit nervous every time he jumps in. And he is paying for it with his health still. You need to be getting as much of the XP, like you said, and as much of the gold right now. There's going to be a pretty big wave pushed underneath the turret if Breathe can fully push this one through. Now, junglers are in the area down in the bottom side of the map. I don't think anybody knows about this, and they are both looking towards recalls. Tian actually going to stick around Jackie Love and Crisp, they've been pushed under their tower. They are not going to be looking to go in right now. And it's just a slight delay onto the pathing right here for Tian. He actually gets stopped on his recall too. This is great right here for Kanavi. He gets a much quicker reset and is back out onto the map being proactive.
Should be able to take that topside scuttle. Grub's not spawning for another 2 minutes or so, so that's not going to matter too much. Tian will be able to get his reset off. And now the question is, how much do you want to focus on anywhere other than this Draven lane? Looks like Weibo don't want to do that at all, as they're already sending Light and Hung up top.
Interesting that they've just immediately decided, no, actually, we cannot make this one work. We're just going to have to swap them out. Should be pretty effective in terms of just getting your bot lane some extra farm, but it is going to be a little bit miserable right here for Breathe, trying to deal with this bottom lane for himself. Same thing for 369. We are seeing the top laners being sacrificed, thrown to the wolves once again.
Yeah, and we'll see who can come out on it, come out of this one stronger. Right now, Breathe does have the teleport, so if Weibo want to fight around the Grubs, we'll be able to join them if desired. But giving extra gold to Jackie Love is like kind of the price you have to pay for getting your bot lane out of this lane. Breeze's not going to be able to do too much at all.
No, I mean, Breathe is just going to be pushed back, and that was a lane, but potentially Breathe could have been winning. You know, he was doing a ton of damage to 369, wasn't quite able to get himself that solo kill, but given enough time, could well have done, especially with a bit of jungle intervention. But again, Draven in the game, it just means everybody's eyes have to be focusing down onto this champion, because if he falls behind, he's basically useless, but from ahead, Draven could be one of the most dominant things in the game.
Doing a little cheeky cancel of the back there for Breathe. The dragon is available. Kanavi on the bot side of the map, so is Tian at this point. It doesn't seem like in these 2v1s we're going to get too much action. It really is going to revolve around which jungler wants to start off which of these major objectives that are now fully about to be available on the map.
Exactly, and the Grubs are going to be very important in this game. We've got quite a short-range composition right here out of TES. They would really love to be able to grab themselves these Grubs to just make it that much easier when taking towers. For Weibo Gaming, though, the split push potential of this composition is huge, and having those Grubs would make it that much easier to be able to just wreck through these towers, keep the pressure up, and keep TES on their toes.
But instead, they are going to just trade things. Handshake agreement here. Top side belongs to Top Esports. They get 3 Grubs. The bottom side Tian going to be able to pick up that Chemtech Drake.
And this is the exact opposite of what you would usually expect to happen, right? Once you've got the bot lanes up in a lane, that's usually the lane that you want to be trying to play around for these objectives. That's why you roam the bot lane up, because you've got multiple members to come join these fights. Instead, it's the complete opposite right here. Kanavi, despite the fact that he didn't have a bot lane in the area, more than happy to be able to grab this one, especially because Tian nowhere near. As you said, the trade is just going to come through, and now junglers hanging around in this mid lane. Zhao, who jumped, good sidestep, does have to flash though.
Really nice patience from Xiaohu, not flashing too early, as now in a 2v1, Jackie Love is getting targeted here. They throw the Ignite down on. No Winter's Bite connecting means that he will be able to escape with his life.
And with the Vampiric Scepter, he's going to be able to heal that up pretty quickly. Not going to be the end of the world for him at all. I think the flash off of Xiaohu going to be far more impactful right here. So we've got a lot of champions hanging around this Scuttle Crab. Not exactly the highest priority of the objectives to try to fight around. And yeah, like you would expect, both teams just going to back off. No bloodshed over the small bit of gold and vision that this provides. It's just more time for Jackie Love to be able to push this wave through. Could potentially look for a reset here if he needs one. Instead, going to be happy to have the bot lane back in the area so they can continue trying to pressure onto them and potentially generate these 2v2 kills.
Yeah, does have that ultimate available, and the execute can be there from anywhere on the map, but also specifically in this bottom lane. Currently at 153 stacks, so that'd be a lot of money, even this early on into the game.
Absolutely.
Jackie Love and Crisp doing a good job at least getting these waves continuously pushed under tower. They've been able to generate a nice lead for themselves.
So far, it has been well played right here out of Jackie Love and Crisp. Now, I think Jackie Love had a little bit of a suspect. Game number 2, going to be looking for the bounce back. Breathe, though, getting jumped here. Going to get stunned.
Yeah, he doesn't even want to burn his flash. Just gets crowd control chained to Oblivion. It is first blood to 369.
And that was just the combo power that you get with so much CC between these two champions. There was basically nothing that Breathe could do. Even with the flash, I think he would have been chased down. And the CC wasn't even laid that effectively between 369. There was a bit of an overlap between his stuns and Kanavi's, but it just didn't matter. The amount of damage you could do on a Renekton early is well known, but Sejuani's do a surprising amount early on if you can get that full stack going. Also, it looks like it is going to be the Heartsteel Sejuani right here, so will continue to do a shocking amount of damage even as this game goes on.
I mean, yeah, that's the combo that we were talking about. A melee champion like 369 on the Renekton can stack up that passive or that E for Kanavi very, very easily. Those cross stacks do a lot of stunning, and then of course you combine that with the W here from 369 as well as the ultimate from Kanavi, and it results in Breathe just dying before you even can flash away, and that's never a good thing, especially when you're dying on the top side, and by the way, your bot lane is also still losing to this Draven.
Exactly, these lanes are just not particularly winning right here for Weibo, even though they had some nice counters to be able to pull through. Instead, just kind of get pushed around at the moment. Remember, this was a B1 Renekton pick out of 369, so Breathe knew what the matchup was going to be and hasn't been able to exploit this so far. Not in the same way that he was able to in the previous couple of matchups. And that could mean bad things, because 369, one of the best players on this top esports roster, can really take over a game if he's given the opportunity. With that initial kill, yeah, he's going to be in a very good spot. The overall gold is just about 1,000 in the advantage of TES. It's only mid lane where there's not an advantage, and even then, it's only the 9 CS that's really making that difference up. So right now, TES, they're going to be happy, but it's nothing massive. It's not an insurmountable gold lead by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, absolutely not. However, it is important to note that both of these teams probably want to scale into the late game, play these team fights out. You specifically look at the Victor here for Cream. He's not really going to be doing too much until you get later into the game. Same with, honestly, Light. On the Corki, you see double tier setup for Weibo overall. It means that they are comfortable with this game going a little bit longer. And so right now it's just all about posturing. It's all about getting your big carries in the best positions possible for these eventual team fights. But if they're staying even, we're just going to have to wait and see at this point.
Absolutely. The second set of grubs right here going to be spawning up. All 3 of the initial set were picked up by TES, so grabbing 6 for themselves right here would be huge. As Weibo Gaming, if you're not going to go fight for them, you're going to have to get something else on the backside of this fight. 369 just takes a tower play in the face of both his opponent laner and jungler, whilst they're not even trading this for anything on the backside of the play. I mean, that's just a complete domination here from TES, and you can't let that happen as Weibo.
Yeah, they had their cake and ate it too, right? They were able to get the turret plate and pick up the grubs both on the top side while Tien was there, and no response was made either way. It just shows maybe the fear that Weibo are playing with right now after giving up that first kill. Just a little bit far behind at this point. Look back to the mid lane is where both bot laners have now resided for the last couple of minutes. You see Jackie Love still playing very aggressive on this Draven as he continues to stack up 260 now the counter.
He's just standing firm in this lane, more than happy to keep himself up in the lane, getting as much farm as possible. Like you said, though, the stacks, he's really going to want to cash that in soon.
Oh, Tien again! Crowd controlled like it's nobody's damn business, as it's 2-0 TES, basically 2-0 Kanavi.
Yeah, I mean, the way that Kanavi's been playing this one out, like we said, when this guy falls behind, the whole team kind of collapses. But when he's feeling good, especially when he's on these utility-based junglers, I think that's when top esports look their absolute best. And the combo, if we thought that the amount of CC that you have between Sejuani and Renekton is ridiculous, well, Sejuani and Nautilus is just insane. You won't be able to move, especially not single target right here. And Weibo, they're going to have to be very conscious of that going forwards in these fights, because if you don't, if you allow some of your main carries to get jumped right here, they won't be able to move.
Not the best start here for Tien in this game 3. The first time he gets to play top esports since leaving them back at the end of 2024. On this new roster, they upgraded. They supposedly, in their eyes, upgraded with Kanavi. Tien wanted to try to prove that was not the case, that he could also be this flexible jungler who can take on multiple styles. And it's worked okay so far, but now on one of his signature picks, Kanavi definitely having the better go of things right now.
This has been one of the best pickups that he's had for himself so far, Tien. And yet, really hasn't been able to be proactive so far. Now looking to go in. Actually, missed the wind become lightning.
Yeah, he gets away from that, which means no audacious charge can be utilized just yet. 369 already pops the ultimate, and now a 3v3 has opened up. Teleport coming in from Xiaohu, but it might just be too late. 369 slices and dices away, Hung with the ultimate to provide a lot of zoning, but here comes Jackie Love. He walks away from the shockwave, and now top esports, they know that Weibo don't have any of those crucial ultimates, and they can go as far forward as they desire, and they push Weibo back underneath their tier 1 turret.
It's not quite going to be any kills going over right now, and the push coming through from Light in the mid lanes means that this is not the end of the world as a play from Weibo, but just so unfortunate for them to miss out. That initial win becomes lightning, just misses from Tian, and it means they can't engage, can't try to get this kill. Now the tower under massive threat, and I'm sure we'll have a replay back through the missed ulti out of Xiaohu. He's had a bit of a rough day overall. Looked better in the previous game, but that one hurts.
Man, if that shockwave connected on the Jackie could have meant so much. I mean, the big thing for Weibo is that they don't allow Jackie Love to cash in off of anybody going down there when he finally arrives to a team fight. But oh, man, it could have been a way better if a couple of things went their way. Instead, with these 6 scrubs, Top Esports going to be able to pick up the first dragon. Now they're looking for Xiaohu. Depth charge already landed on top of him. Glacial Prison from downtown.
Oh, Jackie gets it!
Jackie Love picks up the huge cash in as well. Already 2 for nothing as Jackie Love gets himself a double kill.
Oh, this brilliant pickup right here of the Jackie Love Draven. What were we just saying? He doesn't cash in the stacks. Well, he heard that one. Immediately they turn around, go for a dive top lane, and just uses the ulti to such great effect. There it is, Whirling Death picks up the kill, and like we said, what's happening on the other side of the map? Because every single time Weibo are having something bad happen to them top lane, they're losing out on plating or gold or something on the other side of the map. TES are in complete control of this one. 6,000 gold in the advantage.
Yeah, it's suddenly gotten out of control. Jackie Love's 2k up, 369 1.5k up. Even Kanavi, 900 gold ahead of his opponent. Everybody eating right now for Top Esports in this game 3. We were hoping it was going to be a little bit of a closer one, and both these teams, you know, if you're Weibo, you want to play for these team fights, but it's looking a little doomed right now.
Oh, very close right there with that recall out of Hang. He's going to be able to get away. All good, as we have a look back at this one. Xiaohu, I'm not sure why he stood up right here, because you're not going to be able to save that tower. But this one, the Whirling Death, just comes through so beautifully to be able to pick up that initial kill. And then why not grab the second kill on the backside of this one? Like I said, there were a ton of stacks up and available for him. Plus, he also has been able to cash in that cull as well. So just so much damage all of a sudden. And you can see it reflected in the items, right? He's got that first Bloodthirster completed already got a BF sword, and is well on the way to that second item. And once you get those 2 items on Draven, that's the point where you can just completely take over.
Now, what can Weibo do? Light has been farming up nicely, but now suddenly is very far behind as one of the bigger carries for his team. Maybe around this Rift Herald, there could be a fight. Playing with Vision rather nicely. We'll see who decides to face check first. Crisp taking a little bit of damage, but it's just there's not much you can do as soon as Kanavi shows up.
Oh, Glacial Prison.
Oh, wow. Actually, just going for it. Straight in a hug. He has to flash away. Luz uses to stand beside me. It's enough to get him away as the Whirling Death goes wide. But without a flash on the Braum and him heading back to base, it should at least be Top Esports picking up this Rift Herald.
Cream actually going to step up right here, potentially looking to try 1v1 out Breathe. Breathe going to be able to step away more than fast enough to avoid that ulti at least, but still, that's another member of Weibo Gaming taking a huge chunk of damage. Here's another engage.
He flashes right in onto Xiaohu, who uses a nice shockwave to peel away. Teleport comes in, it's going to be Cream trying to join the fight, but remember, he does not have an ultimate. There comes 369, flashing in onto Xiaohu, and Top Esports find their 5th straight kill. It is on to the mid laner. Rift Herald procced in that mid lane tier 1, sure to go down.
Yeah, they only just take the Rift Herald and they're already going to use it here into the mid lane. Tier 1 will fall. The Tier 2 could well follow. Breathe has now joined, but look at the grubs! There's so many of these Void Mites because of all 6. And Breathe, although he's in the area, still not going to be able to step up.
Man. It's going to be a slaughter. There's Tien. Already pops the Crescent Guard. Breathe trying to pick up 1. 369 finally will get shut down. But now Light the next target. Jackie Love still full HP. Crisp unrelenting in his aggression and his engages with the dredge lines as Hung is again forced back. Breathe looking for maybe a flank angle, but it's just not worth it at this point in the game. Top Esports have blown this one open, almost 7,000 in the lead.
And they get a kill back, do Weibo. Breathe is able to pick that one up, so it's at least one of the main carries with a much needed injection of gold right now. But like you said, it's just complete and utter slaughter right now. TS in such an advantage. Crisp, really well played to be able to get that initial hook down on the flash, but then Xiaohu actually just stops this fight from going completely wrong with the shockwave. Still has to pay for it with his life, but it's not so much the kills in that fight that's the big thing. It's losing both of your mid lane towers. Tier 1 and Tier 2 are just gone. That completely opens up the map for TS, and it's just such another massive chunk of gold into their back pockets.
Yeah, and for Weibo, things starting to fall apart even more than they already were. Tien not having the greatest game here in what was a decisive one against his former team. Weibo going to get a little bit back, maybe with Xiaohu hitting onto this tier 1 turret. Nicely done by Hung to use the Unbreakable to make sure that the Whirling Death does not clear out the wave. But it is just a small price that Weibo are going to be able to force onto top. It's on the other side of the map. They're doing the same thing except onto the tier 2.
The grubbies, the mites are just doing so much. Giving over all 6 grubs in this game was always going to be a little bit of a risk for Weibo, but they are paying for it dearly right now with more and more towers just falling over to Top Esports. They really have been playing this game like they were annoyed about losing the previous one. They would have wanted this to have been a clean 2-0. The fact that all of their games have gone to 3 so far is leaving us with questions about them that they will want to put to bed, and this game at least is answering a good couple of them.
Yeah, we'll see if they're able to close it out and how cleanly they're able to close it out. Remember, their first game win under 30 minutes against Weibo, and that left us questioning what Weibo were able to do. But you know, it seems like overall the best team, the team who has won the early game, has won the game so far in this series, and so that's a good sign of what's to come from Top Esports, and also a good sign that just generally good League of Legends is being played. Weibo know they need to make a play. They're going to try to target Jackie Love here. However, he has both of his Summoner spells and his stand aside, which means that Xiaohu's not going to be able to close that gap.
No, indeed, but the push onto the mid lane tower is going to continue a little bit for Weibo. With Kanavi in the area, they're not going to be able to step up and complete this one either. And it feels like Weibo, they're just walking around the map right now, trying desperately to find some way, somewhere to get involved in this game, to be able to get a kill, get a big shutdown onto Jackie Love that they very much need. But right now, TES, they're very cognizant of that fact. They're not over-aggressing, they're not stepping up when they shouldn't, and it is keeping themselves in this great advantage that they've been able to build.
That's a full IE, by the way, for Jackie Love. 2 full items, where right now Light's sitting on boots and a couple long swords after the Trinity Force. That's just goes to show the state of the game that we are in right now. You can see the graph underneath shows the Top Esports very favored in this one, but Weibo don't want to give this one up that easily. They're going to try to make a play here towards 369 on the Renekton. He clears out the wave nicely, but the shockwave already connects. Derek's shield has been popped. Already Breed taking turret aggro. He's going to die, but it will be a 1-for-1. No! Hong actually juggles it beautifully and makes sure that Weibo actually get out unscathed.
Yeah, really well played right there from Weibo to just about be able to pick themselves up that kill, but with all of the members showing on the bottom side of the map, it's going to be a very easy Atakan take right here for TES to grab for themselves. It's just about what Weibo can get. They get themselves a kill, they get themselves a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane. It's something. It's a little bit of an advantage for themselves, getting themselves back into the game by a small amount. But still, it's not like TES are trading that for nothing. They get themselves the Atakan. That's going to give them a really nice couple minutes where they don't have to worry about dying here. They can play this game out as they want to, as they need to. And especially at the timing when this is happening, with the next Drake spawning in 2 minutes, this will help them out immensely in their setup.
And if you're Top Esports and you have these revives now, I would just like immediately go for a play, right? Like Draven has no risk of losing his reset because he has the revive for a little bit more. If you could push a little bit further. The problem is they've already made so much progress in terms of taking down the base that the only option right now is the top tier 2, and that puts you very far away from this next Hextech Dragon that's about to spawn. And so Top Esports know they have to make this play quick, and we'll see how much they are able to get off of it and how aggressive they want to play.
See Kanavi stepping up right here, actually gonna go for this full play.
Wow. Yeah, the Crescent Guard already landing on the TN.
No.
He has the proc it. It does a lot in terms of preventing damage from the Arcane Storm from taking him down. However, with top in control of the top wave, they should be able to take down this tier 2 and maybe even looking for an inhibitor before the Baron even spawns.
And 369 has been able to push through this wave into the middle lane, so it is going to be Weibo attempting to defend on a couple of different fronts right now, not quite able to keep the wave alive. Topside does mean this play will fizzle out, but 1 minute now until the next Drake is going to spawn. Hextech Soul available. Soul point for TES if they're able to pick this one up. It would be a huge benefit to them. A Draven would love having Hextech Soul if you can grab it. And with all of this pressure right now that you're putting down onto the base of Weibo Gaming, it means they're not able to step out of their base. They're not able to set up all the vision they're going to need to make a team fight work for them.
And now, you know, you're just getting the Corki on 2 items, and that is probably your win condition once again here, Bloxer. You know, Light in game number 2 popped off on the Ezreal. On the champion with a similar build, but not necessarily a similar playstyle this time on the Corki. Gonna have to do a lot of the same, and the question is, will there be enough setup, will there be enough peel to allow for Light to do his thing? Especially because right now Tian and Xiaohu have had a rough go of things so far.
Yeah, so far it really has just not been their series overall. And you need to really rely on that MVP from the previous game. What can Light do? How can he weave his way through these fights? The Corki going to deal more than enough damage. It's going to be able to shred through the tankier members of TES as well, but going to need a lot of setup, a lot of help from friends to be able to make it work, to allow him to be able to do the damage that he really needs to. The Drake has now spawned. You can see multiple members of TES working their way down towards it. Both the top laners are going to be up in the top side, and they do have teleports to be able to come down and join this fight. Do you want to step up as Weibo, though? No. Do you feel like you even can? No.
You give it up. You give it up right now. I think you fight for that next one in 5 minutes, where maybe you can get another item or half an item onto light. Maybe you find a pick early and can result in you finding some sort of advantage, but right now it's suicide to go in against Jackie Love, who's 2.5 full items, 250 more stacks that is just awaiting another cash in. It's tough if you're Weibo right now.
Absolutely, it really is. Stepping up too far is just going to get you killed at this point as Weibo, and they're just trying to scrape together enough gold to have the items to really be able to make these fights happen. As TES, you're going to be more than happy with the way that this one's working out, right? You're not going to be wanting to constantly go for these fights if you don't have to. Here, they're going to go for an engage. Tian pops the ulti.
Might be forced to, as Tian has a depth charge on top of me. Has to flash away, as here comes a Glacial Fissure from Hung. Nice disengage from Weibo so far, as top esports don't want to commit too much with the Dragon already being taken and the Baron still available now. Will they just try to rip it on spawn? I don't think so. It's another deep ward here. I don't think Weibo wants to go for this fight yet.
No, really good. The 369 actually going to spot out that deep ward. There they go.
There they go. Once again, it's on to Hung. Glacial Prison comes out. Halight's still alive with the Locket of the Iron Solari being popped. Not a ton of damage just yet. Cream flashing forward. Has the Arcane Storm. He's 2 levels ahead of Xiaohu, but a 3-man Shockwave comes through. Already, though, the cash in for Jackie Love. And look at the Victor damage. It is just ripping apart Weibo Gaming. Xiaohu the next target as Jackie Love flashes forward. And Victor from Arcane will send Top Esports to a dominant game number 3 lead.
That's such a nice play right there. You can see all of the aggression out of Crisp and Kanavi to get the initial engage going, and then Cream, Jackie Love, more than enough damage to back up the team. They're going to move on towards the Baron. This one's going to be picked up nice and easily. No jungler available, no worries on the steal. And we'll have a watch back at this one. Kanavi and Crisp go flying in right here. They keep getting these engages off onto Hang. Not exactly who you would really want to start this one off with, but look at the positioning here out of Cream. He is stepping up so confidently. Even with that 3-man Shockwave, it just does not matter.
And when you're this far ahead, it's fine to just keep sending out engages. Send out those dredge lines. Dash in on the Sejuani. You're not going to die. What are they going to do? Kill you? They have no damage at this point. And so now it's 10,000 gold lead for top. And Kanavi and Crisp, I think, really doing a good job at setting up their backline carries.
He's even got the Knight's Vow, does Kanavi. So he's even taking damage right now for somebody else. I'd imagine that somebody else is Jackie Love right now, that you're just wanting to keep alive as much as possible too. I really like the way that Kanavi and Crisp have been playing this one out, and the fact that 369 does fall in that fight really doesn't matter too much to them. Crisp actually going to get jumped here, is very much alone, should fall, and that is at least a kill going down, but with 2 minutes until the next Drake spawns, there's not really anything that's going to turn into particularly. Maybe you can get mid lane tower here. Cream has so much clearance though,
Look how strong he is. I mean, the Rod of Ages is helping, but he's also just way ahead of everybody else on Weibo. Kanavi gets knocked up here. They don't want to let this tier 1 tower go down. And the Arcane Storm has expired, so no chance of that giant ultimate still going. White Valks forward, as it looks like Weibo still want to push here. Breathe, flashing in onto Kanavi. They want this kill, and they will get it. The Shockwave lands on a Cream as well, but they won't be able to find anything else. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, 369 going to at least crack open this bottom lane inhibitor, while Weibo are still on this tier 1.
They don't even get the tier 1. They finally get themselves the shutdown onto Kanavi. It is something, I guess, but it really is not going to be anywhere near a worthwhile play. This is TES just being able to expand their lead further, and actually TP coming through into the mid lane right here. They're going to try push onto this mid lane tier 3 tower. If you could pick it up, that would be huge. Nah, not quite going to be able to step up for that one. A little bit of a wasted teleport overall right here from Cream. But still, minute and a bit until the Drake spawns. You can at least get yourself good vision around the area.
Yeah, Cream's eye is a little bit bigger than his stomach there, as the resets were coming in. Nobody on Weibo died off of that engage, and so would have been very difficult to try to take down that tier 3 turret in the mid lane. But there will be supers pushing down the bottom side for the next 5 minutes. If you are Weibo Gaming, with the Baron coming up in a moment, in a little bit, but more importantly, this potential Hextech Soul being reached, having that bot lane priority for Top Esports is going to be critical.
Oh yeah, they really need to get themselves established around in this bottom side, but it's so much harder to be able to do for Weibo because you've got these super minions pouring in. Now with the last little dregs of this Baron empowered minion push, they're going to be pushing onto this inhibitor tower in the mid lane, taking so much damage with all the little mites as well.
Baron buff. I forgot they still had the Baron buff, honestly. And so
they are crushing with this one. They've been able to get themselves a pretty decent advantage off the back of it. Not quite as much as you would have potentially expected with how far ahead TES were, but with this tower falling around the inhibitors. I
you
like
know what,
the
why not?
idea. I like the idea. You are now missing that for this Drake fight, so that could potentially come back to bite TES. Although with how far ahead they are, I don't necessarily know that that's going to be the case.
Cream just buys so much space, though, in terms of preventing Weibo from walking in. Him and Chris can just play poke duty at this point, and Weibo's going to be so unhealthy by the time they even get close to this Hextech Dragon, which is already gone, by the way. Top Esports getting the soul, and now can look for the engage. Ultimate onto Xiaohu. He should be dead pretty quickly with the Whirling Death on top of the Shockwave. Does a lot of damage. They finally do find the kill on the Jackie Love, but it does not matter as Cream will once again reign supreme in this team fight. It is going to be the Arcane Storm raining down on the breeze, as it is a 4-for-1 picked up here for Top Esports. Only TN is alive, as he is going to have to watch his former team take his Nexus down, with him just merely having nothing else to do.
It's just going to be Tian right here. What can he do? It would take an absolute miracle for him to be able to pick up even a kill right now. Tries to retreat back to the base, has to flash back under his own fountain, and this game is going to be done right here. Whilst that team fight was happening, whilst Cream had the biggest Arcane Storm I'd ever seen running, the minions were already taking that first Nexus tower. He will finally fall, does Tian. That is going to be the victory right here for Top Esports, 2-1 versus Weibo.
And it got a little messy for Top, especially in game number 2, where they fell behind early. But man, when this team is firing on all cylinders, they look like one of the best teams in the world. Doesn't always work out, obviously, which is why we still have some of those questions about them. But you can see what they looked like at their peak against a talented roster like Weibo, who I will say stepped up their play a little bit as we got towards the end of that series. Obviously, game number 3 kind of fell apart early on, but they were able to punch back in ways that I think overall we respected, but it just was not enough for them as they dropped their first game of the regular season here in Split 2.
Yeah, it is unfortunate right here for Weibo that that first matchup they were going to face was into Top Esports. You know, it's a pretty tough showing, but still, I think in game number 2, they gave us so much to really be happy about. A couple question marks, you know, game 1, they kind of got rolled through. Game number 3, the Draven got ahead was the issue, right? They tried to do lots of things to get people away from Jackie Love's Draven. They weren't able to do so, and the point at which the Draven was able to cash in that first set of stacks, the game kind of got away from them a little bit. I'm going to be very interested to see what Weibo look like, not versus any of the teams that came out of their group as first, but all of those second teams, because remember, there's 4 places that go straight on into the playoffs. If they can sneak a lot of victories off of the second place teams, they could be in a good spot for that.
Yeah, I mean, the way that this Ascension group works, though, it is pretty unrelenting. However, I will say, this is going to be one of the easy-ish stretches. They have Thunder Talk and FPX next on their schedule. That's a second place team and then a third place team that they will get the chance to play. And so this would be a good opportunity for Weibo to kind of right the ship, because the next 3 games after that are Anyone's Legends, Ninjas in Pajamas, and JDG. Certainly 3 very challenging tests.
Absolutely. Weibo, they've got a little bit of a rough schedule ahead of them. TES, the fact that they haven't been able to beat any of their opponents so far 2-0 is going to be annoying to them, but they are 2-0 themselves. You know, they're in a very good spot at this point, and as much as there have been a few question marks for them, some questionable drafts, they did not look great on that all-in kind of composition that they had in game number 2. They've shown so much of how if you give them the kind of composition they're happy with and a small advantage in the early game, they do not relent. It's not like Weibo, who got that early lead and then began to throw it a little bit. TES, once they're in the lead, it's done.
Yeah, and we saw that it's both of the games that they won were very, very dominant. I think both ending in under 30 minutes. The game number 3 might have gotten a little bit close, but well done from them. And then, you know, for now, it just seems like what the questions are, like, what can they do when behind? Because they've been able to come back sometimes after suffering early deficits, but that's where Top Esports, you know, tends to suffer a little bit when Kanavi's not able to get fully unlocked. And we saw him, I think that was probably the best game that we saw from him all series in that game 3 on the Sijuan.
Yeah, absolutely. He just looked like he was so dominant in that game, was really just able to take over the entire map. I think that this team really does look best when Kanavi is on these facilitating champions, like the Sejuani, just been looking so good on that. The Skarner, we've now had 2 games where he's had the Skarner, they've lost, hasn't looked quite so good. It's very interesting considering I would count the Skarner as one of the better facilitating junglers that we have. And yeah, Cream dealt a truly horrific amount of damage in that game. That is awful to see if you are a Weibo fan, and that probably came from like 2 Arcane Storms towards the end of the game.
Hey, Jackie Love got out damaged by the Sejuani. That's all I'm gonna say right now.
Hey, he got the early kill and it was fine. Once Jackie Love gets the kill, it gets you, it bridges you through the early game, and then Cream's able to get those items and pop off. It's not ideal for Jackie Love, of course, but hey, it was fun.
These Rod of Ages changes doing wonders for our control mages right now. Victor was level 18 at the end of that game, I believe, as we get another look at some of these highlights. You know, Cream is a player that we didn't get to talk about too much throughout the series, Blockster, but going up against Xiaohu, who's again a storied mid laner here in the LPL, as a newer face to this top esports team, he had himself a good series, especially here in Game 3. I expect he gets the MVP here.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a bit quiet from Cream in that other people were being very flashy, but he was just putting down so much pressure in the individual lanes that he was in, and then these Arcane Storms were just doing so much work. They were buying space, sure, but also he was actually getting a ton of damage with it. A couple times where they were able to reset through, get bigger and bigger, just hurting more and more throughout these team fights. The last team fight specifically, that Arcane Storm was just ridiculous, but even then it was just about constantly being able to deal enough damage, hitting the lasers, poking people out. You could see flashing forward, being aggressive on this champion, exactly what you want to see from somebody who's as talented as he is on a champion that was as strong as it was.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen, you know, it's possible for Victor to get one like little arrangement bigger than that, but whenever you see it that large, you mean that you know that something has gone right for your team. Yeah,
absolutely.
And the last game, and the last fight here, it started with Xiaohu actually getting caught out, and that again kind of became the story. Rather silent here in this game too, after he did a good amount to like right the ship in game number 2 to help Weibo get back into the series.
Yeah, Xiaohu, I've got big question marks around at the moment. We'll have to see how he looks going forwards for the rest of these Weibo games, because when he finds his footing, when it feels like he's comfortable, we get flashes of the player he once was. And then we have games like the Rise in Game 1 where he's just stepping forwards for no reason, or like this Oriana game where he just wasn't able to find any of those big plays that the team needed early on. Just a bit of a quiet presence in a lot of games, which is really unfortunate for a player of his caliber.
Yeah, as we were waiting for the player of the game, definitely not going to be Xiaohu in this one, as Top Esports won this series, obviously. And actually, if you take a look ahead to what tomorrow is going to look like, they're right back at it. This is the unrelenting nature of this group Ascension. They're playing up against FPX here tomorrow, right back on the LPL stream. Same start time as before, 5 a.m. here on the eastern coast of the United States, 2 a.m. Pacific, as we await for that player of the game graphic, imagining it goes towards Cream.
Yeah, I would expect for it to be Cream right here, and for good reason. He really had himself a very good game. Honestly, he had himself a great series overall, was able to just be that backbone that the team needed, was popping off in a couple of games, but also was able to just constantly be dealing the damage that was needed when everybody else around him was doing their job too. He's the perfect backup for all of these. And we'll see how they look versus FPX, because FPX haven't been looking like they're on their absolute top form, but TES, they need to dismantle them. They need to completely destroy them for me to have any of the questions really answered in that game. I think if FPX pick up a win, again, I'm like, what is top doing?
If they drop a game again, 3 in a row, like, obviously AL and Weibo, they're worthy opponents, right? They're the defending finalists who beat Top Esports twice earlier on in the season, and then Weibo, who is another team that we expected to be towards the top of the standings, but FPX should be a team that they should take care of, I believe. You know, they made a roster change with Awesome coming into the bot lane, but this is one of the teams that were expected to be towards the bottom of this Ascension group. Of course, finishing 3rd in their placements and having to go through the other way. Let's take a look at our MVP. Goes towards Kanavi on the Sejuani. I will say, if it wasn't going to go to Cream, I think it definitely deserves to go to Kanavi here, who now has 7 of the 13 MVPs, I believe, that they have issued out so far for top.
Yeah, Kanavi showing why he was a worthwhile replacement here for Tian really was able to just use the Sejuani so effectively. He's such a key driving force for the team, and yeah, congrats to him for that one.
Yeah, we have our updated schedule before we wrap up the day. Sorry, our standings overall across the board. We got our first look at Nirvana, obviously, and EDG getting off to the right foot by picking up that win over LNG. Top Esports joined BLG as being the only 2-0 teams currently in the LPL Ascension group, as FPX at 0-2 are going to have a tough test against that 2-0 team in top.
Absolutely are, but remember, as these group Ascension teams, being at the bottom of the standings isn't that bad for you. It doesn't lock you out of the next split. That's only for the group Nirvana teams. We obviously had an interesting matchup at the very beginning of the day between LNG and EDG. You've got a while to wait if you're fans of those teams before you're going to be watching them again. It's very unrelenting for the top teams in the group Ascend. Nirvana, it's a lot slower paced.
And a great day tomorrow as well. Not only do we get that Top Esports vs FPX game, the second series of the day, in my opinion, might be one of the better series that we're going to get in a while. Invictus Gaming taking on Anyone's Legends. You get the Shy against Flandre up in the top lane. That is where I am certainly going to have my eyes on. And you should too, as we'll be right back here tomorrow with more LPL English. Before we go, we want to give a big thank you to our Elite Coffee supporters, Aaron Soup and Monk. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. On behalf of our entire production crew here on LPL English, including our casters Yanni and Cubby from earlier, Brett, our producer, and of course Black Boxer, my name is Grapes. Final score here, Top Esports 2, Weibo Gaming 1, as that'll wrap up our day here on the stream. We'll see you here tomorrow for more LPL. Have a good one, everyone.